Alrighty, right.
1,000.
Awesome. How's everyone feeling this morning?
Empty seats. And it felt,
Awesome.
it was tough.
Hello? Just tuned in with us. So not only do we have an awesome room here, and thanks for being here for the first panel of the evening, for the first day of the, but we also have folks tuned in online as well, so what's up to folks all around the world. My name is Dave Silver, co-organizer of Amplify Philly and co-founder of Rec Philly. And I have Michelle from Amplify and Mike from IBX. And we're excited for y'all to be here today. Wanted to kick things off just to set the tone, and we're going to bring out your MC and start the sessions today. But we are from Amplify Philly, which is a Philadelphia nonprofit organization that actually started by organizing Philadelphia events at South by Southwest since 2016, 2017, 2018, throwing the Philadelphia House down at South by Southwest, bringing together Blue Cross and some of our partners all around the city, whether it's Comcast or some startups or entrepreneurs. But our whole goal has been to spotlight Philadelphia on an international platform. The amazing musicians, entrepreneurs, startups, the food scene, the tech scene, trying to make sure everyone in the world knows how amazing of a city and how amazing the people are in Philadelphia. So how do we go do that on an international level? So we've been doing that at South by Southwest for the last 5, 6, 7 years. And now we're happy to be able to turn it back inward here in Philadelphia and bring folks together to celebrate Philly and bring international speakers right here in our beautiful city of Philadelphia. So that's what Amplify Philly is all about. We are proud to be collaborators on this event, and we thank Blue Cross for trusting us to be able to produce this event this year. And to learn a little bit more about BPHL, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle, and she can give more context on the day ahead. But thank you all for being here today. Looking forward to a great day.
Thank you, Dave. Michelle Freeman, co-organizer of Amplify Philly and CEO for Witty Gritty. To echo what Dave said, we're super pumped. We're so grateful that you're all here to kick things off with us nice and early. And we're here because of Independence Blue Cross. So Mike's team and Amplify had gotten together, and these guys started the BPHL Innovation Festival in 2019 and had always wanted to find a home for it. So as we connected, we had thought that BPHL is the perfect thing for Amplify Philly to take on as our home base, big signature event to really showcase everything that the region has to offer. So super excited. Just want to give you a bit of a preview of what to expect today and tomorrow, and then I'm going to kick it to Mike. Here, we're in location 2 and 5. This is where the main festival kind of headquarters are. Daytime sessions all day in this room and the room across the way, today and tomorrow. We have happy hours each day in the courtyard with DJs, a marketplace called The Exchange, and food trucks. We have pop-up co-working with Indie Hall both days, and Herman's Coffee serving coffee in the mornings. We're also really excited to be partnering with Campus Philly on their College Fest, which kicks off tomorrow and goes through the weekend. So we're helping to welcome college students who are coming back to school all throughout the region by inviting them to join us this evening at Cherry Street Pier for our official party. And I should also plug in the evening, again, tonight the official party is at Cherry Street Pier, tomorrow the after party is at Rec Philly. So all day here. Tonight at Cherry Street Pier, tomorrow at Rec Philly. We are live streaming all of our daytime sessions, and when in doubt, go to bphlfest.com for the schedule and all the details, and we have our team here in red shirts throughout both days if you need any help at all. But without further ado, like I said, none of this could have happened if it wasn't for Independence Blue Cross. So we thank them so much as our lead sponsor, partner, collaborator, and I'm going to kick it to Mike Venera to share a few words.
Let me borrow this mic. There you go. That works. Well, thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Dave. So on behalf of Independence Blue Cross, I want to just welcome everyone to this year's BPHL Festival. As Michelle mentioned, this festival started in 2019 as a way to celebrate the region and focus in on innovation. And innovation can mean a lot of things, right? A lot of things come to mind when you think of innovation, right? Thinking bold and thinking big, right? Thinking creatively and thinking different. coming up with solutions to problems, right? Actually executing, right? Because the ideas aren't worth that much if you can't actually put them into practice. But another big part of innovation is humility, right? It's realizing that sometimes problems are too big, that you can't solve them yourself, right? And you need partners, you need a community to work with, right? We at Independence Blue Cross embrace innovation, but when we think about things like healthcare, even though we're the largest insurer in the region, we know there are problems that are bigger than we can tackle, that we have to partner with communities, with community organizations, with the providers and health systems in our community, with different entities to tackle big problems like health equity or healthcare costs or health quality. And it was really that spirit of community why we started BPHL back in 2019. And recognizing that Philadelphia has all those ingredients, a great community for innovators, a great place to work, and a great place to live. So we've been happy to sponsor this festival, and really excited this year to see Amplify take it over. So with that, I will hand it back to Dave.
Cool. Let's give it up, Michelle, for Mike and Blue Cross, and for allowing this day to exist, right? It's going to be a really fun day of sessions and learnings and celebrations in the courtyard and beyond. Hope everyone joins us at Cherry Street Pier later. But I think that's just it for us. The good news and bad news. The good news, we're about to kick things off. The bad news is we're not your MCs for the evening, unfortunately. But we have someone who can do the job for you, and I'd like to introduce our MC for both days of the festival, the voice of the 76ers, but more importantly, an amazing entrepreneur and entertainer. Let's give it up for Christian Crosby, y'all. All right.
You get some dap? Come on, don't leave me hanging now. There we go. How are we doing, guys? How are we feeling? Yeah, there we go. Look, I'm an energy guy, so I'm not going to let you leave me hanging. It's just not going to happen. My name is Christian Crosby. I'll be your host for this festival, which I'm really excited about. Who out here is excited as I am right now? Can we get... Okay, so I'm seeing this is the area right here where I can go to because there's more noise coming from this. I'm just kidding. We're all going to do this together. So what I need everyone to first do before we even get started, I need everyone to stand up. Every single person, stand up on your feet. All right? You're going to get the best experience out of the BPHL Innovation Fest if you follow my instructions right now. First and foremost, I want you to say hello to someone on your right or your left, if they're there. Someone in front of you, behind you. Tell them who you are, what you do, why you're here, whether you're working the event, whether you just walked in, whether a friend told you, it doesn't matter. Do that real quick. Awesome. Very nice. Okay. Now I need everyone to grab all of your stuff at your chair or from the floor. Grab it. Grab all your stuff. Follow. I got you. Just trust me. Grab all your stuff. All right. Now, if you're in the back, I want you to come up to the front, find an open seat, and we're all going to sit down together in the front. And I promise you, everyone's looking at me like I'm crazy now. I promise you, you will get the best experience from the BPHL Innovation Fest if you follow my instructions. So come on down. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? This is incredible. There we go. Are you guys feeling the energy? Energy is very important to learning. The reason why I decided that I was... Wait a minute. Hold on now. There's still this weird area right here that's just not filled up. Is there something wrong with those chairs or what's going on here? It's... Okay. I'm going to let you guys slide. Give yourselves a hand clap. Thank you for being good participants. You guys are the early birds. Love the early birds. So, my name is Christian Crosby. Most people know me from being the in-arena host for the Philadelphia 76ers, the NBA, or from my good looks. So, I will be with you guys today and tomorrow, and I look forward to getting to meet all of you. One more time before we get started, can we just do an official, nice round of applause, energy, just moment real quick? We're getting started officially right now. Yes. All right. It's important sometimes, especially as a creative or an innovator, to just stop. Just stop everything. We're always trying to go forward, right? We're always trying to progress. We're always trying to improve. We're always trying to make change. But we don't stop. Sometimes you have to just stop, and sometimes you have to look at what you've done. And sometimes you just got to appreciate that. Sometimes you also have to look at what you've done and say, I could have done something different there. Sometimes you have to stop and just celebrate, you know? And sometimes you have to stop and learn. So I think this is the perfect opportunity for all of you to just stop what you're doing. Like, don't check into your phone as much today. Don't talk to each other as much while others are up here talking. Just stop for a second and listen and really try to learn something. You probably know a lot of things that are going to be shared today. You probably already know it. But maybe if you just listen a little harder, you might learn something different today. So can we do that today? You can like talk back to me. All right. I'm going to do a little attention check before I introduce our first speaker, who is super awesome over there. I'm from the 76ers, so we're going to play a little game. When I say Sixers, I want everyone at the same time to clap once together. So it should just be one sound when I say Sixers, okay? Let's try it. Sixers. Okay, I heard like 3 claps. Sixers. Sixers. All right, when I say 76ers, I want 2 claps, just 2. Everyone together. 76ers. 76ers. Sixers. 76ers. Sixers. 76ers. 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 Sixers. Celtics. Who are you, and why are you cheering for the Celtics? Security, we got one. We got our first. I'm just kidding. All right, our first guest, I'm going to get you amped. He is here to talk about the exponential success through the third door, mindsets to turbocharge your journey in entrepreneurship. I need you guys to make some noise for this man. He goes by the name of Alex Benayan. Make some noise, y'all. Before he comes out, he is the youngest best-selling business author in American history. What? Can I get a what? He's a leading expert in personal development. He's kicking off the PHL Innovation Festival with an inspirational session that takes you on a journey of re-examining your relationship between success and failure. So I need everyone to stand on your feet and give some love to my man, Alex! Kill it, brother. Thank you, man.
That was amazing. Let's give it up for Christian one more time. We're going to do that about every 5 minutes. So Christian, be on standby. You're just going to pop back out and smile. As Christian said, my name is Alex, and for the past 12 years, I've been obsessively studying success. So I spent thousands of hours researching, going through hundreds of biographies, and most importantly, sitting down one-on-one and asking questions to the people I was dying to get answers from. So for business, I spoke to Bill Gates, music, Lady Gaga, science, Jane Goodall, poetry, Maya Angelou, Quincy Jones, Steve Wozniak, Larry King, Jessica Alba. It's been this really exciting journey, filled with surprising lessons at every turn. And the reason I'm so excited to be here with all of you this morning, similar to what Christian said, is to particularly focus on the mindset of exponential growth and success, and particularly study the mindsets that help enable us in entrepreneurship. Whether you're on the corporate side, at a startup, or about to start a startup, what are the mindsets that across the board, no matter what stage in your career you're in, what are the essential mindsets to cultivating that growth? We're going to do it is we're going to spend the first half going through some of my favorite stories from this 12-year journey. And then we're going to spend the second half going into Q&A, making it really practical and interactive. So before we dive into the big stories, I'll give you a bit of context to how this whole journey got started. And in order to do that, I have to take you back 12 years. So at the time, I was a freshman in college, and I was spending every day lying on my dorm room bed, staring up at the ceiling. And I don't know if any of you have ever gone through the, what do I want to do with my life crisis. But actually, she just like rolled her eyes, yes. So I'll appreciate it. Just so I can get a sense of the room, because I know there's people of all different stages in here who at some point in their life has gone through the what do I want to do with my life crisis. Or maybe they're going through it now. And give me full arms so I can get a sense. Okay, we're at like 98% yeses and about 2% liars over there, so we're good. So to understand why I was going through it, you have to understand that I'm the son of Persian Jewish immigrants, which pretty much means I came out of the womb My mom cradled me in her arms, and then she stamped doctor on my behind and sent me on my way. And you might think I'm kidding, but I literally wore scrubs to school for Halloween as a kid and thought I was cool. That was my childhood growing up. Growing up, I checked all the boxes. I, studied for all the biology classes, took, pre-med summer camp, studied hard for the SAT. So by the time I got to college, I was the pre-med of pre-meds. But very quickly, I found myself lying on this dorm room bed, looking at this towering stack of biology books, feeling like it was sucking the life out of me. And, at first I assumed, maybe I'm just being lazy. But eventually began to wonder, maybe I'm not on my path. Maybe I'm on a path somebody's placed me on and I'm just rolling down. So now not only did I not know what I wanted to do with my life, I had no idea how all the people who I looked up to, how they did it. How did Bill Gates sell his first piece of software out of his dorm room when nobody knew his name? How did Spielberg become the first major studio director in Hollywood history without a single hit under his belt? This is what they don't teach you in school. So I just assumed there had to be a book with the answers. So I'm going to the library and just ripping through, business books and biography and self-help books, assuming there had to be a book, not on a particular age in life, but really a stage. When no one's taking your calls, no one's taking your meetings, how do you find a way to break through? And eventually, I was left empty-handed. So that's when my naive 18-year-old thinking kicked in. I thought, well, if no one's written the book I'm dreaming of reading, write it myself. I thought it'd be super simple. I thought I'd just call Bill Gates, interview him, interview everybody else, and I'll be done in a few months. That I thought would be the easy part. The hard part, I figured, was getting the money to fund this journey. I was buried in student loan debt. I was all out of bar mitzvah cash. So there had to be another way to make some quick money. So 2 nights before final exams, I'm in the library, doing what everyone does in the library right before finals. I'm on Facebook. And I'm on Facebook and I see somebody offering free tickets to The Price is Right. And again, so I get a sense for the room. Who grew up watching The Price is Right? Who really knows that show? Okay, great. All right, now we're at 100%. Perfect. So to understand, I'm going to school in Los Angeles, not too far from where the show films. And the tickets were for the next morning. And my first thought was, what if I go on the show and win some money to fund this book? Not my brightest moment. Plus, I had a problem. I'd never seen a full episode of the show before. Of course, I'd seen bits and pieces of it when I was homesick from school in 4th grade, but I'd never seen a full episode before. So I told myself it was a dumb idea and to not think about it. I don't know if any of you have ever had one of those moments that no matter how ridiculous an idea, for some reason it keeps clawing itself back into your mind. So almost to prove to myself this is a bad idea, I remember, I'm sitting at this round wooden table in the corner of the library, and I take out my spiral notebook, and I write, best and worst case scenarios to prove to myself this is a bad idea. And I remember writing, worst case scenarios. Fail finals. Get kicked out of pre-med. Lose financial aid. Mom stops talking to me. No, mom kills me. There was about 20 cons. And the only pro was maybe win enough money to fund this dream. And it's almost as if somebody had tied a rope around my gut and was slowly pulling in a direction. So that night I decided to do the logical thing and pull an all-nighter study. But I didn't study for finals. I started to hack The Price is Right. And I went on the show the next day and did this ridiculous strategy and ended up winning the whole showcase showdown, winning a sailboat, selling that sailboat, and that's how I funded the book. And that's how the journey set off. And by the way, you have to understand too, I was, 18 at the time, sold the sailboat for $17,000, and I thought I had $1 million. Now I'm taking all my friends out to lunch at Chipotle, free guacamole for everybody. I was a real baller at this point in my life. And I'm feeling really good. And at that point, it took 2 years to eventually track down and interview Bill Gates. It took 3 years to talk to Lady Gaga. And when I had started this journey, there was no part of me looking for that, one key to success. We've all seen those business books or those TED Talks, and normally I just roll my eyes. But what ended up happening over 7 years of interviews is I started realizing every single one of these people, it didn't matter if it was, Warren Buffett from Omaha, Nebraska, Maya Angelou from Stamps, Arkansas. Every single one of these people treated life and business and success the exact same way. And the analogy that came to me is that it's sort of like getting into a nightclub. There's always 3 ways in. So there's the first door, the main entrance, where the line curves around the block, where 99% of people wait around hoping to get in. And we all know that line. We all know the people, standing out in the cold, hoping the bouncer lets them in. That's the first door. And then there's the second door, the VIP entrance, where the billionaires and celebrities go through. And for some reason, society has this way of making us feel like those are the only 2 ways in. You either wait your turn or you're born into it. But what I learned, and what I'm sure many of you have seen in your own careers, is that there's always, always the third door. And it's the entrance where you jump out of line, run down the alley, bang on the door 100 times, crack open the window, go through the kitchen. There's always a way in. And it doesn't matter if that's how Gates sold his first piece of software, how Lady Gaga got her first record deal, they all took the third door. Now, the reason I'm so excited for this event today is because there's people from all different parts of the entrepreneurship community here today. And again, no matter what stage in the entrepreneurial journey you're in, I think something we can all agree with is that one of the underlying traits that every single person has to deal with is a tremendous amount of persistence. However, when you study success for a decade, there was a singular moment that completely changed my understanding. There was a singular moment that completely changed my understanding of how persistence actually works in real life, the nuance of how it actually plays out in the business world. And this story takes place about a couple years into my journey. And, with everything with the third door, everything that happened at something that came right before it, and what you need to know is right before this situation, there was a disastrous encounter with Warren Buffett. And it's a story for another time. We can maybe go into in the Q&A if you want, but what you need to know is I ended up spending 8 months writing letters back and forth with Buffett. I would write 2-page letters and he would write a 2-sentence response, but his answer was always no. And, when you get straight rejections for 3 months, it feels like there's a cloud above your head. By 6 months, you're ready to cough up blood. And right around then, I got invited, his office allowed me to come to his annual shareholders meeting, and me and my best friends went to Omaha, Nebraska, and in front of Warren Buffett's meeting, in front of 30,000 people, we hacked his Q&A system, and I asked my questions to him in front of 30,000 people. And it was a giant disaster. It was a huge train wreck. It backfired in my face, and it was one of those situations you just want to crawl into bed and pull the covers over your head and just disappear from the world. And it was by far one of the lowest moments of the entire journey. And that's where this story begins. So if there is one theme of this journey, it's that when I was at my lowest points, it would always be my best friends who would pull me back up. And I have this one friend by the name of Corwin. And after I spent about 2 weeks sulking in bed, Corwin gave me a call and asked to go grab some lunch. So we go to this local grocery store and we grab some sandwiches and we sit down on the sidewalk and we're watching the cars pass by. And Corwin's trying to get my energy up and he's like, come on, dude, don't you have any other interviews lined up? And I'm like, dude, I got nothing. I was just in a real bad mood. And he said, come on, let's say you had an interview lined up. Who would you want to talk to? And I said, look, man, look at what happened with Buffett. Even if I had an interview lined up, I'd probably mess that up too. And he said, listen, man, you can't be so hard on yourself. Interviewing isn't a science, it's an art. And as we're talking about this, the single most miraculous moment of the entire journey happens. A car pulls up, parks right in front of me in the loading zone, the door swings open, and out walks Larry King. Now, if you are anything like me, when things line up so perfectly like that, it's actually when I get the most nervous. And I have a feeling for the name. I call it the flinch. It's when everything you want actually ends up right in front of you, and for some reason, your mouth wires shut, your throat tightens up, your feet turn to stone. And I remember sitting there on the sidewalk, watching Larry King walk right past me, right into the grocery store's sliding doors, and I didn't say a thing. And my friend Corwin, jabs his elbow to me. He's like, dude, why didn't you say anything? And this is the thing about fear. Fear is really good at making logical excuses. Fear is really good at making logical excuses. So of course my fear came up with a really good excuse. I was like, man, he's probably going to the grocery store to get something for his family. I don't want to bother him. I don't want to be that kind of guy. And Corwin said, dude, You are that guy. So of course, my fear tried to come up with a better excuse. I was like, oh, he's probably, deep into the grocery store now. There's no way I'll be able to find him. And Corin said, dude, he is 80 years old. How far can he go? So very reluctantly, I get up off this sidewalk and I walk into this grocery store looking for Larry King. And I walk over, to the bakery section, no Larry. I jog over to the produce section, fruits, vegetables, no Larry. And right then I remembered he had parked in a loading zone. So he must be leaving any second now. So this bolt of adrenaline finally kicks in. Now I start running down the aisles looking down each one. No Larry, no Larry, no Larry, no Larry. And I'm cutting through the frozen food section. He's not there. And I figure he's got to be at the checkout counter. So I run down the checkout counter. I'm looking down each one. No Larry, no Larry, no Larry, no Larry, no Larry. And at that point, I wanted to kick myself because he had been right in front of me and I hadn't said a thing. And I end up walking out of the grocery store, just staring down at my feet. And slowly I lift my head, right about 15 feet in front of me, right about where Christian is. I look up, and it's Larry King, suspenders and all. And I don't know what got into me, but it's almost as if all of the pent-up rejections and frustration began combusting inside of me. And uncontrollably, I started yelling at the top of my lungs, Mr. King! And the echo in the parking lot was so loud, I will always remember Larry King jumping up in the air like, every wrinkle on his face sprung back, and I didn't really know what to say, so I just sort of ran over. I was like, Mr. King, my name's Alex. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say hi. And he goes, okay, hi. And he starts walking the other way. So I'm trying to think of something intelligent to say to save the situation. So now we're out on the sidewalk, he opens up the trunk, he's stuffing his groceries in, he opens the driver's side door, and I'm like, wait, Mr. King, can I go to breakfast with you? And he looks at me like I'm a lunatic. But before he can respond, he looks out on the sidewalk and sees there's about a dozen people now watching this go down. And for reasons I may never understand, he just sort of looks around and goes, okay. And I'm like, oh my God, great, thank you so much. I think we're best friends now. I'm like, amazing, thank you so much. See you tomorrow. And, he gets into the car and he's, about to shut the door. I go, wait, Mr. King, what time? And he just looks at me and slams the door shut. And I'm thinking, maybe he didn't hear me. So I'm just, now, shouting through the window, Mr. King, what time? And he looks at me again and starts the engine. I am now flailing my arms in front of the windshield, begging, Mr. King, what time? And he looks at me and just goes, 9 o'clock, and he speeds off. Now, the moral of the story is not to chase any of your customers down through the grocery store, particularly not this year. The moral of the story comes next. So, sure enough, the next morning comes around, and I walk into this bagel restaurant in Los Angeles, and boom, right there, corner table, is Larry King and his best friends. And there's an open seat next to him at the table, but I'd had some time to reflect the night prior about how I acted the day before, and I thought, today maybe I would take a different approach and be a bit more gentle. So, I walk over and I put a little hand up and I'm like, hey, good morning, Mr. King. And he looks up and goes, sort of mumbles me away. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe he just wants a couple minutes with his friends, and when he's ready, he'll call me over. So I see there's an open table next to him, so I sit at that table and I wait patiently. 5 minutes go by, 20 minutes pass, an hour goes by, but finally he stands up and starts walking toward me. And I can feel my cheeks lifting. And then he walks right past me and heads for the exit. And I sort of just put a hand up and I'm like, Mr. King? And he goes, what is it, kid? What do you want? And at that point, I felt a very sharp and familiar pain in my chest. And I know everyone in this room knows that feeling when you just feel the rejection coming. And I just looked at him and I said, honestly, I just wanted some advice on how to interview people. And this slow smile spreads across his face, almost as if to say, why didn't you just say so? And he ends up looking at me and gives me the greatest monologue of interview advice I've heard in my entire life. And at the end, he looks up to the ceiling as if he's debating something in his mind. And then he lowers his eyes, looks right in my eyes, and puts a finger in my face and goes, all right, kid, tomorrow, 9 o'clock, see you here. And I show up the next morning at 9 o'clock. He waves me over to the table. He asks me why I even wanted to learn how to interview people. I tell him about my book, and he goes, all right, I'm in. And over the course of the next 5 years, we went to breakfast together over 50 times. Now, it's taken me many, many years to come to the realization that, of course, the interview, I wish you could all just have a jumbotron of Christian's face the entire time during the story. It just makes me very happy. It's taken me many years to realize that while the interview I did with Larry King was, incredible, it was my journey on the way to get to these people that changed me the most. And this situation, Larry King, was a perfect example. And I'll get to the exact lesson on persistence in a minute. What I will say, and I'm sure people in this room understand this particularly because this is huge in entrepreneurship, one of the unexpected side effects of spending 7 years trying to track down people who sort of wanted nothing to do with me was 7 years of straight rejection. And one of the unintended side effects of that was 7 years of having to go to therapy. And one of the things I had to wrap my mind around and learn in therapy in order to get my head straight is there is a huge difference. There's a huge difference between the implicit and explicit messages we learn from society. There's a huge difference between the implicit and explicit messages we learn from society. I'll give you an example. A explicit message in your childhood is your mother telling you to eat your vegetables. That's an explicit message she says right to your face. Now, an implicit message is you wake up in the middle of the night and you see your mom having chocolate ice cream in bed. Now, which message do you think has the strongest hold on how a child will actually behave? It's always the implicit message. Now, we take that into the business world and it works exactly the same way. Let's say hypothetically you're working at this big company and the company leadership says, all right, our company culture now is 100% about risk-taking and innovation. That is the explicit company culture. Now, let's say someone on the team takes a big swing and misses, which is natural, and they get fired on the spot. What's the implicit company culture? Now, which message has the strongest hold on how your team will actually behave? It's always the implicit message. Now, when we bring this all back to persistence, when you think about the messaging we get around persistence, particularly in America, I grew up in Los Angeles. When you think about it, we actually have pretty great explicit messages around persistence when you're growing up here in this country. What do they tell kids? Try again. If you're thinking you can do it, anything's possible. It's on every, Little League poster in every locker room in America. But what's the implicit reality in this country? Let's say you're trying out for the baseball team, you don't make it the first year. Let's say you're brave and you try out the second year. Let's say you're extremely brave and you try out a third year and you still don't make it. What do the people who love you the most tell you? Maybe basketball. What about soccer? You love soccer, don't you? What about track and field? By the way, these are the people who love you the most. These aren't your competitors, your enemies. This is your mother. These are your best friends. They tell you after a couple attempts, you're safer if you pack up and go home. And it's not like we enter the business world and someone sits us down in HR and says, all right, let's look at your implicit messaging from your childhood before you carry that into your pitch meeting. No, we carry these things right with us without even knowing. And it wasn't until this experience with Larry King that my understanding of persistence completely got shattered and it got replaced with the reality of how persistence actually works in real life, about how it actually works in the business world. And the truth about persistence, the reality, is that you have as many at-bats as you're willing to give yourself. You have as many at-bats as you're willing to give yourself, and that changed my life forever. Now, the next story I want to dive into is by far my favorite experience out of all of the interviews of the journey. And it's the singular moment that completely changed my understanding of the relationship between success and failure. And if we're going to talk about growth, If we're going to talk about what it takes to succeed, before we do that, we have to understand what the relationship is between success and failure. And this interview took place towards the end of the 7 years of interviews. So again, just like with Larry King, right before this interview, what you need to know is there was another disastrous situation. This time, it was with Mark Zuckerberg. And again, it's a story for another time, but what you need to know is I ended up getting introduced to Zuckerberg over email, and I couldn't have been more excited. But because I dropped the ball logistically, when I showed up to the event security thought I was an imposter, the building security didn't let me in, and I completely missed the meeting with Zuckerberg. And it was one of those situations, it felt like I fumbled the ball on the 5-yard line during my version of the Super Bowl, and I just couldn't forgive myself. And it was one of those times you wake up morning after morning after morning just beating yourself up internally to the point where my insides felt black and blue. And that's how I felt internally as I walked into this final interview with Quincy Jones. Now, I knew what a lot of people know about Quincy Jones growing up in America. I knew he has more Grammy Awards than any music producer in history. He produced the best-selling album of all time, Michael Jackson's Thriller. He produced the best-selling single of all time, We Are the World. He produced, with Steven Spielberg, The Color Purple. In the world of television, he created The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He's worked with Sinatra and Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder. He's undeniably one of the most successful people in entertainment history. But the second I walked into his house, I realized I don't know the half of it. So you sort of have to picture this. Quincy Jones's living room is this perfectly circular room with gold lighting coming from the floors. And there's a couch right in the middle. And I sit down on the couch, and about 5 minutes later, in walks in Quincy Jones. Again, he's about, 80 years old, so he walks in very tenderly. And he sits down next to me, and he asks me where I'm from. And I'm like, oh, hi, Mr. Jones. My name's Alex. I'm from Los Angeles. And he goes, no. I said, where are you from? I'm looking around the room wondering if it's like a riddle. Finally, I go, oh, my family's from Iran. And he goes, that's what I thought. And he launches into a 30-minute story about dating a Persian princess, trying to break the Ayatollah out of prison, and he sucks me into the Quincy Jones vortex, and it is the happiest place on earth. The guy has a story about everything. He's talking about the pyramids in Egypt. He's talking about Rio's Carnival. He somehow has met every person, been everywhere, and somehow has this way of looking into your soul and telling you exactly what you need to know without you even having to ask. And about halfway through our conversation, he ends up telling me a story that, as I mentioned earlier, completely changes my understanding of the relationship between success and failure. And this story takes place early on in Quincy's own career. So Quincy explains to me that when he was starting out in the music industry, the entire music industry was run by the mafia. The whole music industry was run by the mafia. And one day, Quincy had to go in to get a publishing deal for an original composition he made. So he goes into this music executive's office, sits down. The executive is behind the desk, and the executive slides the contract across the table. And Quincy reads it and says that Quincy will only get 1% of his own publishing. And Quincy's about to say something, but he looks up and sees that behind the executive are all his cronies. And the executive says, listen, kid, you can ask for whatever you want, but you're only getting 1%. And I'm hearing this story and I'm cringing. But I look over at Quincy and he's smiling. He's like, oh man, they took all my stuff. I'm getting more and more tens. And I look over at Quincy and he's laughing. He's like, I'm still trying to get that stuff back. And I'm like, that's messed up. And he looks at me, pretty surprised why I'd have an outburst like that in the middle of the story. And only in hindsight can I see that I was still so beat up internally from that experience with Zuckerberg that any story of someone young making a mistake, getting taken advantage of, was completely setting me off. And it's almost as if Quincy understood something about me that I didn't. Because he put a hand on my shoulder and he said, it's all right, man. It's how you learn. And it's almost as if my body was this overinflated tire. And Quincy had just hit this escape valve and all this excess pressure was rushing out. And he looked at me and he said, listen, 99% of people hate their mistakes. They don't want to talk about their mistakes. They want to pretend their mistakes never happened. They treat their mistakes as their biggest enemy. And that's the biggest mistake you can make. Because it's only when you treat your mistakes as your best friends, it's only when you cherish your mistakes can you learn from them. And only then can you grow. Your mistakes are your greatest gift. And of course, that was amazing advice, but before I knew it, the Quincy Jones vortex keeps on going. And now, we all been in a point in a conversation where you feel it slowly coming to an end. And I looked at my watch, and it's been 3 hours now. And I just sort of looked at him and I said, Mr. Jones, I just have to tell you, this conversation has changed my life. And he goes, that's so beautiful, man. How so? And I'm like, you really showed me what it takes to grow and what it takes to be a person of the world. And he's like, that's amazing. In what way? And he said, well, you showed me that the only way you can grow is by traveling and going on adventures. And he goes, no. You need to cherish your mistakes. And it's almost as if he wasn't going to let me leave that room until that lesson sunk in. And in that moment, it did. And I remember sitting there and having this epiphany that I'd spent my entire journey, assuming that the opposite of success is failure. Going back to implicit and explicit messaging, what do they teach in kindergarten? The opposite of up is down, the opposite of success is failure. But it wasn't until I was sitting there with Quincy Jones that I could finally see that success and failure are not only not opposites, they're different sides of the same coin, because they're both a result of the same thing. They're both a result of trying. So the opposite of success isn't failure, the opposite of success is not trying. And I remember sitting there and swearing to myself that from this point forward, I would unattach myself from success and unattach myself from failure, and instead commit myself to trying and growing. And that's the biggest thing I want to share with all of you today. Now, what I want to do for the rest of our time together is really roll up our sleeves and dive into Q&A and make it as practical as possible. So my only request for the Q&A is the more honest and the more challenging the question, the more fun it's going to be. And we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. We can talk about things you're dealing with at work, things you're dealing with at home, how I got the interviews, what I learned in the interviews, if my mom's still talking to me. Everything's on the table. Everything's fair game. So if you throw up your hand, I'll come down to you, and we'll get this started. Perfect. Thanks, everyone. Then we got the mic and pass it over. All right. Yes, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Kelowna Roberts.
Say your name one more time.
Kelowna.
Everyone give Kelowna a huge round of applause.
Well,
Okay, that was great, but we're now family now. We love her. A giant round of applause.
I need all the help I can get. Well, my question is, before the pandemic hit, I was a very successful businesswoman. A lot of child care centers, making a couple $1 million a year, whatever. Had a bunch of kids, a bunch of buildings. This pivot thing came up, and I had to figure out how I was going to pivot, and I couldn't. But owning all my properties helped. But now I've gone down from making that kind of money down to probably, I'll say it like this, from about 450 children down to about 40. So it's a big dent. But I said, as you said, you're laying in bed and you're trying to figure out what am I going to do? And I said, well, I'm just going to get better. So it's 25 years in the making. I'm 64 years old, right? So I'm ready to retire. I'm ready to walk out the door. I had a big plan.
You don't have retirement energy. You got getting started energy.
Yeah, I was going to turn these businesses over to my niece and nephew. All of us got our doctorates, so we figured we're smart. I figured I could give it to them, and they can make me rich. I just want $30,000 a month, I told them, and you can have the rest, right? Now I can't turn over anything, and I can't expect $30,000, $40,000 a month from them, because I don't have anything anymore to give them. But then I decided that if I did it once, I could do it again, right? So that's why I'm here today. So any advice that I can get, I'm rebranding now.
You don't need advice. You need the stage for the next hour. Let's give it up for her.
Thank you, guys. But I'm here today for any help. I need rebranding. I need to bring some new stuff into my programs. They're called the Smart Centers of Child Development and Education. And I teach my kids, but now we need to do some different stuff. So I need all the help I can get because I'm starting over again.
You're amazing. You're amazing. That's the first time in my life I've ever said, I have 0 things to tell you. You're amazing. You take the stage. That's amazing. All right, who's got our next question? Yeah, what's your name?
Roshan.
Roshan. Let's everyone give Roshan a huge round of applause.
Thank you. So my apologies because I haven't seen your interviews, but as someone who is interviewing such big people who've probably been interviewed thousands of times, what did you do differently, or what insights did you, how did you approach it differently than every other interview that we've seen?
When I was doing the interviews.
Yeah, when you were doing, I mean, everyone's interviewed Zuckerberg, Buffett. So how do you approach things differently?
That's a cool question. I appreciate that. His question essentially gets to the heart of one of the biggest challenges of this journey, which is, okay, it was hard enough to just get myself in the door. I was 18 years old, no credibility. How do you even convince them to put you on the calendar? And then the next question is, when you're in there, how do you not drop the ball when, like you said, these are the most interviewed people on earth? And how do you make sure it's not like every other interview they've ever done? It's tough. And I think the same thing goes to anyone starting any kind of business. The reality is, so many business models have been done. So many business strategies have been done. No matter, you're in food delivery, you're in whatever your industry, there's been someone who's done something similar. And the question is, how do you make sure that it's different enough, that it's unique, it's interesting, and most importantly, that it adds value to people? So I can just tell you what I did. I made sure that I read every single interview I could possibly get my hands on that the person did. Because at the very least, I wanted to make sure I wasn't covering ground that other people could. And the same is true in the business world. No matter what business you're starting, if you spend, let's say, even just 3 months reading about every single business that's ever taken place in that sector, you're already ahead of 90% of your competition. Most people won't even do that in 3 months. So that was my big thing. I spent before every interview, and again, one of my advantages as an amateur that no one paid any attention to is I had a lot of free time on my hands. And again, I think that's something that people don't value. There's a lot of things that come with being the expert in the industry. We all know that when you're the expert, when you're the top dog in the industry, you have resources, you have access, you have credibility, you have connections. But I would say the 2 things that the underdog has every single time is they have more time and they have a mindset of possibility. The expert has a mindset of this is what's been done in the past. The amateur has an idea of why not? So that was my approach when it came to making sure I wasn't, stepping on other people's toes. What I will say is my interview style tremendously changed halfway through the interviewing journey when I actually met Larry King. And if you're interested, I can share with you what Larry taught me that changed my life forever. So anyone, just by a show of hands, who in here, whether it's in your business or even in your personal life, whether it's hiring people, talking to new employees, interviewing prospective clients, who here at some point in their week has to sit down and conduct some form of interview and ask questions? Okay, great. Pretty much the entire room. Perfect. One of the things that I was most surprised by was Larry King's secret to successful interviewing. And this is what it was. He looked at me and he said, listen, I can already tell you the biggest mistake you're about to make. Well, that's a good way to start a conversation. So he goes, I'm going to tell you the biggest mistake you're about to make. Every single new interviewer does the exact same problem. They look at all of the people they admire, and they try to copy that. And he said, that's not such a bad idea. The only problem is you're copying the wrong thing that made them successful. He said, for example, Oprah Winfrey has all these emotional questions. Barbara Walters has these strategic questions. And Larry has these very simple questions. And he said, you're copying our styles without understanding why those styles exist. What we're doing is not as important as why we're doing it. And why we each have those styles is that's what makes us the most comfortable in our chairs. And when we're comfortable in our chairs, our guest is comfortable in their chair. And that's what makes for the best interview. And that is forever. And when you think about it in the business world particularly, I think in business, it actually is an even more severe problem than even in journalism. Because in business, the sort of natural idea around interviewing, especially if you're interviewing a new job hire, is try to make them as uncomfortable as possible so you can get the best out of them. That is the biggest load of BS I've ever heard in my life. Because what do people do when they're uncomfortable and scared? They lie. Every human being does it. When you terrify them and intimidate them, they have to fight the urge, if they're an honest person, from just BSing you. Whereas if you make them feel comfortable and relaxed, they'll feel safe. And when they feel safe, they'll tell you what they actually think. And that's what leads to the best interview. So that was a great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, who's got our next question? Yes, over here. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Sanaye.
Everyone, let's give Sanaya a big round of applause. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm interested in your thoughts about how we shift the paradigm to ask people who may not be Zuckerbergs of the world for their innovations. And how do we shift it so that everyday working class people have the opportunity to really change their lived experiences and serve as an expert in their own world so we can actually change systems that keep them imprisoned in poverty and oppression?
I love that question. Can you give me a little bit more background about what, because I can sense something is fueling your question. What are you working on? What's inspiring?
Yeah,
what's inspiring?
Did you ever watch that show Loot? It's newly on Apple Plus.
On
Has
Loot?
anyone seen
I
Loot?
just watched 2 episodes this week.
So they did a take. It's the woman from Saturday Night Live, Maya Rudolph. Thank you. And it's an awesome cast. It's an awesome show. And they did like a spit on the TED talks with a bunch of millionaires and billionaires sit around and talk about all the solutions they can bring to the world, as if because you're rich, you have all the answers to global challenges, right? And there's a moment in the conversation where the foundation she funds, they're like, why are you, the captains of industry, why do you have the solution? Just because you're rich doesn't mean you do. And I think sometimes we go to people who are so disconnected from the problem as, oh, tell me your thoughts on how we should fix things, as if their money is necessarily connected to the solution. When folks walking up and down the street that we deal with every day, I'm a chief of programs for an anti-poverty nonprofit, they have a hell of a lot of great ideas to change their own lived experiences, and no one seems to be asking them. No one in quotes, right? I know certainly we sure as hell do. So I'm curious about that.
I think it's a powerful question. I think within the question is the answer right there, which is, I can just speak from my own experience, which is if people around the world understood your question, if they actually understood the meat of it, the heart of it, the solution would appear naturally. Because within your question is an awareness that people normally know how to solve their own problems. The issue is they don't have the resources, they don't have an equal playing field, and actually beyond that, there are obstructionist systems in place. whether they're visible or not. And I think it's a very disempowering mindset to think that a certain group of people, no matter where they are in the world, is defective and limited, and it takes another group of people to make them, to fix them. When the reality is, they're very smart, and if you give them the resources, you actually take away the things that are oppressing them, whether it's government or industry, people normally have a way of taking care of themselves pretty well. I know anyone, myself included, who was raised by a badass mom who was able to solve all the problems, her issue was almost never her own ingenuity. It was always a lack of resources or a lack of time or a lack of things like that. So I think in the core of your question is the answer. And I think the reality is that if we as a group, as a community, continue coming together at events like this and actually asking questions like that, it moves the awareness, as a larger group, as a larger society. And when that awareness changes, the fact that you asked this question, and I was looking around at the audience, and everyone was nodding their head, it means there's already a shift happening in the next generation. Now, we can't wait 30 years until we're all the old people. We got to start moving it forward too. And I think asking that question in and of itself is part of the solution. So thank you. I appreciate that. All right, we got time for one more question. Yeah, right over here. What's your name? Yeah.
Hi, so my name is Amber.
Let's give Amber a huge round of applause. Amber's got our final question. She's carrying the big heat.
Oh man, no pressure, right? So I actually work for Independence, and I'm in the government marketing section.
Okay.
So that area is very regulated. There's a lot of compliance aspects. With that, I find myself often venturing into some more of the creative areas. And you mentioned that at a young age, you had to shift from being pre-med and you went a totally opposite way. So my question is last question, right? So my question is, how did you feel making that change, and did you ever decide to go back when things didn't go as you see fit? So when you were getting pushed back, did you ever go, okay, I can always go back to pre-med?
I get the heart of the question, but if you're comfortable with it, what part are you struggling with the most?
So I'm very comfortable where I am. I really like what I do. Independence, we have a lot of innovation opportunities, which is why I'm here today. So I don't necessarily have to leave where I am because I like it there. But I also like innovation and I like being creative. So it's such a different shift. And I'm a little worried that if I go over here, I leave back my comfortable zone. So how do you get uncomfortable?
Okay, great question and very honest. This question is the heart of the matter of when you feel something inside of you yearning for a change and you don't even know what that change is. Because, you like where you are, you're grateful for where you are, you appreciate where you are, but there's something inside of you yearning for more. So, if anyone in this room today is in a place in life where you feel a yearning, you feel some kind of inner whisper, wondering what's next, there is a really simple exercise I want to share with you that could help clear up that answer. Because the biggest thing that I've learned is that the key to growth is a really simple formula. Awareness leads to clarity, and clarity leads to growth. Awareness leads to clarity, and clarity leads to growth. So the question is, how do we drum up more awareness and clarity so that growth, whether it's being more creative in your role or finding what the next leg of your business is like, to figure out what that future growth looks like, we actually need to focus on that awareness and clarity. So if anyone in this room is at a point in life where you're craving some more clarity, you're craving to sort of clear up your internal compass to point you in the right direction, This is an exercise that you can do. So if you have your phone with you, you can take it out and write down some notes. If you have pen and paper, you can write this down because I'll give it to you in a really simple formula. So this exercise is called the 30-Day Clarity Challenge. It's called the 30-Day Clarity Challenge. And it's an exercise I created to essentially help myself with the same issue. And I've been lucky enough the past few years to share this challenge with people who work at Nike, Apple, Merrill Lynch, Google, MasterCard, and help people all across America, help them figure out what's next. And this is how it works. Okay, couple steps, really simple. The first thing you have to do if you want to do this challenge is you have to tonight go to a local pharmacy, Duane Reade, CVS, and go buy a brand new notebook, a 99-cent notebook, but it's got to be a brand new notebook. It's something you don't use for work, you don't use for journaling your feelings. It's got to be a brand new notebook. It can be 99 cents, doesn't matter. And you have to write 30-Day Clarity Challenge on the cover. Most people I know who don't do this step mess up the entire process. So that's step number one. Step number two is you're going to open up your calendar today, and you're going to look for a time in your calendar, preferably at the end of the workday. You can carve out 15 minutes every day for the next month. So for 30 days, you're going to carve out 15 minutes. And I recommend, setting a reminder and an alarm and putting in your calendar every day to really carve it out. So once you do that, this is what you're going to do for the first 29 days. You're going to do the same thing. You're going to open up your journal, put your phone on airplane mode, and spend 15 minutes answering 3 questions every day. And these are the 3 questions. You ready? Number 1. What filled me with enthusiasm today? Question 1 is what filled me with enthusiasm today. And it's specifically not what made me happy today or what went well today, because what ends up happening is we live in America and we end up writing a productivity list. I did this and then I did this. No, that's not the question. The question is what filled me with enthusiasm today. It could be a podcast you heard. It could be a speaker you saw. It could be a phone call with a friend. You're going to write down what sort of made you energize and swell up inside, even if it was for just a second. And if the answer was nothing, you're going to write down nothing. Okay, so that's question number 1. Question number 2 is what drained me of energy today? What drained me of energy today? People are normally very good at question 2. What drained me of energy today? And again, it's not what went wrong today. It's what drained me of energy, because sometimes the thing that goes right, the meeting that you crushed, the deal that you closed, for some reason drained you of energy. So question 2 is specifically what drained me of energy today. Now question 3 is the final question, and it's the hardest one. It's what did I learn about myself today? What did I learn about myself today? Now, I'm going to just give you a spoiler alert and tell you exactly how the 30 days are going to go. The first couple days you're going to feel great. You're going to feel good. You're going to feel fired up. You're going to be like, oh my God, I'm changing my life. This is amazing. I'm on day 3. I'm going to put in my Instagram stories so all my friends know I'm amazing. That's the first 3 days. It's like going to the gym after a New Year's resolution. First couple days feel pretty good. What happens on day 6 at the gym? Everyone is gone around day 6. And the same thing happens with the 30-day challenge, because what ends up happening is the people who just wanted to feel good about themselves fall off, and the people who actually are committed to their growth keep going. So you're going to notice you're going to have an urge around day 6 or 7 to fall off. And the logical reason you're going to tell yourself is all my answers are repetitive. I'm not learning anything new. That's like being at the gym for 6 days and saying the treadmill is the same every day. Nothing new is happening. This doesn't work. No, it's called exercise for a reason. It's supposed to be repetitive. Because it's day 15, day 17 that you start getting into some stuff. It actually starts getting pretty uncomfortable because the same negative stuff keeps coming back up. And it's really on day 25, 28, 29 that you start seeing some really clear patterns. And then day 30 is your final day. This is what you're going to do on day 30. Day 30 is different. So write this down. Day 30 is 1 hour long. Day 30 is your graduation. And what you're going to do is you're going to dress up nice, go somewhere that feels good for you, a cafe, a restaurant, a park, and you're going to spend 1 hour and spend the first 50 minutes reading through the entries and sort of studying yourself from a distance. And you're going to spend the last 10 minutes answering the 3 questions, but a little differently this time. It's what filled me with enthusiasm this month, what drained me of energy this month, what did I learn about myself this month. And what's going to happen is the first 29 days, I want you to write long journal entries and free flow. But on the 30th day, I want you to write 1-sentence headlines. So it's a super clear answer. And my biggest request is that you abandon hope that at the end of the 30 days, a magical owl will fly into your window and give you a letter and tell you exactly what your life is going to look like for the next 10 years. You know, it's a beautiful fantasy. I love Harry Potter too, but that's not how life works. What this will give you, what I can promise you, is that if you do this for 30 days, it is guaranteed you will have more clarity of where you are today, which will naturally lead you to having a better instinct to where you should be going tomorrow. Now, I want to wrap up, and actually I'm going to stick around. So if you have more questions, I want to come and meet all of you and say what's up. I will end on one final note. And what I'll say is, on the topic of what we were just talking about, I know a lot of us the past couple of years have done a lot of reflecting on where we are and where we're going. And I know for myself personally, when I first started the Third Door 12 years ago, when I first started this journey, there was a part of me that was sort of looking for, like I said, that one secret, that one key to success. And my initial intention was to pack as many practical tools into a singular book as possible. And over time, while that happened, it's taken me all these years to realize that was never the point of this journey. Only now can I see that the point of the Third Door, the soul of this journey, has always been about possibility. If I've learned one thing over the past 12 years, it's that you can give someone all the best tools and knowledge in the world, and their life can still feel stuck. But if you change what someone believes is possible, they'll never be the same. So I want to thank you all again for having me. It was such a pleasure being with all of you. And I'm going to turn it back over to Christian. Thank you all so much.
Check. You remember earlier when he said, give her some love, like you really love her? I think Alex deserves that type of round of applause right now. Y'all better make some noise for Alex. That was amazing.
That was phenomenal. Oh my God. That was amazing.
Oh man, what did y'all think about that? That was, man, so many gems. I don't even know where to start. Like, just looking at your mistakes differently, the Third Door. Oh my God, it was so good. Let's give him a hand clap one more time. I'm like, I really, that really was helpful for me. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna have a session in room B shortly. So we are asking you guys, get up, do your thing, get some snacks, and then head into room B. We're also having another session here in room A around the same time. So look at the schedule, see which one you're more interested in, and we're gonna get started very quickly. Okay? Thank you guys. I'll see you guys in room B. Is this thing on? Okay, who was in here for our last speaker? How many by a show of hands? So you guys know the deal. He's still in the room too. Let's give him one more hand because he did such a great job. Alex, we're clapping for you right now again. That was amazing. So then you guys already know what I'm about to say next about the seating situation, right? For those who may not know, I'm really big on energy. My name is Christian Crosby. I'm the host for today. So for those who just got here, hello. I'm known for hosting NBA games. So I'm used to a lot of energy, and I understand how important energy is. Because when energy is low in a stadium, the team doesn't play as well. And things just aren't as fun, and it's whack. And we don't want that today. We want to learn today. We want to enjoy ourselves today, or else we wouldn't be here. So I do want to ask once again, for everyone towards the back, I'm so sorry if this is annoying to you, but I promise you it will benefit you. We just want you guys to come down to the front. Middle seats aren't that bad. They're not. They're actually pretty cool. So yeah, everybody stand up. We're making everybody do it now. Everybody on your feet. Everybody on your feet. Come on. We're going to do this. And those towards the back, find some seats down here in the front. And those even in the front, if there's a closer seat to the front, just come on up. Come on down. You ready? Come on, let's do it. Come on down. There you go. There we go. We are going to get into our first keynote speaker of today. I'm very excited about this. She is a big Joel Embiid fan, huge Sixers fan. She'll tell you all about that when she comes out here. But we are here to talk about the workforce development and the life sciences, building skills, diversity, and education in Philadelphia and beyond. And I think a time like now is the most important time for such a conversation. I'm sure you guys can agree. It's important to have a capable workforce that is diverse to meet the needs of the region. And honestly, this person that's coming out here is going to rock your world. Joining us on stage is our moderator, Lauren Schwartz, President and CEO of the World Affairs Council of Philadelphia. Make some noise, y'all.
Thank you, Christian. I invite you to give me an introduction for the rest of my life. And please don't ask me any detailed questions about Joel Embiid. We're really happy to be here with you all today at BPHL. As Christian said, I'm Lauren Schwartz, the President and CEO at the World Affairs Council of Philadelphia. We're an organization that connects Philadelphia to the world. We bring conversations from other countries to our city so we can help understand best practices and new solutions. And that's what we're doing here today. We also bring world affairs education into 85 middle and high schools, so the workforce of the future knows a little bit about this big world we live in, global travel, professional development, and more. We're really excited to be curating this discussion here in partnership with BPHL and two excellent speakers, two friends. We're going to have a good discussion about workforce and about life science. Over the past year, right, 2 years, 3 years, where are we in this thing? Life science has become ever more important. We all have learned terminology about science and the medical industry that we never thought would become commonplace. And we all have hailed people who work in life science as heroes, saving lives. And it's certainly not the first time life science has transformed our world. And that takes people, it takes employees, and there aren't enough of them. And in our city, where life science drives about a third of our economy, we have a huge opportunity for people to get into great jobs. Not just good jobs, but great jobs. But the barriers seem overwhelming. And that's what we're going to talk about here today. We'll have a moderated discussion for a few minutes, and then we'll move to audience question and answer. We look forward to hearing from you and helping contribute to our dialogue today. I'm pleased to introduce our two panelists. First, we have Phil Brooks, who's the Director of STEM Workforce Partnerships at the University City Science Center. He began there in 2019, and prior to that, worked at the City of Philadelphia in the Office of Workforce Development, where I had the opportunity to be Phil's colleague across the hallway. His daughters sell excellent Girl Scout cookies, I can tell you that. I'm a frequent customer. Anytime. He's got the order forms in his bag. And Dr. Tia Lyles-Williams. She is the founder and CEO of Lucas Pi Bio, a contract development manufacturing organization founded in 2018. She's also the founder and CEO of Heliplex, the first commercial life science accelerator for seed-level science startups and virtual biotechnology companies. Tia is also the first African-American queer woman to own and lead a biopharmaceutical manufacturing company. She knows a thing or two about breaking some barriers, and that's the work that Phil does every day. We did have a third panelist who, due to his own life science healthcare COVID event, couldn't join us today, but he sends his regrets and his regards. So let's get right into it. I want to ask each of you, what do you do in this space to help connect workforce to life science jobs? And what's the big idea you want to make sure you place right up front for our audience?
So good morning still, everyone. My name is Phil Brooks. I oversee workforce development efforts at the University City Science Center. Jumping right into it, and as we go through this panel, I want folks to kind of think about the idea of exposure. Exposure to opportunities, exposure to what it means to have that opportunity. That opportunity meaning something that's specific to the individual, right? For me, a lot of this is very passion-focused, passion-driven, because I'm from West Philadelphia. I grew up with humble beginnings, but for me, it's something that I don't think I can, get a great night's sleep every night because there's just so much work to be done, right? Within the life sciences, within our city. And I think part of the reason why we kind of, come to events like this is to, one, spread that information, make sure that information is understandable so we can act. So if I leave you with something, just an idea, we've had, research, we've met in meetings and stuff like that. Now it's time to act. That's the idea I want to leave with the audience.
And Tia, tell us what you do and what the big idea is for you.
Gotcha. So Lucas Pop Bio, just to dumb it down a little bit, is a drug manufacturing company. So if you had the opportunity to take the vaccine, those are the types of drugs we make. We currently work in partnership with Jefferson Institute for Bioprocessing. We utilize their 30,000 square feet to manufacture products for our customers. Right now, we can only support their preclinical studies. So what that is animal studies. We make products for animal studies. And we just recently announced our location that'll be coming online, Q4 2024 in Southwest Philadelphia, where we'll be having a manufacturing facility, a full life science park with affordable housing, and then Heliplex, which is that accelerator program. But the whole point of that is that we'll be able to make drugs for human clinical trials in the commercial market at that new facility. As you can see on this diagram, as far as workforce, this is our contribution to the workforce as an employee partner for Lucas Pop Bio, and then for Heliplex as an actual workforce development training partner. So again, we work in partnership with Jefferson Science Center, EMSCO, the Business Center. Our biggest employer is Spark Therapeutics, and so we'll be training individuals to become bioprocess operators. These are the folks that actually manufacture the drugs on the floor, and also quality control technicians. We have a full program that takes you from entry level all the way up to C-suite. So if you already work in biotech and you're trying to get to manager, mid-level C-suite, or even up to entrepreneurship, you can come take this program for free. We'll be running a pilot program next summer. And so our goal is to really increase diversity in the workforce, build that economy in marginalized communities so everyone have an opportunity to actively participate in the life science industry, not just being a patient or an employee, but also a potential entrepreneur as well.
Fantastic. I have many questions for you, but we'll stay on script, and I know the audience does too. Phil, a recent study by eConsult in partnership with the Science Center and the Chamber of Commerce revealed a 127% increase in life science jobs in Philadelphia from 2020 to 2022. In 2 years, 127% increase in jobs in this industry. That's pretty incredible. When people hear life science jobs, the barriers just stack up before them. I don't have a PhD. I didn't go to school. I'm not good at math, right? I don't understand the terminology. I can't spell those words, right? All of these different things just stack up against somebody's ambition to go knock on the door. What specific skills do you think are necessary for someone to get started so we can cut through that feeling of overwhelmed? What does somebody need to put their foot in the door?
Yeah, I'll start with the study itself. The study itself is called the Cell and Gene Therapy and Connected Needs Assessment Study, or Workforce Analysis. In 2019, eConsult Solutions, Chamber of Commerce, CEO Council for Growth, University City Science Center all came together to do a really big kind of sweep of the greater Philadelphia area by bringing together key stakeholders in a whole bunch of different fields, right? So higher education, other workforce providers, industry, which is probably the most important because industry folks are letting us know, hey, this is what we need, right, in order to bring the opportunities to the folks that actually, want to do this. The barrier, right, the thing that's kind of like the chasm in between is when I first started, there weren't too many, there were conversations happening, but there weren't too many conversations happening between company and community. So company knows what they need. They want to have, PhD level, master's level folks, potentially entry level folks, right? But then community has no idea that, these companies actually want the individuals to come into this space. So I think one of the biggest barriers is really just being able to understand where we are in like this process. I mentioned how to act, right? We sit down at meetings, we sit down, we have research, and we do all these amazing things, but now it's time to act. We have the information at our fingertips. The skills, I would say, and this is like different levels, you can really think of it from kind of like two perspectives. There's those quote unquote soft foundational or life skills that folks inherently, possess or they inherently have over the course of their professional careers. Companies are absolutely looking for that. I've been in conversations with companies where they said, if they have, great time management, critical thinking, teamwork, gumption and initiative, all those kind of like really specific things, we can come in and train them, right, on the things that are like too difficult, right? The conversations with communities has been, hey, I'm gonna sit down in this barbershop chair. I should have got a shape up before I came up on air. But I'm gonna sit down on this barbershop chair and talk to people in the community and really begin to understand. This is what I did when I first started. And the skills kind of like focused on, all right, I have these random skills. How do I kind of like take all these random skills and put them into alignment so when I go to that interview or I write my resume to kind of go to that company, they say, you know what, I'm gonna weigh your credentials, skills, experience against someone who may have their master's or even their PhD and think that your kind of experience and value actually means something. It's an uphill battle for sure, which is why so many more organizations are becoming more collaborative. So many more organizations are kind of like cutting through, lack of a better term, kind of like the BS and the politics to be able to bring the skills over to the individuals that need them most. So the skills, life, kind of like soft skills and the kind of like foundational skills is definitely one piece. The second piece I'll say is, just be able to understand certain things like acronyms like GMP and GLP and all these things. All these things are like really crazy. Aseptic techniques, DNA isolation. What's that, Phil? Well, like if you actually come through kind of an experience at a basic level and understand like some of those basic operations, that experience, you can then go into a situation or you can go into a lab setting, see a gigantic centrifuge and say, you know what, I may not know what to input on like the computer screen, but I know the fundamentals of how a centrifuge works, right? So that's one of the things that the Science Center provides as a program for Philadelphia residents. More to say, but limited time.
The takeaway seems to be that it's not a PhD, it's not a degree in biology, that it can be just your basic skills, your basic communication, and your ability and interest to learn.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not going to sit up here and be ignorant and say, oh, like there's no need for that. There's a big need for academic skills. There's a big need for math and literacy skills. Those are like also the fundamentals. But I think what folks haven't been talking about is the intelligence, or what I learned a few kind of like conferences ago, someone used the term lost Einsteins. And I was like, what's that? Lost Einsteins are, those individuals either in community or in different parts of Philadelphia that are brilliant. I mean, so intelligent, but they don't have that access or that direct pathway to an opportunity to get skilled, get a credential, get into an internship, get into an apprenticeship, get into some type of program that will be able to propel their career forward in a positive way.
So you're unlocking doors for people.
Give me the keys.
Nice. So Tia, let's think about that in the context of industry and the context of hubs, right? Philadelphia, Boston, we're examples of life science hubs where there's tons of jobs. So it makes sense to if you have access and you can get into one of the programs that you guys run, to invest in that. Spend your time, get trained, get a job. How transferable are these skills outside of these life science hubs? Maybe around the U.S. or?
It's actually around the globe. So, just as Phil said, he's unlocking the door, I'm busting it wide open. If you heard of that book, The Spook That Sat by the Door, that's me, okay? 22 years working in Big Pharma, and I started I started before that. I started at benchtop with the federal government and then went onto the manufacturing floor when I started working for Big Pharma. So I know exactly what it takes. Most of the documentation at any big or just a pharmaceutical company that does their own manufacturing is all written in English on purpose. America is the biggest market, so everyone around the globe is trying to get into the American market and have their drug commercialized by FDA or Europe. Even their documentation is in English. Take your pick, whatever country, 9 times out of 10, that documentation is going to be English. So the skills that Phil's program, and now that we're extending into our collaborative program, you literally can become a gigster, what I like to call a life science gigster. You can take those skills, and if you want to travel around the world and work for different companies and Airbnb your life away, you can actually do this through what we're training you to do, even all the way up to the point to becoming an entrepreneur. So if there's one thing that you do well, such as growing cells or purifying proteins, this is all the stuff we're going to be training in our program. You can take that with you and build an actual business out of it and actually become a millionaire or a billionaire if you choose to do it right. At bare minimum, you really want to provide a real scope around the level of education that's required to do something like this. It's a minimum of a 6th grade level education. Right? I don't think any of us, I don't care what job you worked at, I don't care if it was at McDonald's, even Uber. If you drive Uber, you have to go through a tutorial before they allow you to join their app and drive the car. So there's always going to be some form of on-the-job training. We make sure that we give you everything up front in our training program so that when you go to one of these companies and do their training, you're already fully acclimated and you pretty much breeze through it. And the reason why you have to do that training with them is for regulatory reasons. But we give you everything you need to be fully comfortable, even some cultural things to be aware of as far as chain of communication, troubleshooting, risk management, follow-up, things of that nature, those soft skills to get you acclimated and more of a team player so you feel like you're part of the team immediately when you get to that company.
I think when people think about trying to knock on the door of these jobs, they think they might be stuck in a basement lab somewhere. But you've painted a picture for us of a gigster living that Airbnb life in cities all around the world and maybe making $1 billion. So I will talk to you after this. That's really attractive. Is one way to think of it almost like what we've seen in nursing in the past year, where nurses are in such high demand that they can go be contract nurses for certain periods of time in certain cities and make tremendously good salaries,
yes,
and then come home when they're done. Is that a fair comparison?
That is a fair comparison. You have the nurses, traveling nurses, making upwards of patent. We're not talking about just $100,000. They're in the $250,000, $300,000 since the pandemic hit. I have several family members in this industry, one of which was a traveling nurse back and forth to California. He has not come back.
I hear it's pretty hot out there. Maybe he'll come back.
He ain't coming back.
All right. And so the demand for these skills is global because it's a global industry, but written in the language of English with standards that go across the world. So is it fair to say, a question for both of you, that there's really no limit on the number of people that Philadelphia could successfully train? If we were to fill up our own life science industry with workforce, which seems like a tall task, we could then also become a training hub and export that talent to places around the world and be well known for it. Is that a good line of thinking?
I'll start. I think it's an excellent line of thinking. I think one of the things that's said about Philadelphia, it's a big, small city, right? I think most of the ideas that come to Philadelphia are ideas that have, maybe been cultivated in other places, but just being a Philadelphian myself, I feel that we can do it in a way that can get more people to come to us to say, hey, we recognize that you're doing X, Y, and Z, whatever that X, Y, and Z is, and then be more specifically recognized as that life science hub or that R&D hub or that commercialization hub, real estate, all of these things that we're talking about and all of the conversations that are happening are all really important. But the difference is, are we being recognized for our work as being quality? Are we recognized for our work for being amazing? And if people are coming here and they're saying, hey, listen, I'm a life science company. I just got $3.2 quadrillion. Where am I going to go? Am I going to go to Boston? Maybe. Am I going to go to California? Maybe. Am I going to go to Research Triangle Park? Maybe. Yo, Philadelphia looks pretty cool. Let me plant my flag here. Let me talk to the people that are here already. Let me talk with community. Let me figure out where I'm going to get my talent. Because I think one of the biggest kind of like, not draws, but one of the biggest kind of barriers, if we want to go back to that word, is, folks get their talent from other locations. How interesting, how amazing would it be for Philadelphia's economic development if they planted their flag here in Philadelphia and they got their talent here from Philadelphia, right? We absolutely need to be in a position where we can train Philadelphian residents who are those lost Einsteins, put them in a position, doesn't matter kind of like what academic level or work experience that they are, give them that like very specific training, make sure that they understand there's going to be cultural differences, there's going to be a huge kind of like transition in what your normal process of thinking is. But however, when you walk away with an opportunity to work for a life science company, to state for the first time, I think another big barrier is you don't have to have a PhD master's degree to work at a life science company. And this is a mental barrier for a lot of folks. In my conversations with folks, it's been, I don't think I can do that. Person in a white lab coat, I don't see myself in a lab setting, right? Nope. I had a teacher that I worked with at Feltonville School of Arts and Sciences years and years ago. And what she would do at the beginning of her 8th grade year is have her students draw a picture of a scientist, right? I think you all know where I'm going with this, right? The students would draw a picture of the scientist. What type of person do you think that student would draw, or those students would draw? Just shout it out if you think a man, white male, lab coat. And that's fine, that's okay. That's their perception, right? By the end of the year, the teacher was so dynamic. I love her so much, right? By the end of the year, she would ask the exact same question. What do you think they would draw? Themselves, right? So how can we take, so I worked with youth a long time, right? This is like, I'm 3 years in working with adults in this space, but how amazing would it be if an adult learner has work experience in accounting or executive assistant or marketing or anything like that, got a chance to connect with a program, learn these really interesting techniques and skills, and say to themselves, okay, I'm gonna combine all of this, learn what I need to learn culturally within the life science industry, and apply for a program or apply for a job, and they're surprised that they're gonna be successful. Like, I think that's the biggest goal, or at least that's the biggest kind of like push that we would want to make sure that adult learners know. It's a really hard task because we're adults, we're kind of stuck in our ways in a lot of ways, right? But at the end of the day, these are opportunities that we want to make sure are known, that we want to make sure are available for folks.
Yeah, I can imagine you riding on the subway, walking down the street, and somebody starts talking to you and says, well, what do you do? And you guys can see this in your head, right? Tina's like, what do you do? And they're like, I'm going to work. Oh, really? Do you like your job? No, I hate it. How does this conversation go? You're an evangelist, and you create opportunity, and people can see you, and then they think they can.
They're probably sorry they asked me that question, because I'm like the biggest nerd about what I do. I'm very passionate talking about what I do as far as manufacturing drugs and things of that nature. But for me, especially when it comes to talking to my community, people of color, I like to see their eyes get big, and most of the times they just ask more questions and they just fully get engaged. And as we advertise this workforce development opportunity, I tell them, hey, all you need is a minimum of a high school diploma and a GED. They look at me like I'm crazy. They're like, are you serious? Yes, I'm that serious. Like, this program is that dynamic and at a level where if all you got to do is come in and work hard and be open, be willing to think about things differently, and just be willing to change, right? I think a lot of people with any industry, any job, when they're going after that job, the biggest fear is what? Actually being successful, actually killing it, actually making, more money than you expected and changing that lifestyle of your family and your extended family and friends. So, these skills are transferable. Even if you don't want to be, traditionally in the sciences and the weeds of as far as manufacturing drugs, if you work in marketing, if you work in finance, accounting, payroll, take your pick, there are tons of opportunities, even janitorial service. We do have to clean these manufacturing facilities. And if anybody's out there, any vendors, I'm going to tell you like this, there are no vendors in the city of Philadelphia that I know of that know how to clean a manufacturing facility. I've asked. Every time someone tell me, oh, I do janitorial services. Oh, you clean manufacturing facilities? They say yes. And I say, oh, so what's the procedure? They look at me like I'm crazy. Somebody told me to sweep the floor. I was like, you can't bring no broom in no manufacturing facility, right? And to your earlier point, as far as being a training ground, North Carolina right now, Charlotte, the Research Triangle is the training ground right now. They've done it first to the point where their people are hired out to LA, even at the lower level of a level 1 entry-level manufacturing associate. They're getting flown out to California for an interview to get these jobs, okay? It's crazy, right? So imagine what we do the same thing. And oh, by the way, it's already being done. That's why we chose Jefferson as a partner. They have a 100% graduation rate. They have a 100% hiring rate. And the majority of their classes, I think they in there, what were we in, 2022? They opened in 2019. So this is their third class, I think, that they're doing this year. Majority of their graduating class always gets hired out. So we got a little bit of work to do here in Philly, too, with the employers to make sure that they know that we actually have folks that are ready to go to work right here in our city at these big pharma companies locally in the tri-state area.
Can you guys talk a bit about the wages, right? They sound like good jobs. It's in big companies that have venture capital, and they must pay well. But we're seeing wage inflation across all kinds of industries, right? You can get a job in retail or in a warehouse making $25, $30 an hour. And you don't have to go through training, right? And you can use a broom. You can be familiar. So what are the wages that someone could expect if they go through the most basic level of the work?
Yeah, I would say there's a variety of wages that can be attained. I think it will depend on the individual what they want to do. So you're going through a training program and you're not getting paid. Life is still going by you, right? Life is still you still need to pay that electric bill, you still need to pay daycare, you still need to get a set of professional clothes, your shoes are messed up, so you need to get some new shoes. Like, life is still happening. So with the program that we specifically run at the Science Center, and I failed to say the name, so Building an Understanding of Lab Basics, or the BULB program, we provide stipends for our participants. Again, they're small stipends, but when they go ahead and transition over into another program and they specifically, or if we really want to make sure this happens, they get hired after our program, wages are really high. Like the idea of making sure that an employee at a life science company is fully invested in and they are as a priority to everyone in that company is really high. So I can't give very specific wage numbers because I don't, I'm not a life science industry member leader, but the wages are high, and especially within my conversations. So the conversations with community would be, oh, I can do Uber, right, and not, not advance my career or not learn something while I'm driving. I'm driving, you can learn about the landscape and stuff like that, but is that going to get you into the life science industry? Maybe environmental science, I don't know. But as you're going through a training program and you're getting a stipend, you are learning and you're earning at the same time, which is ultimately going to be a conduit to having a larger and better wage.
Tia, what do you see in the industry?
Over here. So a minimum right now standard for a manufacturing operator and quality control technician is around $38K. But understand this, right? $38K and your benefits start on the first day of work: medical, dental, life insurance, HSA, FSA, and all these other things they wrap around it with tuition reimbursement, things like loan repayment, things like that. You can't beat that. You're not going to get that at Amazon. You're not getting that at FedEx. You're not getting that with Uber. Yes, you can make up to $25 an hour with Uber, but is Uber going to give you medical benefits? When your knee starts to hurt pressing that gas pedal for I think you can only drive a maximum of 8 hours a day. So when your knee starts to hurt and you have to pull over and stop, you're not getting paid to rest like you can with a career job. I know for us at Lucas Pop Bio, we're starting the minimum salary at $50,000 on purpose. So that's for everybody. I don't care if it's the janitor. I don't care. Take your pick. Pesticides guy, whoever. If you're an employee at Lucas Pop Bio, you're starting at a minimum of $50K. And eventually, you know, what our employers will influence the salaries first, but we have to prove our program, right? We got to prove our credibility. So that means that everybody that participates in our program has to work just as hard as we do for putting on a program to help influence that market to bring it up. Now, as you go along, you know, as a manufacturing operator, there are 4 levels. If you get up to level 3 and level 4, you can make 6 figures. You can make over $100,000 a year. This is shift work, guys. So you literally can work there. You do not have to take it home. You go in, you work, you do your thing. You get an hour lunch break, right? Now, you may divide it up if you want 2 15 minutes or 2 30 minutes, but it's better than what Amazon and FedEx. FedEx don't give you no lunch break at all, period. Okay, Amazon give you 30 minutes and that's it. I don't know how to get away with that. That's a different story. Somebody else will blow the whistle on that one. But the point is, you know, with these types of jobs, the amount of money you can make is limitless. You just got to get in the door. So if the 38K is not appetizing to you now, well, just make sure you go in and kick butt. You know, do what you need to do, and you can always come back to our program that we're doing with UC Science Center and other partners and level up and get additional certifications. So you saw those other organizations on there, ISPE, RAPS, and ASQ. These are industry trade organizations that do certification and training that is respected by the biopharma industry. So if you come in as an entry level with some of these certificates that we're giving our entry level employees, there may be an opportunity for you to come in at the same level pay as somebody with a college degree. Now, mind you, it ain't that much higher. Don't get too excited. You probably don't get no more about 40, 42 coming in. Again, we'll influence that over time, but it's a step in the door and you have those benefits that you're not going to get with these other companies. And then with our program, unlike any other industry or any other company, you're not going to be able to come back and keep leveling up. You can come back to our program for free and keep leveling up. The employment at the end of the program when you graduate, these employers are committed and attached. So this is not, a maybe situation. No, this is a situation that if you interview well, you're getting the job. And if you don't get the job from that company, you may get the job from one of the other employers that we have on board. And then you can come back and get promoted with that same employer, or as I've already told the employer, including Spark, okay, if they come back and get leveled up and they go back to you and you don't promote them, they can come back and I'm finding them another job elsewhere, right? We're really putting the power in the employee's hands so that you really have the power to move and shake and do what you need to do, travel, change, you know, locations, whatever you want to do, you have the skill set and the power to do that, not the employer.
I see a lot of heads nodding. I see a lot of note taking. Maybe there are some of those quiet quitters in the audience who just have a new career plan and they're going to find Tia after this. Let's turn to the audience. Are there questions for Phil or Tia or areas we'd like to explore more? I think there's a microphone coming around. Sheila Ireland, I see your hand. It's nice to have you here with us. Do we have a microphone in the audience for Q&A? Yeah, Sheila, you rarely need a microphone, but we'll play by the rules. Hi.
Hey. Oh boy. Let me take a sip of water. Let me get ready for this final exam.
Come on, all right. You know I'm a fan, right? Mm-hmm. You know I know your history. You know, what bothers me sometimes is when we have this like building skills and diversity and education conversation, right? It's always on the worker, right? Tell me in your work, and I know the two of you have done this with intentionality, but you need to share, I think, with the audience around what skin do you require the employer to put in the game? Right? Because it's not enough to be trained and understand, you know, the soft skills required to be successful. You have to build an environment as an employer that allows that person to use those skills and be successful. And the two of you have the power to drive that conversation with employers. So tell us what you're doing.
If you would let me go first on Sheila question, huh? You've been going first all day. No, so I'm a member of the Philadelphia STEM Equity Committee, and so we just came up with this idea. It's fresh. We're still building it. but we're building a program for employers to get trained so that the cultural training is there. They know what to expect. They know the nuances between the different members of marginalized communities that may be getting hired at these jobs. They make a commitment of paying, so when they hire these people, they give a percentage of that salary back into the program so that the program remains free. But to be specific, there will be training for those employers to go through. We'll figure out all the metrics and things that they need to pass. We will be collecting data throughout the life cycle of their employee that come from our program, right? So we need to see, okay, how long did it take for them to get promoted? What was the, how many interesting things may have occurred? What incidences happened at HR? We will do an investigation on our end too if that employee gets themselves in a hot seat for whatever reason, just to see, who's really at fault here. And the reason why I say that is because if you think about it, right, when it comes to American culture and it comes to immigrants coming from outside, right? I don't care if you're West Indian, European, take your pick. Those cultures get a lot of forgiveness for their dialect, for their culture nuances, whether it's hygiene, the food they like to eat, take your pick. They get a lot of forgiveness. But when it comes to marginalized community members here in America, we get none. Right? If we don't assimilate, if we don't come with our hair straight, if we don't come button up hoity-toity, for me, if I don't come in with these cold hands on my feet to show that I'm part of the club, it becomes a problem. And so that's why we have to do this training with the employers to say, hey, these are some of the things you may have to deal with because this is what our people have been through and there's going to be an adjusting period. And you need to be aware that we need to figure out how to come together so when different incidents, miscommunication happens on the floor because you didn't like somebody's tone or they didn't hear you or misunderstood you and did the wrong thing, that we can work together and troubleshoot and come up with some solutions, not only just to solve that problem, but to do some preventive management for the next employee that may come along where that same thing may happen. And then we got to have some things to hold that employer accountable. So it's not just the C-suite executive of HR that will be going through this training. We're going to have those supervisors and managers that's on the shop floor that'll be immediately leading these individuals at these companies going through that training as well. We're doing it together, Phil. We good, man. You ain't got to say nothing.
So I'll tackle this from another perspective. So our program really believes in the value of mentorship. So when we go out and we reach out to bring mentors together for our program participants, these mentors are at some of the highest levels of these companies, CEOs, vice presidents, manufacturing directors, all of the above. And I think the value of this is, one, we begin to build relationships and champions within these companies, so when we're not at the table at these big companies, that champion or that mentor can say, you know what, I'm mentoring this really great Philadelphia resident, they went through this program, can we do X, Y, and Z? And I think from there, like the seed is planted. It's not gonna happen overnight. Like the mentorship kind of component has been around for civilizations, thousands and thousands of years, and it's been something that has worked effectively. Why can't we take the same mentorship thing that's been working for thousands of years and apply it to the life science industry as it relates to the Philadelphia community? I have much more to say on that, but I think I was waved down to stop talking or something like that. But I'll keep talking for a second. But what I'll say about the mentorship component, because I'm super passionate about the mentorship part of this. If we as an organization can't connect an individual to a direct opportunity, that mentor who volunteered, who we vetted through conversations to say, are you going to be a good mentor? I've unfortunately had to turn people away. People said, hey, Phil, I would love to be a mentor for your program. I'm like, no, you can't, because I don't think that, it sounds rude, but at the same time, we want to make sure we have the best individuals to support the individuals within the Philadelphia community to level them up or get them to that next level. And not everyone has the best interests of folks at heart. Some people just want to have that title of saying, oh, I helped someone in the community. No, you're not going to be a part of our organization or our program if that's your mindset. And it's harder to identify, but it's a little bit easier for me because I've had conversations with lots of folks. But mentorship component, to kind of like wrap that up, really, really important and a really vital aspect to all of what we're talking about.
These two could rule the world. All right, we've got time for one more question. Your hand's up in the front? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ashley. I am super excited about this conversation when it comes to workforce development. And I hear you having this primary conversation around developing the adult workforce. And with Phil's previous experience with working with youth, I'm curious, how are we capturing some of those lost Einsteins as we are going through this process and making space for the youth as they come of age and making sure that they are ready to work within these industries and these opportunities that are available?
Science Center has a program called Firsthand. Firsthand is a very specific program nestled within the building of the Science Center that supports middle and high school students, getting them exposed to entrepreneurial opportunities, different opportunities within the life science community. I think that's a pivotal component to it. Tia alluded to the Philadelphia STEM Equity Collective, which is another kind of like collaboration of organizations within the city of Philadelphia working with youth and working with teachers. So teachers are being trained, they're getting professional development to take back to their classes to encourage their students. There are a number of science fair related initiatives within the city of Philadelphia. Franklin Institute is doing a lot of different things. What I will say is the coming to like understanding moment for me is when I transitioned from working with young people to working with adults, something came to mind. I was very like resistant to it because I was like, young people in my life, like I love high school students because they will tell you like it is. They won't sugarcoat anything. They'll tell you that your face looks weird and your hair smells funky, right? That I like that. Like, go ahead, tell me my face smells funky, but you know, don't tell me like in a room full of people, right? Tell me like behind closed doors. Anyway, when the transition happened, and it's funny, I had this whole conversation with Sheila. I was like, Sheila, I don't think I could do this. She was like, Phil, you better get your butt in that position and work with these adults. And it was resistant at first because it was a professional change for me. But I think adult learners have, I'll be very careful with my words, have a lot more to bring to the table, not than young people. Young people are fantastic and there's programs out there that supports them, but there aren't as many for adult learners. Once they leave high school, it's like, well, you're on your own. You're on your own to find the program that works specifically for you. You're on your own to kind of like make sure that you're doing your due diligence to find something that's going to lead to a career for you. Oh, college is not for you. We don't have that many programs for you. You better figure something out. When we transitioned into adult learners, it was something that I found was really interesting, a challenge for sure, but still really interesting because there's just tons of opportunities related to connecting people to amazing wages and amazing opportunities.
For us, I'm just going to keep it real. The Heloplex program is for a target market of 25 to around 40, 45 on purpose, right? We have to make sure that this pipeline is sustainable. We have committed employers, right? So while we do welcome high school students, 18 years of age, they could be a graduating senior on their way out and start their program the summer after they graduate. They're more than welcome to come. Otherwise, like you said, there's other programs around. You got the eClose Institute and several other programs that are out there for high school students. But my thing is with high school seniors, right? You can say you're not going to college, but your mom and daddy might have something else to say. So until you figure that dynamic out, we are going after the folks that are the majority of the workforce that actually need these jobs to support their families.
Wonderful. Thanks to you both, and thanks to our audience today and for BPHL for hosting the World Affairs Council and this discussion on workforce development in life science. There is so much more we can unpack. These guys, I think, have a little bit of extra time and will be maybe around, but they're not hard to find, and they love to talk about this stuff. So let's continue the conversation. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day at BPHL.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here at BPHL today. Is this thing on? Yes. All right. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for joining our conversation on the social determinants of health and the impact of health and achieving health equity. My name is Lauren Swartz, and I'm the president and CEO at the World Affairs Council of Philadelphia. This is a signature program of ours, and we're so excited to curate it here at BPHL, where we can talk about innovative approaches, local perspectives, and global solutions to creating health equity within a lens of the social determinants of health. This program is made possible through our partners at the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, affectionately called PCOM. So if you hear that, then we're referring to one of our local education institutions, and Independence Blue Cross. Woohoo! We've got Lorena in the audience, always giving the Independence love with her amazing hats. Thank you for being here, Lorena, and to our other guests. We have 4 panelists and 1 moderator today. We couldn't decide. There were so many good perspectives to bring to this conversation, and I have the opportunity to introduce them. As I say each of their names, they'll come out and join the panel, and then I'll hand it over to our moderator. First, we have Dr. Barbara Williams-Page, and she will be our moderator for today. I feel like we're on a game show. Everyone give Dr. Williams-Page a round of applause. And you get a car, and you get a... No, there's no cars. She is the medical director with the Cambria Division of Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine's Healthcare Centers. And since 1995, Dr. Williams-Page has been an instructor in the Division of Community Medicine at PCOM's Family Medicine Department. She's a practitioner, she's in higher ed, and an expert, and we're grateful to have her skill and expertise leading this panel today. Our next panelist is Gladys Antello Allen. Gladys joins us from Camden. She's a senior program manager with the Field Building and Resources Department at the Camden Coalition of Healthcare Providers. We were talking earlier about how in Philadelphia sometimes we think, oh, and Camden, right? But the issues there are different and they're complex, and her organization is doing incredible work to provide better healthcare and better public health just across the river. Next, we have Dr. Frank Franklin. He is a Deputy Health Commissioner at the City of Philadelphia's Public Health Department. Dr. Franklin, thank you for working in public health through the pandemic and all of the challenges facing Philadelphia. We're glad to have you here on the panel today. Next, we've got Dr. Shawn Ross. She's the Executive Director of Health Equity at Independence Blue Cross. Thank you, Dr. Ross. And last, but certainly not least, Dr. Sophia Ononye-Ania. She is the owner and principal of a scientific consulting and communications and marketing firm called the Sophia Consulting Firm. Originally from Nigeria, she works all over the US and has a broad international and a local perspective. She also serves as a public board director at Dare Bioscience, a leader in women's health innovation. This is a powerhouse panel today to help us unpack a complex issue and come away with some new ideas to make things better. Dr. Williams-Page, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you all for attending, and thank you for inviting us to speak with you today. So as the... Testing. Okay, so once again, thank you for coming out, and thank you all for inviting us to come speak with you this afternoon. So we're just going to go ahead and get started. So here we are in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. But we sit here in this city to have a very brief discussion on social determinants, impact on health, and also achieving health equity in this city. So we're just going to go ahead and jump right in and get started with our panelists. And I'm going to first ask Dr. Franklin. Dr. Franklin, if you could start us off with a brief discussion. And, you know, our time is very limited, so it's going to be a brief discussion on achieving health equity. Now, Dr. Franklin, do you have any thoughts on strategies or solutions in achieving health equity?
I do, by the way. Is the mic working?
I'm not.
Okay, great. Yeah. So yeah, I do. Often I get asked when I do different talks around academics or talks like this, people ask me, well, what's the solution? What can we do? How do we fix this? And to be honest with you, for some time, I used to always get a little perplexed by that, or a little bothered by that, right? It's a reasonable question, but it always seemed a little too simple for me, like it doesn't complicate the issue. And then I realized it always feels overwhelming because I think we go into this space of looking at determinants of health, trying to fix the isms, where that's not really the goal. The goal is really to counterbalance the impact of the isms, right? Whether it's racism, genderism, or any other ism you thinking about. And so instead of sort of thinking about it in terms of a linear thing where we fix it, it's a light switch, it's on or off. Sort of the disparities that we deal with today is more of an iterative process. And it looks different every generation, looks different from generation to generation, from time period to time period, as well as geography, right? So we have the tools to identify where the disparities are, the who, the what, the where, the when, but we don't use the tools often enough to hone in on the how and the why. You know, there's best practices, there's things that worked in one city, worked in another city, but there's no magic bullet where you come in and say, here's the 7 steps, I'm gonna send it to you in Ohio, knock it out, and it'll look great. Or here are the best practices or the emerging best practices. Instead, once you identify your disparities in terms of mortality, which is the best indicator to identify where disparities are, cause-specific mortality and all-cause mortality, we have to get at the how and the why. What's the structural production of the disparities? And the only way to get at that, you really have to have a connection with the communities you're trying to impact. If you cannot connect to mobilize the communities that you want to serve, you're not going to get at the how and the why. So for instance, racism, we all know, has a common motivation, no matter where it goes, right? Its goal is to do the same thing regardless of what city, what country, what county. But the way it shows up looks different. So you may have maternal child health issue in one county versus maternal child health issue in another county. But the constellations of those sort of social and structural drivers of it are different. So how you approach it and how you solve it is going to be a little different. But you really have to sort of take the data, take the information, the subject matter experts, and then talk to the other subject matter experts who are experiencing the problem. And then how you fix it or how you close that gap or move closer towards the center of equity will look a little different, although the problems are the same and the isms are the same.
Thank you, Dr. Franklin. So we're talking about health equity, and we're also talking about social determinants of health, which has 5 or 6 different components, 5 or 6 different arms. We're talking about 2 different things. So in speaking about those 2 different things, Dr. Ross, how can we help people understand health equity through the lens of social determinants of health? And how are these 2 topics different?
Great question. Great question. I think that social determinants of health inform whether or not we're going to achieve health equity. You have, so the definition of health equity, right, is people have the same opportunity to be as healthy as they can be. That's the simplest definition I can give. Social determinants of health are the places where people eat, live, worship, and play. So if the places where you eat, live, worship, and play don't lend to a healthy existence, you'll never achieve health equity. And so I think it's important for people to understand that they inform each other, but are 2 completely different things. Health equity is simply closing gaps. We want to close all of these inequities that exist in healthcare, but in order to do that, you have to go fix the social determinants of health, where I'm looking to Dr. Franklin for.
Thank you. And as you gave a brief description on social determinants of health, you mentioned where we eat, where we play, where we worship, the community. And we have with us Gladys, who's actually out there in the community. And we do appreciate Gladys's presence in the community as a nurse coordinator working directly with patients in the community. What I would like to ask you, Gladys, and again, we do appreciate your presence in the community. How can we ensure that we are involving the community in better understanding social determinants of health? And how can we uplift the patient's voice to help them achieve health equity?
Yeah, I don't know that we have enough time to be able to answer that question, but I don't know. I think about, I'm always, so in my current role as a senior program manager, I don't have the privilege of sitting in that space so often, but years ago, for many years, I sat in that space, and I think about just the relationship. I think that oftentimes it gets lost, right? The relationship with the individual that's in front of you, there is a need to just be able to sit alongside and walk alongside the folks that we're talking about, the folks that are impacted, right? That have this need, to be able to listen to their stories, to understand their stories, to really understand, back to what Dr. Franklin was saying, right? These are the subject matter experts. These are the folks that we need to be listening to. These are the folks that are experiencing those complexities that can tell us how to solve these issues, right? So it's a lot of, and when we're thinking about the folks that I've worked with in the city of Camden, many of the folks have experienced lots of trauma. And with trauma, there's mistrust, right? So we're moving at the speed of trust often, right? It takes time. And unfortunately, oftentimes we know how, billing and funding goes. We don't always have the luxury of time. So I think that is another, we probably can do an entire a segue around that. But we need to also know that there is a time investment that needs to go into building these relationships. And the other part of that is really uplifting that. Once you know these stories and you're understanding, you're capturing the data that's necessary to really understand what we need to do. Bring those folks and those folks with the lived experience, those subject matter experts to the table. Bring them to the table, right? Because they have a voice in all of this. I've been lucky enough at the Camden Coalition where we have a few initiatives now, especially with the pandemic, where we've been able to really highlight and have individuals with lived experience at the table to share, what they would like to see in their community through our community advisory council, where they sit at the board and they say, this is what I would like to see more on this part of the community. This is where the needs are. Or maybe they're out in the community with us when we're having our vaccine events and they're talking about vaccine hesitancy and they're talking to folks about why they should get vaccinated or answering questions. And it kind of made me think about the previous, the folks that were up here talking about workforce development. I think that it's all full circle. It's all full circle. Bringing those folks into the table also activates them to feel like they have purpose as well. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. So, of course, we realize we're only touching on the surface of social determinants of health and achieving health equity. But I would like to ask Dr. Sophia, how can we elevate the conversation to include other areas that we haven't even touched on yet, including mental health, including the digital world? Would you add to that, please?
Happily. Can you guys hear me? Happy Saturday.
Years old, I was in this town in Nigeria. I grew up in Nigeria. I was born in southeastern Nigeria, in this place called Immersive. And it's not Lagos, so if you've heard about any town in Nigeria, that's not it. So it was a very sort of small town-ish, right? But what was unique about this is that it's not unique, right? Most African countries, they have a lot of male-dominated societies. So it starts with some of those isms that you get exposed to early in life. And I fought to come to the US to have a voice and to pursue my education. And when I established the Amplifying Scientific Innovation Platform, which is what my firm really focuses on, it opened up a lot of doors for me to amplify that voice. And that's why I started the conversation by saying, we cannot achieve change if we don't care about change. So if you care enough about something, whether it's through your social media or whatever the case might be, you find a way to articulate that, and you get better with time. There are people, of course, that are professionals at that. But it's just being confident enough in your own story, your own voice, to make an impact, to make a difference. And that's what inspired me. I live in New Jersey, my business is headquartered in New York City, but somehow I work for the Philadelphia Inquirer, not once, twice, a couple more times along the way. But the most important one, and part of the reason why I'm here today, is I wrote a piece in November around really what we're talking about, which is around health equity. And just as my colleague over here, my fellow sort of Nigerian-American princess, but she wasn't born in Nigeria, her parents were. But what I like about it is that we have different perspectives, different viewpoints that we bring to the table. And what's important, as I said, is to amplify that voice and to make sure that voice is heard as much as possible. So to recap the Philadelphia Inquirer's piece that I wrote about, because a lot of what we're discussing was really in that piece, is really around understand what social determinants of health are, right? We have these inequities that we're exposed to. If you were born in, Greenwich, Connecticut, your life is drastically different than being born here in Philadelphia, which is the poorest city in the U.S. 1 out of 4 Philadelphians live under the poverty ratio here in the U.S. And when I think about Nigeria, where I was born, it's 4 out of 10, 2 out of 5 people, 40%. So what has helped me is to study, to understand epidemiology. I think a lot of what we know, whether in public health directly or indirectly, is to understand what is the problem, so that way you can articulate that problem. And so for me, just to recap all the things that I've been saying, it starts with you, your voice, pursuing the things that matter to you. And finally, last year, I was asked to join the board of the publicly traded women's health company in San Diego. I used to live in San Diego. Another day to talk about that. But what's important is that I care about women's health. I mean, I think where I come from, women are 175 times more likely to die from childbirth in Africa than any other part of the world, including here in the U.S. Imagine that. That is a very high ratio. Can you hear me now? Woo. Did I miss all of you? Okay, good. We'll continue. So I think what's important here, and just to recap, so I don't go on and on and on forever, if you want to make a difference, it starts with you, and you pursue it through your work, through your personal hobbies, whatever the case might be. You cannot achieve change without wanting change. And so what I try to do, whether through my multicultural background or my multidisciplinary background, is to pursue the things that make a difference. And we'll touch on mental health shortly, but I think know your numbers, amplify your voice, help somebody. That's it.
Thank you. So let's circle back around to all of the panelists and let's talk about mental health. So as I started off, I stated that we're here in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, sisterly affection, but yet we're having this discussion, and you mentioned that we're one of the poorest cities. The poorest city. The poorest big city. But, and to equate that with a city of brotherly love, we need to change that. How do we change that? And when we talk about social determinants of health, we have that term in there, health. As a family practitioner, I'm only one component. Medicine is only one component. To change the social determinants, it is, like you said, it's going to take a collaboration. It's going to take all of us from all various entities. I would like to, for you all to share, maybe you can give one tip on how we can go about changing that. Okay, I'll start with Dr. Sophia.
Hello. So I think for me, communication, I would be wrong in what I do if I don't amplify the power of communication. I think that it's very important to find a way to engage with others, and social media allows us to do that. There's a tendency to assume that social media is young, maybe millennial, but I think we will be missing out on the opportunity to really interact with people. The best thing that happened to me during the pandemic, apart from having my baby, my first child, we'll talk about that a different day, was actually launching the Amplifying Scientific Innovation video podcast, and it's on YouTube. We've had almost 2 million views in the time that since I launched it, and we've been able to showcase leaders like the CEO of the American Cancer Society, the Chief Medical Officer of WebMD, well-respected individuals from Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, etc. But it was really about galvanizing conversations around 3 main themes, which is science advocacy, health equity, and influential leadership. And one of the things that I did last year during the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference, which is the largest healthcare conference in the world, I organized 2 panels on clinical trial diversity. I think that that's to your point. When we think about health, it's so complex. I come from the pharmaceutical industry. My PhD is in medicinal chemistry. So I've always thought about drug discovery and access, right? How do we make sure that for all of us, that these drugs that are being given to you, vaccines, et cetera, are also being tested in people that look like you, so you can ensure optimal efficacy and safety. So for me, what I charged the pharmaceutical companies that I featured was, how do you sustain interest in clinical trial diversity beyond the pandemic? So it's not just the hot topic. The hot topic is diversity, but do we really care enough to make an impact? So for me, if I leave you with anything today, it's really about the power of communication and the power of digital technology, but I believe Dr. Ross is going to speak more about that, and I don't want to talk too much.
So to your point, Dr. Williams-Page, you as a physician can't do anything different than what you are already doing, in a sense, because social determinants of health are 80% of whether or not you're healthy is attributed to your social determinants of health and not actually a doctor's visit or a nurse practitioner visit or a PA visit. So I think it's important that, again, if we really want to do something different, if we want to do something for this city, we have to tackle the social determinants of health, where people live, eat, play, and worship. And one of the things we've done at Independence, we have Project Home, is making sure that women who are birthing people have a safe place to live. There's Keystone Connection to Wellness. And to my colleague here on the far left, it is important that we engage the community. Nothing we do without the community is going to work. If we are not having those conversations about how they think the change should be, to my colleague on the right's point, if we're not engaging them on how that change should be done, then our plans are going to fail. There are currently 25 institutes or centers of health equity that exist in the PA area, and the disparities continue to get worse. It's because people like me sit in a room and decide what that change is going to look like. It's time that we reverse that and actually go into communities and ask them.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Franklin, would you like to add to the conversation?
They've said it all. Similarly, I think about this in a way as businesses do when you have like a value chain, right, for a particular product. You have your suppliers, you have your producers, and you have your retailers, right? So when we think about population health, like you said, the physician or healthcare services is just one player in the value chain. Public health is another player. We have other private entities, non-governmental organizations, large public entities that are not a government, but not a private commercial business. So when we create these sort of interventions, let's say we create a intervention for cardiovascular disease, most of the interventions or solutions in public health fall in two big buckets, sort of a psychosocial set of solutions, those solutions are generally more closer to the person and often involve some level of services, needed, but not enough. And then there's the other bucket, what we call social political type solutions, which is more distal, right? Or we often say upstream. You need a little bit of both. So when you create this program or this intervention around cardiovascular disease, yes, we need good food, we need to be able to eat healthy and all those good things that make our heart healthy. But you also have to tie into the other things, those constellation of factors that drive the production of why one group can't access stronger or those resources needed for cardiovascular health, whether it's employment, whether it's supplemental to their transportation system, right? We have a great transportation here in Philadelphia, but some neighborhoods or some people who work later or need extra sort of resources to get back and forth, then you can put a shuttle bus in place, right? Businesses have a interest in making sure that there's people there to serve their businesses, right? So you have to sort of look at those things that seem out the box, but they are related to the well-being, in this case, the cardiovascular disease. So you have to sort of create programs that build in the appropriate members of the value chain and make them all in one place for the person. Don't have them going from down the street to up the street, around the corner, for each different thing that they need. So you have to bring them to the people.
If I could piggyback off of that real quick, what Dr. Franklin was referring to is like the political determinants of health. It's important that we understand the political determinants of health because they inform the social determinants of health, and that determines whether or not we're healthy. And for the people in the room, Daniel E. Dawes wrote a great book on the political determinants of health. It is life-changing. I would recommend everyone buy that book and read it.
Thank you. Gladys, would you like to add anything to this topic?
I think that we probably covered all of it. The only thing that I would continue to like just push is in all of this relationships when you're thinking about all of the folks that you need to bring into the room. We're talking about, if an individual is constantly touching the jail-based system, also in and out of the hospital, but also has a bunch of specialty providers that they're reaching out to. They have their primary. On top of that, they probably have a caseworker at a Board of Social Services, and shared care planning, if anybody's ever heard of it, it's an opportunity to just bring everyone into the room and wrap those services around and just find out what is everybody doing, because oftentimes our assumption as providers is somebody's taking care of it. Somebody's probably going to take care. I heard that they were connected here. And in reality, everyone has that mentality and no one's taking care of it, right? Because we're just assuming that, someone's got it. So again, like building those relationships. And I don't mean like building relationships like, oh yeah, I know about that organization. I mean like literally walking in and shaking someone's hand, or when you pick up the phone and you call someone to refer someone, you say, hey, what's your name? So-and-so, okay. I say this jokingly, but I have seen it. I'm not saying for anybody to do this, but some of our nurse care coordinators, I've seen them like jogging the park with some of the CEOs of certain hospitals because they're just trying to build relationships. Because honestly, if that's the way that the world works. It's fortunate and unfortunate in some instances, but building relationships, oftentimes getting a face to the name of who you're calling, and also finding out what, we're all under a lot of stress. A lot of our services are under a lot of stress because of the needs, right? So we can't assume that this agency isn't moving forward with certain services because they don't want to. Oftentimes their hands are tied. So just getting a little bit of building those relationships, you start to get to know a little bit about what's really going on and how can we work together. So I just keep pushing that it's so important in building relationships with our patients, building relationships with our community-based organizations, and just getting that level of understanding of where the needs are, because we're the frontline staff that are doing the work, the folks that are experiencing the complexities. We should be able to uplift the challenges, the barriers, the bright spots, because it's not all barriers, right? Bring that up to the forefront. So like folks like, these guys, when they're sitting in the room, they have the knowledge to make those decisions that are necessary to really address what those social determinants of health are doing.
Now, if it's okay with the panelists, I would like to switch it at this moment and take some questions from you all. Okay. We'll start here.
Hi. Hey. So my name is Felicia Jones. I work with the University City Science Center under the Workforce Development component. And I have a question regarding an upcoming panel that we're trying to have regarding critical illnesses. We have a platform called Venture Cafe every Thursday, which hosts different events, different life sciences companies, things of that nature. And one of the things that I wanted to address was critical illness from a holistic approach, because it doesn't just affect the patient, it also affects their family, where they work, their community, and things of that nature. We definitely want to gather information from the community. My question to you guys is how, not really so much how do we collect the information, but who do we present the information to and how to get the word out? We want to be able to connect people from the community to say, hey, these are our issues. We don't have access to healthy food, or the food that we do have access to that is healthy is priced insanely to the point where we can't afford it. Whom do we present those issues to once we gather that information?
I would encourage, after you have your panel, you gather your information. In Philadelphia, there is a group called the Benefits Data Trust. They have $300 million to aid in the city's residents for the things that they need. Now, it runs the gamut, but I would encourage you to head over to Trooper Sanders. He is the CEO of Benefits Data Trust.
I would also encourage you all to continuously refine and elevate your idea for anybody. Because you never know who is going to read a post you post on social media or a blog that you put on your website. I think the tools that we have for the 21st century are right on our fingertips. If there's anything the pandemic did, was it really showcase the power of digital technologies, right? So you might not be able to meet someone in person. They might not even give you access at the time of the day. But if you believe enough in your work and you're diligent about it and you're building a book of work, I think it's about showcasing that work, amplifying that, and you never know who the right stakeholder might be.
Just out of curiosity, when you say critical, you call it critical what? Illness. How are you defining critical illness? Or how?
So I'm one of those type of people, when I look at like different initiatives or things that we're doing, I look up like different observances, whatever. And then the month of October, of course, is Breast Cancer Awareness. It is also Critical Illness Awareness Month. These are just different critical illnesses that people need to be aware of. Heart disease.
Okay.
Diabetes,
Chronic conditions. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay,
so
yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I mean by critical. Of course, cancer is like, breast cancer is the big.
Okay.
But critical illnesses, of course, we know is a span of.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to check in with you, make sure, because that's how I was translating it in terms of chronic conditions, right? So my sort of contribution to inform the answer or the response, it depends on sort of what you're asking for, who's the right audience, right? And so the health department plays a role in this, obviously, right? But given that we are a government agency, we have a set of tools that we can engage to probably, here we go, to help the communities engage and interrogate the issue to an extent. But then again, it goes back to you have to differentiate who you engage in order to sort of hit the multiple touch points. That's the nature of the problem, or that drives the problem. So.
And I appreciate that you're identifying that critical illnesses, chronic illnesses, don't just affect patients, but it affects family more. It affects jobs more. So this is information that human resources of various organizations need to hear about. Family support teams need to hear about.
Thank you.
Health equity remains problematic in this city. Most recent example, 55% of the cases of monkeypox outbreak are African Americans. They only receive 24% of the vaccines. White Philadelphians, 24% of the cases, but receive 50% of the vaccines. I am really disappointed in the city's connection to the community, LGBT community. Philadelphia, New York launched a clinic for monkeypox. I myself called, stayed on the line for hours and hours. You speak of the technology that helped during the pandemic. What did the city not learn? Right? What did the city not learn? Why is the city not connecting? Why are the communities not connecting with you? What happened? It just doesn't make sense.
That's a big question. The Inquirer might be here for this one. I don't know, but it's a timely question. So I was on the phone just last night. You're right. Those numbers, I think it's like 25, 75 in the opposite direction, given the vulnerability of one group compared to the vulnerability of another group. So I'm going to tell you to watch me in the next couple of days, next week, because I've called some of the major players in that community because we were having some challenges assembling that community, right? Or getting an entree to an assembly of that community. But once you have the assembly, you have to have them somewhere to go. So that should be changing by Monday in terms of having the conversations with the sort of right gatekeepers. And also there was, and this happens in public health, but it's not an excuse for Philadelphia. I believe, and after talking to different members of the community, there was a misstep in the messaging of monkeypox in terms of
who the priorities should be and how they were characterized. Similarly, we did similar missteps in public health with COVID, but having experienced that, along with other things over the course of my career, I did actually, I was on the phone till 10 o'clock last night because I told my colleagues, we cannot do this again. So watch and circle back.
I'm sorry for the challenge.
Okay, sure.
I stayed on the phone with Miss Diane at Health Center 1. I called her every single day. Baby, we're going to get back to you. We are in an age where I can literally check whether or not my car, I've parked in the hours. This is almost inexcusable, and I'm sorry. We have just went through a pandemic, but there wasn't the infrastructure. And still, I'm sorry, but you're kind of repeating the message of Ms. Diane who answers the call. I appreciate your work, but it has to improve. It starts with you and your team. And my apologies. My name is Russ Torres. I'm with USA Today. I'm not here in official capacity. I'm a boomerang. I was born and raised in the city, Central High School, Temple University.
Okay, Central.
Florida Law School. And I came back to Philly because I love this city. Yeah. But I was really disappointed in the rollout of monkeypox vaccine, the education around it, the awareness around it. And it's inexcusable that we just went through a pandemic and we're back at square one.
No need to apologize. Thank you.
If I can, I wanted to kind of jump in here real quick. And this is, I don't have an answer for your question. It's unfortunate, and I agree with a lot of your sentiment, and I see your frustration, as you should be. This is your city. In Camden, before the and this is not monkeypox related, but it made me think of it, and I'm wondering if it would be helpful. In Camden, before the vaccines were rolled out, and we knew that they were working really hard to get these vaccines started, we wanted to know. We're a very data-driven organization. We wanted to know, if this is rolled out, will people actually go get vaccinated? So we set out, we did a countywide survey evaluations, not only for our patients, community members, but also for the providers in the city. And what we wanted to know is one, would folks get vaccinated if this was out there? What information, if no, why not? What would make them not get vaccinated? And then testing to see how do people feel about even talking about vaccines. And what we found is that providers in the city just did not feel confident. And I'm not just saying providers, prescribers. I'm talking about frontline staff as well that are sitting in the offices that also have a role to play in all of this, right? In talking to folks about vaccines and hesitancy and what it means and giving information, because we do have a role regardless of where we sit. So we did that evaluation, and that's what we found, that folks just did not feel confident enough to have those conversations. We also found that folks just needed more information in the community. They felt they didn't know who they could trust with the information that's been put out there. We all know social media plays a huge role on this mistrust sometimes too. So, it's not a solution, but it's something that did help increase our numbers tremendously in the city. Is we set out to have these vaccine hesitancy trainings. We opened it up for everybody, not just providers, prescribers, frontline staff, literally for everybody in the city. And we said, come join us. We want to talk about vaccine hesitancy. Our medical director, Jabril, who's amazing, he did a very, very basic, this is what COVID is, this is what the vaccine is, this is how these vaccines were built. He pretty much debunking every myth that you can think of. And he pushed that out there to our community. And within 6 months, our numbers skyrocketed. We're able to get out there. It's also about being in the community and making your presence known. We got to get out there. We can't just sit behind the desk. We need to activate the folks that are out there. I talked about activating the people with lived experience. This is a perfect example of how you do that. You get people out there to talk about, their experience, their hesitancy around the vaccines. They're relatable, right? I can come out and I say, I heard that the vaccine does this, this, and that, but you know what? I went and I got vaccinated and it wasn't that bad. Me saying that to someone who looks like me, talks like me, walks like me, that is from the city, is so much more impactful than hearing it from someone with a white coat. It's unfortunate, right? But it's the reality that we live in.
Not of just the resources, but the inner
I think you have a very valid point. As I mentioned, there are a number of centers and institutes of health equity around the city, and the problem was that we all were trying to do it by ourselves. Independence partnered with a number of those institutions, Penn, Jefferson, PCOM, a number of them, to create Accelerate Health Equity. And the idea behind that is we all do our pilots, we understand what works, and then we take that, share it within Accelerate Health Equity, and then they then deploy it for their constituents. And that way it spreads across the city. I think there are a number of organizations that are looking into that model, but Accelerate Health Equity gives us a great platform to do that.
There's one reason among several why you don't have that sort of improved collaboration. One of the factors from where I sit is that you have to be in collaboration not only with the other agencies that are purveyors of healthcare, so to speak, but you also have to be in collaboration with the community year round, not just when there's a problem, right? You have to be there on the sunny days as well as the rainy days. So when there is an issue, you know, you have clear information, you know what's needed. But when there's not an issue, you're still participating in working with that community to work on the other issues they may have or other celebrations they may have outside of a problem or a health crisis. So these agencies have to be in collaboration all the time, and we have to have a partnership with the community, not just when we need to mobilize because there's a new pandemic or there's a new outbreak. And so we're always sort of starting over every time.
As a non-Philadelphian looking into the situation, I know change can be so painfully slow. One of the things I learned from, writing for the Inquirer is that there's a new health commissioner, Dr. Sherrill. There's also a chief racial equity officer that came into office earlier in April, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that change is slow and it's frustrating, but I think it's sometimes it's easy to focus on the negative. And even when you have progress, no matter how small, like I said, I come from a place that is so much worse. Not to say that we should condone mediocrity or oversimplify problems. I'm not saying that. I do think that we should give the city some time, maybe 6 months, maybe a year, to see change come to light. But I like how vocal people are. I mean, I used to live in New York City. I lived in Brooklyn. I lived in Manhattan, and I don't think any of the sessions I ever spoken had so much authenticity or honesty. But just as a non-Philadelphian, I'm just saying that we need to be patient. It's happening, and I love that you all are actually holding your officials accountable. That's a really major step in the right direction. And I believe she has a question. Yes. Period. I think any change starts with you, and no matter how small, you talk about what your organization has been doing. 5,000, I mean, that's impressive. So I think we might want big numbers. We might want 5 million or 500 million, but it starts with those little steps and being committed to your cause. I think it starts with you, and that was what I said from the start. Like, it starts with you, and before you know, you galvanize a whole bunch of other people. And there are other themes, as Dr. Ross had mentioned about, that things that are already being done here. But I don't think that any effort anyone is making, no matter how big or how small, it should not go unnoticed, and you should always give yourself a little pat on the back. Not too big, though, but I think the work you're doing is exceptional.
We have partnered with the Healthcare Improvement Foundation here in Philly to understand where the community organizations are and to start the conversations, because we're actually at Independence building a list. We want to know who is affecting who, and particularly to the organization that you work with, we have figured, at least in our Medicare population, that our Asian members have the worst disparities. It's not the Black population. And so we're trying to figure out internally, how can we create a list so that we know who to talk to that will affect our outcomes. So the list is currently being built. To her point, I started my role a year ago, and it takes a lot of thinking, trying to get the data, because you would think that the data is easy to get. It was illegal for us to actually get the data that we needed until May of this year. So if you guys didn't know that. But so, we are working. I would love to talk to you after this so that I'll at least, cut out the middleman with you.
And I would also like to thank the World Affairs Council for, look at what they did today. They brought together 5 different entities and many more sitting out here. So what are we building today? We're building collaboration, we're building resources. And this is going to help us carry this, or it's going to help us to elevate this conversation even beyond today. And it's going to help us to take back to our different communities, so that we can elevate this conversation within our communities. The young lady right here, you're about to hold your own panel discussion. You're going to be doing the same thing, adding resources, collaboration, elevating the conversation, which is what we need to do. Any other questions? He said no more questions. So again, I thank you all for sharing this time with us and giving us a chance to speak and a chance to hear from you as well. And continue to build the collaborations amongst you all here and with us as well. And we thank the World Affairs Council for having this. Thank you.
Energy's still good. I love the energy here. For those of you in the room, if you're joining us, we are asking you to take your seats at this time because we got some more great stuff coming up for you. And now we have a tech talk. It's a Founders Fireside Chat. Yes, give me some energy. For those of you who haven't met me yet, my name is Christian Crosby. I am the host. I'm back and forth in room A and room B, keeping the energy high. So if you're a little tired, I'm gonna be on you right now, okay? Are we feeling good? Did we get food? Did we hydrate? Okay, are we ready to chat some more? Yes? All right, next up, I would like to welcome Alicia Bonney, the Plug's innovation reporter. She's coming to the stage, and she is sitting down with two amazing founders in the startup industry to talk about their entrepreneurial journeys, breaking into the immersive tech industry, and the support and challenges that they have faced. I need y'all to show some love, like always, and give it up for Alicia. Come on up. Take it away. It's all yours now.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for this fireside. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Again, my name is Alessia Bonney, and I'm a reporter with The Plug. For anybody that doesn't know what The Plug is, we're a digital news outlet that covers the Black innovation economy, providing articles, data, and insight. And I specifically work here in Philadelphia covering the Black tech ecosystem. And I would love to welcome our beautiful founders, Stephanie Reeves and Lori Marion. Awesome. And so to intro these wonderful founders again, so Stephanie right near me right here is the co-founder and CPO of Neon Wild. Neon Wild is solving for the lack of diversity and representation in children's media while leveraging the metaverse and making it safer and more inclusive for families. Lori, over there on my right, is the co-founder and CEO of Fade. Fade Technology is a B2B white label solution that connects IP and advertising content to commerce on premium streaming and digital publishing platforms. Wonderful. So we're here to talk about these founders that work in the immersive tech space. So just to begin, I would love for each of you to share what immersive tech means to you, and then talk about how immersive technology works within your respective businesses. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So for me, immersive tech is really all around the experience and the richness of that experience. So and how that relates to Neon Wow, my company is really taking a physical aspect or experience and translating that to the digital world so that any child, any parent can really engage and have wonderful moments as a family.
For Fade Technology, that means really immersive storytelling. So as a founder, as well as my co-founder, we are sort of lovers of those really rich immersive experiences that allow you to really become so engaged in the story that you can't get enough of it. So whether that's binge watching Insecure or binge watching Heart to Heart, it really is about the ability to transcend a physical environment and go into this place where you feel like, I just need more of that character. So.
Amazing, thank you both. So within your two businesses, you guys both work in this immersive tech, but kind of do very different things in this space. So I would love for maybe Lori to share about any trends in immersive tech that founders, entrepreneurs, or anybody in the ecosystem should be paying attention to.
Sure, I think that, so a little bit about my background. I have come from a place in brand strategy as well as product management and into really leading the development of digital technologies, digital trends. And that's everything from like consumer finance to fintech. And so when I think about sort of the course of my career, I think the biggest trend is really the observation, and that's the observation of data. That's really important. It tells the story of how, not only how consumers behave, and what you are looking for in terms of them interacting with your product, but it allows you as a creator to be able to deliver the types of experiences that consumers want. And by that I also mean, for an example, if you want someone to engage with your product, no matter what it is, if you want them to engage with your product, you really want to be as resonating as possible. And the only way to do that is really to observe them within the natural environment in which they will use your product. So I think that's one, but there's also lots of other trends that I think stem from the business side. I like to also just focus for the moment. You know, we talk a lot about AR and blockchain, AI, but it really is a trend in which we're seeing a lot of, which is the approach that Fade Technology is taking, is leading with a problem first, really trying to solve it from a financial problem, a business problem, and then taking the technology and applying it to it, not leading first with the technology to define and shape the problem.
Thank you so much. And I just want to touch upon something really poignant you said, which is observing our physical world to then make the immersive world even that more better, more inclusive, more diverse. So for Stephanie, I would love for you to talk about that observation that you and your co-founders made, that gap in the children's media market. So what did you guys see, and then how are you now trying to solve that through your company?
Sure. Yeah. So just a quick background on myself and co-founders. Two of us are parents, and two of us are former educators. And I think, anecdotally, like my upbringing also informed it. So I remember my mom, looking back on it at Christmas, going to Toys R Us and placing a special order for a black Barbie, right? And that mattered to me because I was playing with a child that looked like myself. Fast forward, 30-ish years, they're gonna say. I'm looking at media and exploring what options are out there from my nieces and nephews. And there really was a dearth in content that really represented who they are as individuals. And so myself and my co-founders all have backgrounds in immersive technology. I was a former software engineer in VR. Internet of Things, and the rest of the team worked at Magic Leap. And so we came together and around this notion that we could take a picture of any child anywhere, stylize it, personalize it to them, and then have that digital avatar be the center of any story. And that's really powerful in what we've seen in terms of kids being able to engage and really feel a sense of pride and confidence as they grow up. And hopefully, it enables a overall social well-being in aggregate that's positive.
Thank you. And I would love to share, right before we came on stage for this Fireside, we were all talking about Stephanie's company, Neon Wild, and how she's prototyping the technology, and how the younger age group really enjoys stylizing, customizing their avatars. And we got into a conversation about, previously kids liked changing their dolls or their toys, but now they can do that with avatars that really reflect themselves. So when they're using this technology and they're playing and having these immersive stories, they can say, that's me, I'm the superhero doing that. So thank you so much for sharing that. So going off of that, I would love for you guys to share a little bit about how your identities have shaped your perspective as founders. So, being entrepreneurs, being Black women, and then creating this technology and breaking into the immersive tech space, how have you used that to kind of revolutionize and diversify what we see as immersive tech today?
So I'll take that one first. So my career, I actually, we were laughing because I like to say that I'm J-Lo adjacent in terms of age.
However, over the weekend I was playing tennis and I was saying that I was Serena adjacent, but that's over as well. But, you know, my career has gone from really analog to digital. And what's important about that, and I like to really own that, is that I have had an opportunity to be at that table in so many places. I've been fortunate enough in my career to work on environmental spaces for Toyota. I helped to launch Lexus. I helped to launch the team that brought Old Navy to the table in terms of its originality of a new concept for a store. I then went into other places in which, you know, someone had said to me, hey, do you want to go work on Apple? And I was just like, no. And the idea was that I was really not focused on technology. I mean, at that time, I worked on the Cube and I worked on the first generation of colored iMacs. And at that time, we were still using Dell. So it was like, to me, it was like Apple. And someone had said, yeah, so just come down to Infinite Loop and Steve will have a conversation with you. And I thought it was Steve, the product guy. And I walked into the room and it happened to be Steve Jobs. So for me, when I talk about digital in this new place, it's mind-boggling because when I walk into the room, only a few years ago did I ever see other people that look like me, especially women. I mean, that was just not the case. And also, it was always such a conflict between product and product marketing or product and marketing or brand strategy we were the observation, we would bring that to the table and product would say no. So my partner and I, she is Asian, she's first gen, we have had lots of conversations about what it means to be not only women, but underestimated women in an environment where it is really ruled by white males. And this is not to say that it's an observation. That's what I like to say, it's an observation. And what is important about that is that, I think COVID has changed a lot. We see a lot more people of color and a lot more from a gender perspective who are interested in technology in other realms. And I think that just by, having conversations and having open forums like this, you see that there are people that are leading those conversations, that are leading the charge that you would have never known. And in fact, a really strange story because I worked also at Dolby Laboratories. So they are sight and sound for movies, for theater, for audio. And my partner and I were standing in the hall like 8 years ago talking about the trajectory of VR and AR. And we said, like in about 10 years, you're going to see just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what it will be able to do in terms of not only reaching large audiences, but the content, the types of really rich, immersive, valuable content that will come through that will be fantastic. But that'll be about 10 years. So we were like right at the tip. So we were talking about Stephanie didn't even know it.
Yeah. And Stephanie, if you wanted to share, please.
Sure. Not surprising anyone. When I started out my career in finance, investment banking, I was the only person that looked like me. But like along the way, I gained perspective on like why that mattered and what I could do to make a change with that. And so like for me, it's always been around two things, education and access. So I've always given back to the community as a mentor. Volunteerism is very important to me. And with our vision for Neon Wild, like we incorporate our passions for education as well as community stewardship as a part of what we're building. And I think that's how my background and career has really shaped myself and, quite frankly, Neon Wild.
Thank you so much. And for the folks in the audience, both Stephanie and Lori came to Philadelphia to continue building their businesses. So Fade is based in San Francisco and the Neon Wild in New York. So I would love for you guys to talk a little bit about where you have sought support to help grow your business. And maybe you can talk a little bit about what you've been doing here in Philadelphia.
So, you know, it's really interesting because as a former executive, no one ever said to me, you know, tell me what you need. Tell me what can I do for you. Never. And I rose to being a VP at a small communications agencies, but I've worked from PayPal on, and no one has ever said that. Here in Philadelphia with Techstars as well as with NBC Lift Labs, I have one of my favorite people and three favorite people I'm sitting in the front. They ask me that every day. And what's really important about that is because as a founder, you know, you think you're sort of private about what you're building. You don't want to be judged about what you're building. You don't want it to go out too fast. You don't want someone to steal your idea. All of these like nutso sort of thoughts you have in the course of a day. But in an accelerator program like Techstars, someone asking you that every day, you get to a point of like, I don't know what I want. Just last week or over the last few weeks, they put in front of us over 60 mentors. And so I now have access to the president of Times Digital. I now have access to former leaders who created the iPhone. I now have access to just technologists and people who, in and outside of the entertainment business, really care about what it is that we're doing and what we're putting out there. That allowed me to open up the door. We hired 2 engineers, 2 senior engineers and 2 junior engineers, and all people of color. And that was exciting. I'm super excited.
And for me and for Neon Wild, as participants in Techstars, Comcast, NBC Universal, Lift Labs, Accelerator, we are really focused on a couple of things. One, growing out our product and our build of it, which the access that we've had in terms of individuals, top talent to build it out has been just mind-blowing. And in particular, what we're doing on the machine learning front. So being able to be put in contact with folks who are writing the white papers behind it is really important for our business. And then on the business bill front, as Lori mentioned, just the number of senior executives across NBC Universal, Sky, you name it, that we are in conversations with for partnerships. So we're able to take our grand vision and update it with content and IP that's really powerful that kids will enjoy right off the bat. So those are the big things that the company have taken away from, being in Philly. And me personally, it's like a second homecoming because I lived in Philly for 2 years when I was in business school at Wharton, and I love Philly. So personally, I'm really excited
Shout
to be
out
back.
Philly. Thank you so much, Stephanie and Lori, for sharing all your insights and perspective with us today. And thank you, everyone, for sitting here with us and joining us in this space and sharing your time with us. Unfortunately, we don't have time for a Q&A, but we are going to be heading out to the Spark tent outside. So if anyone has any questions or just want to chat with us, we'll be out there and we welcome you. Thank you so much.
Hey, there it is. Hey, hey, hey. You just keep saying hey into the mic until it comes on. How you guys feeling? Good? Just quick, shake the right hand out real quick. Loosen up a little bit. No, I'm serious. Shake the right, shake the left. Get it out real quick. Give me a right foot. This guy's like, he's looking at me like, not going to do it. But I feel you. All right, we're going to move into the next one. Welcome back. This is our second keynote of the day. We are going to discover your wings. And it's an essential talk for the creative with Tara Schuster. She's the former vice president of talent and development at Comedy Central. And she's going to sit down with my man Eric Thomas for a fireside chat. Can I get a woo-woo? They're going to explore the fine line between balancing a successful career in a male-dominated industry and taking charge of one's mental health. I think that deserves a nice round of applause, right? Please welcome Eric and Tara. A little loud. That's how we come hanging. There it is. There we go. Here's Eric.
One second. How you doing? Oh, I got me. Hi, how's everybody doing? Good. I want to tell you a little bit about, I'm going to stand. I want to tell you a little bit about the author and executive that I'm going to bring out. Tara Schuster, if you haven't read her book, I highly encourage you to read her book. It's phenomenal. I've read it twice. She is a best-selling author and an entertainment executive. She worked as the VP of Talent and Development at Comedy Central, where she was the executive in charge of the Emmy and Peabody Award-winning Key and Peele, as well as the Emmy Award-winning At Midnight, among others. For her work on Key and Peele, Jordan Peele said that Tara is ahead of her time. Quote, she sees the future a little bit. I love that. Her book, Buy Yourself the Fucking Lilies, debuted as the #1 new release in humor essays and self-help on Audible and Kindle. The Audible is amazing. And it was hailed by InStyle, People, Cosmopolitan, Goodreads, BuzzFeed, Goop, and many others as one of the best new books of 2020. Please help me welcome Tara Schuster. Hi. So excited to talk to you.
Oh, I'm so excited to talk to you. Have you guys read Eric's book? It's amazing. He's so funny. Everyone needs to get that book. He's incredible.
Well, you're incredible, and your book is also so funny and really, and just really helpful, which is like, you know, you would think for a self-help and humor essay book, but like it actually delivers on the promise. And you write in your book about you have a habit of doing morning pages, and sometimes you use prompts to start that writing. And one of those prompts I want to ask you, and this prompt is, today, what is it you feel in your heart? So what is the, what does that strike for you?
So I, for a long time, I didn't know how I ever felt. Like I was kind of like a mismatch of emotions, and it was usually I just felt like high or depressed. It was like good or bad, and I had no other vocabulary. So now I try to be like really surgical about like, well, how do I actually feel? Right now I feel grateful. I'm really grateful to be with all of you. I'm energetic because I drank like so much coffee. And hopeful. I don't know, I just feel like hopeful to be in your company. And can you guys hear me? Because we had a little bit of a microphone thing. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Yeah? Ooh, okay. We'll watch out for that. Thank you.
I love that, grateful, energetic, and hopeful. I love that. That's a great sort of baseline to begin. So I want to talk a little bit about your career as an entertainment executive and the way that the work you've done on yourself sort of dovetails with that. So you've worked with a lot of creative people, Jon Stewart, Key and Peele, David Spade, and that work requires a lot of creative energy, but we also know that entertainment is a business. So how do you navigate working on yourself at the soul level while in like a professional environment?
Yeah, it's, you know, we're all told this thing about like work-life balance, and I don't really believe in it. Like you have a life, the end. Like your work has to be a part of your life. It has to be a natural thing. And so when I started working at Comedy Central, and I guess I can back up. So my book is all about, I grew up in a neglectful, psychologically abusive house where things came to die. Like the pets died. A family of deer inexplicably died in the pool. The plants died. Like there was nobody taking care of anything, including my sister and I, which led to severe anxiety and depression and just this feeling of like, A, I'm worthless, and B, I gotta get out of here. Like if I don't get out of here, I'm not gonna survive. And so by the time I was in my 20s and trying to get a job, I had always relied on outside achievement to give me my worth. You know, I mean, how many people can relate to that? Like the next promotion, the next job title, bigger salary. Like, if I have that, then I'll be happy. And that's how I felt about Comedy Central. If I get that job, then I'll be happy. And I got there and I was like, oh my God, there are so many people here. They're so amazing. This can be my family. They'll be my family. And my boss is gonna be my dad and my best friend's gonna be my mom. And we're all, you know, the people I kind of don't like are my weird cousins. And we're all gonna be together. It's gonna be great. And it was great for a while. It was really great to kind of find people who had a lot in common with me, who all cared about the same goals. And it was great until it wasn't great. And part of it was, so I had this idea that I was gonna be the good daughter. Like, I was loyal and I was perfect and I was on time and I took good notes and I was this good daughter, and as long as I was the good daughter, I had respect for myself. And I really wanted to impress my work dad. And one day he calls me into his office and he says, Tara, you know, you're really getting a reputation of being too aggressive. And I'm like, you know, take away for a minute that, like, just don't call women aggressive ever at work. Like, that is not, the word is so loaded, it's like, no thank you. But when I heard him say that, it's like my dad telling me I was bad. So instead of having like a pause, like, can I take anything from this note? You know, what does this note really mean? I took it as like a devastating critique of who I was as a person. And I didn't even stop to think like, yeah, I have the most shows on air. That's right, I'm aggressive. Like, how do you think that happens? Like, that I was just, oh, hello, like, let's have lunch every day. No. So it happens. I was psychologically not in a great place at that time. So my solution was, I'll just go in my car in the parking structure, lie in the back seat, and weep to the sounds of whales in the ocean. You know, because that's how I usually go to bed. It's like sound, like soothing sound. So at that moment I was like, that's not great. Okay, things need to change. So I decided I'm kind of like a mush ball of a person, as you kind of know from our DMs and chatting on Instagram. Like, I can be really mushy. So I thought, okay, my aggressive self didn't work at work, so I'll bring out this mushy side of me. And so I was way more affirming of people and bringing in cookies and, you know, that whole situation. And I thought it was going really, really well. And one day after work, I was at the gym and I was running on a treadmill, and I get a call from my work dad, and our bi-weekly, you guys have to relate to this, our bi-weekly kept moving. Like, the meeting kept moving, it was never gonna happen, so I was, even though it was my time, okay, I pick up. On the treadmill, I know it's gonna be a short conversation, so I keep the treadmill on and I just stand, you know, where it's like the platform part of the treadmill, right, and the belt here. So I stand on the sides, pick up my phone, and my work boss says, you know, you're getting a lot of feedback that you're disingenuously nice.
Oh my God.
And that people don't believe this could be true. I'm like, what the what? I'm too aggressive.
Right.
Then I like have changed my personality, but actually just tapped into my sweet side to please you guys. And now that's not good enough? Like, F this. So I step back on the treadmill, forgetting it's on, and whoosh, just get thrown into the treadmills behind me.
Oh my God.
This like buffed out trainer sees the whole thing goes down, comes over, scoops me up like a baby. I'm like hysterically crying, just like immediately burst out of shock into tears. And then they put me on that weird, you know, the stretching table trainers use where you're like, I don't know if they're really stretching their clients or more is going on there. He lays me down there, and it was in that moment with my banged up knees, crying in the gym, that I decided, enough. This is not my family. This is not how a family would treat their good daughter. In fact, I deserve more. And from that moment on, I realized your workplace it's not your family. It's not people who are gonna care forever about you. I mean, unless your family is set up as a strictly hierarchical corporate entity, you know, it really isn't. And so I've really started to think about it more like you would think about something like a mission to Mars, or like we're going into space. And everybody has to be really professional, an expert, and you don't really need to have a lot of emotions at work, which I know is kind of like counter. How many of you have heard, you should be your most authentic self at work? Bring your whole self to work. Why would I do that? Like genuinely, why would I do that? My work has never shown me that they deserve who I am totally as a person. They do not have my best interest in mind, but they really respect my professional side and my expertise, and I can really bring that to this job. And so, you know, what I've come to kind of understand is we have different selves we bring. Like to Eric, I bring a different self, my friends, fellow author, than I would my sister, right? Those are two different relationships, and it doesn't make me any less authentic to bring a specific version of myself to work. And so that's sort of how I have navigated the personal and the professional, especially in a context at Comedy Central where it can seem at first like it's creative, we're all fun, woohoo, but it's a business, you know, and you kind of have to remember that even in a creative environment, it is ultimately a business.
Yeah, I think that's so fascinating, like bring your authentic professional self, but not your full self. And like you write a lot in the book about how you were changing on a personal level. How do you navigate like being on this journey while still sort of protecting yourself from what else is going on in your like professional life?
Yeah, so I didn't even tell nobody at work knew about any of my mental health struggles, my history. They barely knew I was writing a book until I had to get their permission to publish it because I was under contract there. That was for me. My book, my mental health, that was all for me. And when I needed time off, I tried to come up with ways to explain it where I wasn't over-explaining. Like, I don't owe them a whole explanation about why I'm taking this as a sick day. Why do they deserve that? They absolutely do not. It's not a detail they need to know. So I just started like protecting myself more. And what was weird was the more I protected myself, the better I was at work because my personality wasn't tied into my job anymore. My whole self was never the question. My work was the question, and my work was really good. You know, and that could be what they judge me by, but I decided never again to really be vulnerable in that way.
I find that so fascinating, both like from any professional, but also from somebody who works in comedy, you know, in entertainment, which, you know, you think everyone has to show their full selves, and it's like, no, you have to shield some of that. And one of the cornerstones of your book is this vulnerability that you share with the readers, that you share with us, about this journey of turning a struggle with chronic anxiety and depression into a manifesto of self-love. And so, like, do you have strategies for people who aren't yet at that place, aren't yet ready to sort of take control of their mental health? Like, what's the first step you can kind of take? Yeah, and like, and also you've made it generative. You know, this isn't just something that is like you've done for yourself. You've turned it into a creative project.
Right. So, two answers to that. The first is I never set out to write a book. I set out to save my life. Like, that was where this all began. I was telling you about, I grew up in this terrible environment. By the time I'm 25 and like spit out into the real world, booze, weed, boys, every bad decision you could make, I was falling apart until the night of my 25th birthday, when I drunk dialed my therapist and threatened to hurt myself. And the next morning when I woke up and realized, oh cool, now I'm the kind of person who drunk dials her therapist and threatens to hurt herself, I realized if I don't save my own life, I'm not gonna have much more of a life to live. But I didn't have any wise mentors. I could not ask my parents for help. I mean, I couldn't ask them, right? So I decided, what if I just started a Google document and treated this like a work project? And what if I just wrote down all the questions I have, like, what are values? What are principles? What are vegetables? Like, genuinely, what are they? Which ones do I need to eat? Is quinoa a thing or not? What have we decided? And I just attacked it for like 5 years, writing the questions I had and then going and seeking answers in books, by just really absorbing when I went to my friend's parents' house for dinner. You know, how do they act? How do they speak to one another? What questions do they ask? And then I creepily took my notes in my Google Doc. 5 years had passed. The Google Doc was 600 pages. And I felt like a different person. You know, for the first time in my life, I had stability. I felt like I was worth something. I had a baseline that wasn't just this crazy up and down. And I had gone to school for playwriting. So I'd always kind of wanted to be a writer anyway. And I just started writing little essays and submitting them to the New Yorker and getting rejected. But what was cool was that I got rejected. Like, somebody read it and then said no, and that was awesome. Like, oh, okay. And I kept doing it until I started getting little things in. And that's when I decided, you know, I was looking for like, what's a bigger project? I was like, well, maybe this 600-page Google Doc that I already have, maybe that's a bigger project. So that's why I wrote the book. It didn't start with me thinking like, I want to be a self-help author. Like, what can I investigate? It was like, I need to save myself. Oh, wow, maybe this could help other people. And so thank you. That's where this all began, and now it's been this pivot in my career because I realized, oh, I can make meaning of all the things that happened. I mean, and I can make people feel less alone. Like, I felt so alone in that experience, and if I could make one other person feel like they had a friend, as cheesy as that sounds, I could cry about it now, because it's that real to me that when you feel alone like that, that is soul crushing. And so what I hope the book is for people is, at a minimum, a friend, and I hope that people laugh with me, not at me. I tried to be very honest in the book, so yeah.
Well, I mean, I think you succeed. I think also, like, when you share the truth about yourself, it like opens this empathy bridge, right? You know, and so you read it or you listen to it, and you're like, this person does feel like a friend, and I do see the possibilities of life in a different way. But one of the things you write about in the book, and I think this is really wise, is that, like, you know, so often people say, you know, well, I didn't have it that bad, right?
Oh, yes.
And that's dangerous, right? And, like, you know, you say that it minimizes, like, our own experience and blocks healing. So, like, can you talk about, like, reframing that, like, your impression of your own past?
Yeah. So I'm really glad you asked this question. This is one of the things I like to talk the most about. For a long time, I knew something was wrong. Like, I knew it couldn't be normal to be hysterically crying in the personal call room at work. Like, nobody else was doing it. So, like, why was I? So I knew something was wrong, but I would always come back to this idea that I didn't have it that bad. Nobody ever beat me. I wasn't locked somewhere. It wasn't that bad. I went to college. It couldn't have been that bad. And that held me back for so many years. I felt like I didn't deserve to feel as bad as I did, but the truth was I did feel that bad. And so nothing was going to change until I could heal how hurt I felt and how worthless I felt. And so one of my favorite authors is a psychotherapist named Lori Gottlieb. Have any of you read Maybe You Should Talk to Someone? It's a great book. And in it, she talks about this concept of a hierarchy of pain, that it just doesn't exist. Nobody's trauma is better or worse than anybody's because it's a really personal experience. And the more you say, I didn't have it that bad, or compare yourself to somebody else who you think had it worse, how weird and presumptuous are you being? Like, you think you know all about their pain? Like, you think you're gonna judge it now and like make it some weird comparison to yourself? It blocks you from ever feeling real compassion as well. Because if you can't touch into your own pain, how do you really help people with theirs? So the whole idea that some people had it worse and some people had it better, it is not very useful. Like, it's just not a useful way to walk through your life. And so for me, it was really owning, I am not to blame for how my parents treated me. That's not my fault. And now it's my responsibility. It just is. If I want my life to be different, it's just my responsibility to heal it, and pushing it away, saying I didn't have it that bad wasn't helping me. And that was such a big moment. And I think typically when readers or members of my community, when they finally are like, I had it just as bad as it feels to me, and they kind of like own their pain, that's the moment that their whole life changed, because they're finally willing to confront themselves as they really are and to give themselves the healing they really need.
I love that. You know, one of the things that strikes me is about your presence and the way that you sort of, you talk about yourself, you talk about other people, is this compassion, you know, and this self-love and this love for others. And I feel like in the self-help field, you know, it's like there's a misconception or an incorrect characterization of it that is not for men, right?
Yeah.
You talked a little bit about this earlier, but I wonder, as you have sort of moved out of the entertainment world and you're now in this new space, does being in male-dominated spaces or industries change the way you talk about yourself or your journey?
Yeah, it's something I don't have a total answer to. I was saying to Eric earlier that in comedy, I was usually in a room of 18 high-powered male executives and me, you know? And I've never told anyone this detail, but usually the only time anybody asked for my opinion was, is this rape joke okay? And then the whole room turns to me to ask. You know, and that wasn't pleasant,
No.
and there was no understanding that maybe that was problematic. And something like comedy, a lot of it's really entrenched in the past, like super misogynistic and old. And I really had to learn just how to navigate by smiling. And again, I think that's partially where the persona of the good daughter came from, because that was really the only way I felt like I could operate in that space. And the more and more, the times are obviously changing. You can really talk about mental health a lot more than you could even, say 3 years ago. The more I've seen how much the men around me have been suffering and how much they must have been suppressing and what was their world like that they thought that was appropriate. And I guess for me, I just try to have compassion when somebody says something to me like where I'm genuinely like, wait, what did you just say? Instead of being reactive immediately, I honestly just don't want my energy to go there, is part of it, is pause. What must they be going through? Just in the back of my mind, say whatever I'm gonna say, but I just try to give myself one moment before reactivity. And I think it must be hard to be a guy. I was really allowed, I feel like in my life I've been allowed to be vulnerable in ways that my male counterparts have not been able to. And I don't have an answer or a solution other than I see it and I try to have compassion for it while also holding a boundary that there are ways you can speak to me and they're not. I was out, such a tangent. I was out at a bar recently and this guy came up to me, this was like recently this week. And he was nice, and he seemed kind of pleasant. And he said to me and my friend, like, what are you badasses doing here? He was like trying to flatter in this, somewhat empowering way. And then he put his hand on my neck. And usually, I felt that same way, that groan. Oh. Usually in a different time, I might have just been like, okay, this is happening, let me wait it out. And I looked at him and I just thought, what must be going on in his mind? And I said, I really don't like your hand on me right now, thanks. He immediately was like pulled out of some weird trance and put his hand down, but I realized, there's a way I can talk to somebody that's like, I didn't scream at him, but this is coming from, I never knew how to act in those situations. So for me, this is the first baby step. Is just saying out loud, I don't like this. And I think there are many women who are more evolved than me, but that's definitely where I am, is just calling out when I just don't like how that feels.
Yeah. Well, that's the first step, I think, for a lot of us. It's sort of identifying where this is the no.
Yeah.
And then moving forward from that. I have a question that sort of a comedy question.
Yeah.
I'm so curious about the process of building these shows, and I wonder if your experience has given you any theories about like what makes us happy.
Yeah. I have a theory about what makes us not happy.
I love it. Let's do it.
So you guys know it's the Emmys this weekend, right? So I hate the Emmys. I hate how it brings out just this like naked need for recognition and a myopic focus on getting a prize at the end of something, and there's like so much Botox involved that it becomes very difficult to know how old anybody is, like 26, 64, I don't know. Could be either. I live in LA, everybody's dressing the same, no idea.
Right.
So I hate Emmy season until I was nominated for an Emmy. And then it was like, yes, the Emmys are the best. I am so excited. Oh my God, I'm so cool. Yes. Over the moon excited. People are like texting me, oh my God, I saw your name. This is amazing. I'm thinking, oh, what am I going to wear to this ceremony? Life is great.
Right.
And really hinging it on this whole, I've been nominated for an Emmy. Forever it's going to be Tyrese Schuster. And then that little Emmy nominated sign next to my name, like I'm a doctor of entertainment or something. That in particular, I was like, yes. And so, you get nominated and then time passes before you go to the actual Emmys. So I kind of, it wasn't like my daily thought, oh, I've been nominated for an Emmy.
Yeah.
And I'm on a work trip. I'm at dinner with all my colleagues, and I get a call from my boss's boss's boss. I'm like, now why would he be calling me, especially at night? This is odd.
Mm-hmm.
Pick it up, go outside, and he says to me, now that you're an executive, this just really isn't done. We just don't put executives on the Emmy nomination. And I should back up and explain. I had been a digital producer. I'm sure some of you have been digital producers, understand that space. Like, I made all the webisodes. I did the YouTube strategy. And this was a nomination for a web series. And I had just been promoted into the TV side. And we all know what happens when you're in that transition zone. Oh, you do both jobs. You're just responsible for all of it, right? So what he was saying is, in your new job, we really don't do that. And I said, but I really did do that. This is recognition for the work I just did and am doing. What do you mean? And he said, well, it's a bad look. I'm going to let you decide what to do. And so I sat on the curb, literally cried in the gutter, and, called him back and said the only thing I could, which was, please, Emmy, unnominate me. And that was when, that was the moment when I realized external validation is never going to be the thing. It's like we read about it. We all think that. We all know somewhere in the back of our minds, we've heard that cliche, it's the process, it's the journey, it's not the product, it's not the goal. We hear that, but how many of us actually believe that? Like, sure, but a promotion, I want to get that. And so it was at that moment where I decided, I really do need to make this true for myself, because I never wanted to feel that level of humiliation where I felt like the rug was pulled out from under me and that somebody else had control over whether or not I was happy or whether or not I valued myself. So for me, a lot of my happiness now has to come from very small things that make me respect myself. Like, I work out every day just because I like to use my human body. And Eric knows this because he ran into me on a run last night.
Yes.
I was off the plane and I was like, I hadn't used my human body today, so now is the time. And I ran into Eric. So it's use my human body, be reasonably kind, because I'm definitely not kind all the time. But like, was I reasonably kind today? And am I on the path to being kinder? If so, great. and writing. And it doesn't matter what I write, it doesn't matter how it performs, it's just, did I write today for at least 20 minutes? And if I do those 3 things, I generally feel pretty content and happy because I'm doing the 3 things that make me respect myself the most and that are unshakable and untakeawayable. Nobody can take away from me, was I reasonably kind today, right? It is completely internally cultivated, internally owned. And so if you're looking for a little bit more contentment, that's like one easy fast track, is just what makes me respect myself. Did I do that today? And keeping track of it. It's something I keep track of in my journal, and I can kind of tell the days that I feel really off. I usually didn't do one of those 3 things. I kind of exploded at somebody, or I didn't journal, and so that's really how I keep up a nice level of contentment in my own life.
I love that, and I love that that it's not BS. That it's it's all about what's going on inside. It's like you say, internal cultivation. I also love that you literally got off a plane and went for a run in House Square. I was like, okay, I'm impressed. I got it. But it's not about impressing.
No.
It's about you being happy.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes with the book, I kind of forget, it's not a cute story. This is how I saved my life. This isn't something I wrote to be in a bookstore.
Yeah.
This is truly how I saved my life. And so I have to keep doing these things, right? Healing is not a one-stop shop of I did it, cool, perf, bye. It's a daily process of choosing yourself, choosing your own mental health, choosing to walk in the direction that you want. Because that's what is at the center of all of this, is I wanted a different life, and there's no way to get that without making those daily choices.
Yeah. One of the things I find really interesting, and I wonder if you have thoughts about it, is so the book it's vulnerable, but it also positions you as somebody who has gone through this process and is interested in sharing this. And your Instagram, which is great, I highly recommend following, we'll plug it at the end, is also a really fun extension of that, I would say, brand in the best way. Can you talk about how you're positioning yourself, on social media and in the world?
Yeah. I see Dr. Z right here. She also has a great Instagram, and it's fun. We were talking about. I've made a lot of Instagram friends over the pandemic. I don't know if anyone else has, but I was so alone, and I'm like, hello,
Yes.
Would you like to talk to me? Oh, I'd like to talk to you. But for me, I kind of treat my Instagram sort of like an art project of what am I offering? I think the thing I'm offering is compassion, optimism, and reality. That I am wildly optimistic. I think it was a survival mechanism from my childhood, so now it's just hardwired into me. And I'm real. If something sucks, I'm going to say it sucks. I have no interest in living in a toxic positivity yay, it's great all the time. No, it's not great all the time. So what I really try to do with my own Instagram is I ask myself 2 questions before every post. Is this interesting to me? Am I actually interested in what I'm about to post? At a minimum, it must be interesting to me. And 2, could this be helpful? Could it be helpful to somebody else? And so, minus a few well-cultivated selfies, which, I'm still a little vain. It's mostly with those 2 questions in mind. Is it interesting to me? Because then it'll probably be interesting to somebody else. And will it be helpful? And that really, I hope, keeps me away from a lot of more ego-driven, I was at this fancy place. Look at me. Because who wants that?
Right.
That doesn't bring people closer to you.
Right.
And I certainly don't need that. I was there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think maybe working in Hollywood for so long really I just saw how fake and how in pain a lot of people were, and it was just a wake up call, and I was lucky enough to really see it that way, and know that just wasn't going to make me happy.
Yeah. Do you feel like there's a connection between better understanding ourselves and sort of being more centered and being better at communicating our personal brands?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I also think a lot of people think, oh, I'll heal when I have time. You know, when my kids are a little older, when I make partner, when I get this promotion, then I'll heal. I know I need to go to therapy. I'll do it later. But what they don't realize is that whole time you have not taken care of yourself. You haven't like let who you actually are free. So nobody benefits. Like nobody around you benefits from who you really are, least of all you. And so I think even in minor ways, like journaling is a really good way to even be aware of what your narrative is. Like, what story am I telling myself? What story am I living? Journaling, free form of therapy. There's a lot of science behind it as well as why it works. But I write 3 pages in my journal every single day. I've done it for 11 years. It has wildly changed my life and given me a lot more stability. And in that past 11 years, my career has taken off. I cannot imagine that me finding healing and grounding and who I actually am at my center was not directly correlated to me finding the actual job I wanted, the actual friends I wanted. The two are completely intertwined, and so it's never a waste of time to take care of yourself. It's never selfish to take care of yourself too, because if you believe you're a part of your community, your healing is somebody else's healing, right? Like, I didn't even know how to really feel compassion for others until I felt compassion for myself, you know? And so my mental health is my priority, period, end of story, because it's actually where everything else good that I put out into the world comes from. And so it weirdly takes a little bit of courage to be like, no, I won't do that. No, that doesn't work for me. I need to take care of myself. But once you start doing it, it becomes easier and easier. And then you're on the other side and you're like, oh my God, like, why wasn't I doing this the whole time? Like, nothing bad happened to me. Nobody, you know, yelled at me for taking care of myself. And we all have our different situations, right? I also know that we have to pay the bills. We have to have some jobs we don't like some of the time. But I'm really talking about the smaller things, like journaling, doing the small things that really help you heal.
I love that. I love that. We're going to open it up for audience questions in just a minute, but I want to ask you one more thing.
Yeah.
I listened to this podcast interview with you where you asked the host who is in his check-in circle, you know, people who tell him he's working too hard or he's on the wrong path. And I wonder if you have strategies for building a check-in circle for yourself. I know a lot of artists and creatives talk about having a personal board of directors.
Yeah. I 100% have that in my life, and I write a lot about it in my first book, which is I have to be really careful about who I share information with, because I am super impressionable and apt to just go with, oh, you think I shouldn't do that? Okay, I guess I won't. I'm self-aware enough to know that. So I have 3 lists. My first list is my hype people. And these are the people in my life who I can bring an idea to, and they're like, yes, let's go for it. You know, they're like really, I'll sit back. I think that's what just caused that. They're super positive. They're not going to neg an idea before it's had a chance to exist. You know, we are friends who are like, you know, ready to support us. So I'm really careful. Okay, so if I have a new idea, what do I need? If I need enthusiasm, I go to them. If I have a new idea and I really need help, and I need an honest ear, and I need somebody to give me my feedback, I go to my road warriors. So you would be a road warrior to me. And we could be each other's hype people as well, but you...
I'll have you up any day of the week.
But you would be a road warrior.
Yeah.
You've had a similar career in some ways. You understand the publishing industry. I love your work. I trust your taste. We could help each other work through an idea. You know, it's somebody who is either on the road with you or whose work you admire, who's willing to give you some feedback. That's a road warrior. And then I have my list of do not contact, are you crazy, why would you ever trust this person list. And these are the people who, like, I want to impress, like I really want them to like me and think I have really good ideas, or it's like a family member who always like rolls their eyes, but I'm looking for their approval for some reason, you know, and it's usually in my case family members who I love, who I cannot tell my ideas to because for whatever reason they will crush them to the ground, and again, I'm impressionable. So I really keep these 3 lists and I keep them on my desk. So it's not, I don't even have to think about it. Like, okay, I'm writing a new book. Who should I talk to? Eric, not my cousin. You know, it's like I'm really, really specific. And I think having those, you give yourself a board of directors of sorts. You give yourself the support you need because, as we all know, you don't do anything alone. Even being an author where you're solitary in a room alone, you're not alone.
No.
You've got editors, marketing, the publisher, the people you speak with who give you new ideas. Like, you have there's always people around you. So I'm just very specific about what I share with whom and when.
I love that. I love that. And I'm gonna take that idea about road warriors to heart. I think that's a really and hype people, but I think also just knowing like these, you know, even the terminology. These people are walking down the road with me. I love that. All right, well, I want to open this up for questions from you all. I think there's a microphone going around, so you just want to raise your hand if you've got a question. We'll start down here. I'm not sure where the mic. Oh, great, perfect. We're going to start in the front row here. Oh, sorry. We'll go. Yeah, start right here, and then we'll go right back there.
Hello. So my question to you is, what advice would you give your younger version self on how to not be a people pleaser? Because the theme of your story sounds a lot like myself. I don't have a family, but I'm always looking for someone to move on.
It's so hard, but it's approving of yourself first and making that the number one priority. I mean, it sounds so cliche, like cheesy and cliche, but I worked with positive affirmations. There were 3 years in my life where every single day I wrote down, I deserve to nurture myself. Because I was so convinced I was worthless and that I just didn't even deserve basic care. And so what I would offer to you is, what do you need to hear the most? What would a loving parent, a loving friend, what message would they give to you? And can you give that to yourself? Because that's where all the people, what you want, and I'll speak for myself, what I wanted was validation that I was a worthwhile human, that I was lovable, you know, that I was worth something. And until I actually believed that for myself, it was like going to everybody, and that was problematic because I was also often going to the wrong people, to that list of people who were never going to validate me. And so I'd say be gentle with yourself. You know, you're in a process. It's really hard. Sorry. If I took this off, could people still hear me, maybe? Or
I can also give you.
We'll see. Okay.
Well, give you mine.
Is that better? Is that a little better? Maybe that's a little better. So that's what I would say, is approving of yourself and making that a part of your daily life.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We've got someone about 4 rows back there. Thank you. Do my love.
Hey, so 2 quick questions. First, what are you doing in a bar where the kind of guys walk up like, hey, what are you badasses doing there? Second question is when you take a look at your bucket list of creative projects, what's the most difficult on there that you're not yet ready to tackle, but you're like, I really want to do this. So what's next for you there?
And you can you hear me on this now? Here. Okay, great. So first off, your first question is very important. I was going to see Usher in Las Vegas. Highly recommend it. It is quite the production. Usher still has it. I'm really happy to report. Incredible. So that's where I was. The second, less important question. It would be writing about love and writing about romance and relationships, because that for me, given what my core wounds are, experimenting in that direction and making, my own Google Doc or whatever it's going to be for me, that's my most sensitive subject. And I do write about it, but it would probably be going down that road a little more than I ever have. Because the form I'm working, it's not like announced, but I'm working on a television show based off the first book. We actually start next week. I'm very excited. Thank you. And at first that was scary because I'm like, oh, I'm entering into comedy, but I'm on the other side of the table. Like, I'm not the buyer anymore. I'm the vulnerable writer, like, giving this. But I realized, whatever, it's an experiment. Like the form of something doesn't scare me. It's like what I'm going to say about myself and how much am I going to reveal. So something in the world of love and relationships would be scary for me, which means I'll have to do it.
Yeah, you've said it.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Let's see, we've got someone a little bit further back on the right side, and then we'll pop over.
First, I want to thank you for sharing the such vulnerable topics that are happening in your life. For me, I'm currently writing a horror comedy musical about online dating.
I'd watch that.
Yeah.
What are some ways that you, or advice that you might have for creating a safe yet courageous space for yourself while writing? Especially in response to your last question, what do you do to kind of keep yourself protected, but also pushing yourself to grow while writing?
That is so important. That is the key question. So I was saying to Karen, who actually invited me to be here today, that my life is really boring. I have a schedule that I stick to. I work out every day at the same time. I write every day at the same time. I basically eat the same stuff every day unless I'm going to a restaurant. And because my life is boring, predictable, stable, familiar, comforting, and I feel safe, I can take big creative swings. Because I have built safety. And safety is a word that gets tossed around, and we all want it, and we think about it, but there are real actionable ways to get it. And to get it for yourself so that somebody else is not providing you safety, you are providing yourself safety. And so my question to you would be, what can you build in your life that would give you more of a sense of safety? And particularly if it's in the creative world, my desk is really set up for my safety. It's got a little toy of Coco Chanel that my best friend gave me that sits on this pink file folder thing to look down on me and bless me. I have a picture of Glennon Doyle next to Lil' Kim. They too bless me every time I write. And I try to make it just a place where I feel good. And the photos I choose online, they're usually looking at me. So I really do feel their presence. So whatever small thing you can do to build safety within your creative process, but really in your life, I think that's a really good starting point.
Oh, wow. Oh,
thanks.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. We got time for two more. How about this person, fourth row back on the right? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hi. My name's Soraya Nicole. Yes. That was so good, girl. My question to you is, I would love to hear about your journey of being a strong single woman and the good things that you've learned in your singleness that's helped you to get to this point today.
It's a great question. I've been making a lot of eye contact with you. Your energy is amazing. Yeah, thank you for being such a rock during this talk. So I think what I've realized is, and this took me a while to realize, is I don't have to feel anxious all the time. I think for a long time I dated people who made me feel unsafe because that was the most familiar feeling to me. And as I've grown and as I've healed and as I've built safety into my life, I've gotten more and more familiar with the taste of safety and the freedom of safety. And the more I've touched that, the more it's become very apparent to me when I don't feel safe. And I'm not even talking about my physical safety. It's my emotional safety. Does this person always put me on edge? does this person, ghosting, like, we think about it as something like so silly. It's horrible. It's a horrible way to treat another adult, right? It's something you would never do to somebody you respected. So, I have something to say. Somebody ghosted me recently. Yes, they did. And this morning, before I gave this talk, a big privilege of writing about what I write about is that I have to walk the walk. And so if I'm gonna come up here and say this to you, I better be doing it. And it's a challenge and one that has changed my life. So this morning, before I gave this talk, I wrote this guy a text message, and I said, he wanted me to go to a wedding with him tonight in Philadelphia. As a first date. And then I never heard from him again. This was like a few days ago. So I wrote back, ouch, good thing I didn't change my airplane ticket. I wish you the best in your life, but this was lame. This was lame. And I have feelings. And I'm not just gonna sit back and people mistreat me and me be like, well, I just wanna look good. I don't want him to think I care. Guess what? I do care. He immediately wrote back, this is why I keep on read receipts, so that people can see that I didn't really mean to ghost them. I just, didn't see it. It's like, cool. That's a great story. Bye. And so I think as you find safety, that I had the confidence to say that because I deserve more. But it took me a lot of work to get to that place. So if you're on this journey of like, how do I step into feeling a little more powerful, a little more confident? We were talking about the people pleasing. Another great way to help yourself is with positive affirmations, is with treating yourself nicely. The title of my first book, Buy Yourself the Fucking Lilies, that's about, I'd go to Trader Joe's every week and I'd see the $7 lilies in their weird bucket of water. And I'd think, oh my God, lilies. They're so pretty. They smell so good. I want lilies. But they're $7. They're just gonna die. I'm just stupid. I'm not getting these lilies. Until one day, after doing all this work, I was like, wait. At a minimum, I'm worth $7 lilies. At a minimum, right? At the bare minimum. And so if you can find something in your life that's like that, a symbol, I'd ask you, what's your lily? And can you bring that more into your life? And self-care has gotten really commodified as like makeup and a spa day. And that's not what self-care is. Self-care is taking an honest accounting of how you actually are doing, not how you should be doing, not how you want to be doing. How are you doing right now? And giving yourself that nurturing. And part of that can be these small, little, delightful things that make your life a little better. Because they're playful too. It just brings some fun and some life. And so it sounds stupid, but buying myself the lilies was directly correlated to finding the confidence to say bye to some guy I thought was hot and mean it. So that's, yes.
And we have time, we've got time for one more question right here in the front.
Hi, my name is Megan Weinberg. It was amazing to hear you talk today. My question for you is, as someone who's self-aware of being impressionable, what other tactics or boundaries do you set then? For example, when you were in the workplace in a room full of men, I feel like that's an intimidating situation. So what did you do in those moments to stand your ground?
So it's an excellent question and a tough question, as you all know. So I got to the point in my job where I realized that a lot of the meetings I was in, I just didn't need to be in, and that no one would notice if I wasn't there. And I just stopped going. Straight up, I stopped going to, it was like a 50-person meeting about a thing with a person I didn't like, and I felt was like disrespectful of me, and I was like, dude, they are not gonna notice that I am not here. And so, I don't know if you can relate, but I used to get really worked up about my job. Like,
I'm so stressed out, I'm so overwhelmed, it has to be this way, I need to do a good job, or X is gonna think Y about me, and that's gonna be this, and oh my God, I'm home on a Friday night doing this weird report. And what I came to realize is that nobody cares. Like, nobody actually is paying attention to you as much as you think. And that's like a freeing thing because you're not the first thing on their mind. And so it helped me just take things a little less personally and also avoid situations. I had a female coworker who's just always undermining me. Just like, it was, and I felt like a weird obligation to lift her up. You know, I felt like, for many reasons. One, I would like to do that, period, but also when someone's mean to me or hurts me, I typically have this weird fawn response to try to help them, so then somehow they're more comfortable. I noticed that was happening, and so as much as I could, I just stopped working with her. If there was ever, if I could say to my boss, if there were ways I could tactically get around it and be like, you know, actually, I think I'd be better suited on that project, I would say it. You know, it didn't work all of the time, but it's finding ways to protect yourself in the environment you're currently in. And you can't always do it. And that's, you know, it's unfortunate. And again, our workspaces are not typically built for our emotional soul level growth. I don't know if you've noticed that, but like, not really. So what can you do within your context to protect yourself? That's the question that I would leave you with.
One more time, a round of applause for Tyrese Schuster.
This has been such a pleasure. You guys are an amazing, I feel like we have like a little community. I felt like so much warmth. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say the same thing you were about to say. Well, actually, first of all, where can they find you? Where can everybody find you?
Great. So I'm on the gram. Tara Schuster on Instagram, and I have a newsletter that is the pride and joy of my life. I write one newish essay every week, and if you want to subscribe, it's super easy. You just text the word GLOW, GLOW, to 66866. So you're texting the word GLOW, GLOW, to 66866. Because I went text message on my newsletter. It'll get delivered to your email, but it was just an easier way to sign up. And my book, Buy Yourself the Fucking Lilies, is available everywhere books are sold. And Eric, where might people find you?
I'm also on the gram. Our Eric, OURERIC. I also have a weekly newsletter.
It's very good. I can vouch for his newsletter. Very, very good.
I haven't converted to the text. I got to get on that. I'll DM you, ask you how to do it. But you can find information. My link tree on my Instagram and also on Twitter has newsletter and my book, How to Here for It or How to Save Your Soul in America. Now I think it's selfie time, yeah?
Yeah, would you guys mind taking a selfie with us?
Yeah. There we go. Oh, good.
Okay.
very comfortable right now. I get it. But I would love it if some of you could come a little closer for this. Also, you guys, I love you guys. We've been rocking out all day in the back. Just come on, yeah, just come on down. Are you guys feeling good? How's the energy right now? Where are we at with things? Feeling good? All right, wonderful. I'm excited. Next up, very, very serious topic, addressing gun violence in Philadelphia in the 3rd District. Intervention and prevention. And we're going to do this with our council member, Jamie R. Gutierrez. And let me just read this really quick for you before I bring them out here. On August 27th, 2020, Councilmember Jamie Gutierrez of Philadelphia's 3rd District issued a letter to Mayor Jim Kenney in a desperate plea for help. She described the gun violence that has stricken Philly as a citywide emergency, a racial justice issue, and a more than deep side effect of systematic disinvestment. 2 years later, she's here sitting down with Keir Bradford Gray, the former chief public defender and current partner at Montgomery, McCracken, Walker, and Rhodes LLP on the BPHL stage. I need y'all to make some noise for both Keir and Jamie. Come on, make some noise now. We got to talk about it. Y'all can do better than that now. Don't do that. There we go. Welcome to the stage. Yes, right here is wonderful. There you go. Take your seat. One more time. Let's put a hand for them. Thank you.
All right, we take it from here. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm excited to have this conversation with someone I deeply admire. Her courage, her tenacity, but most of all, her compassion for people is why I agreed to come up here and ask her and talk about gun violence and what she's doing. So I'm going to start because I know we just heard that you wrote a letter in 2020 to Mayor Kenney asking for Mayor Kenney to declare Philadelphia a state of emergency due to gun violence. Can you let us know, like, what did you feel that would bring about if he did do that?
I wrote the letter to the mayor because very soon into 2020, which I also started in January of 2020, but very soon into that year, it became apparent to me that not only were we dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, which was devastating the neighborhoods that I represent in West and Southwest Philadelphia, but we were also dealing with record levels of gun violence. And I would go out to scenes where there were shootings, and I would look at what was happening, and I would talk to people, and a few things stood out to me. One, it didn't seem like our city had an effective response outside of a police response. And second, I felt that people who were, trapped in neighborhoods where there are shootings on a routine basis felt a sense of hopelessness, and also they had no idea what anybody at the city was doing to make this situation better, and I feel like that's an injustice. And so my letter to the mayor was a plea that we all have to come together and deal with the gun violence crisis in the same way that we were mobilizing all of our resources for COVID. We needed to place gun violence at that same level and provide resources and supports to the neighborhoods most in need. And it started with a letter. I turned the letter into an official council resolution, and it was voted unanimously on by all of the members of council that the mayor should declare a citywide emergency on the issue of gun violence.
Well, I'm glad first of all, thank you for your courage and thank you for your words. I remember thinking, well, why wouldn't this be declared a national emergency or even a city emergency? We're seeing this all around the country, but here in Philadelphia, it seemed to be upticking in a really horrible way. You mentioned that council signed on to this resolution. What has council, outside of the mayor declaring this as a state of emergency for the city, has council been able to do anything that you were looking for the mayor to help galvanize people to come together and come up with a emergency plan or sharing resources?
Sure, there's a lot of energy around this issue in City Council, and I'm newer to Council, coming on in 2020, but there had already been, champions on this issue, namely Councilmember Kenyatta Johnson, who came to City Council several terms ago on this issue of gun violence. That was a lot of his platform, and also I'd say Curtis Jones. And so for years, those two specifically have been working on different solutions, whether it be, trying to get legislation to curtail ghost guns in our city, or, whether it be creating the Office of Violence Prevention that sort of directs a lot of the city's violence prevention efforts. So those things were going on before I came to council, and I think there is a lot of energy in making sure that we're addressing this issue in the right way. And so I've been able to work with those council members to direct more resources, especially towards violence prevention and intervention efforts. But the fact remains that Philadelphia has a strong mayoral form of government. City council legislates, city council appropriates money, the mayor controls every operating agency in the city of Philadelphia and their day-to-day activities. And when I asked the mayor to declare an emergency, it was really to say that each and every agency should be working every single day together to support neighborhoods in need right now. That's what you do in an emergency. So you need the administration to be on board with a strategy like that, even if you do have energy in council.
Thank you for that. I do think that we've been spending a lot of, talking about gun violence, putting a lot of investments in it, but I feel like people are still feeling like, what's working? Can you give us an idea of things that are going on in your district that you have seen that are actually making an effective dent in some gun? And I say dent, just give us a little bit, not to wake up in the morning and see how many people have been not just killed but shot, because, those things are a matter of, are you a good shot or is the person more resilient? What have you really seen that's been innovatively working in your district or any other district or any other city or state that you think that could be really brought to scale here?
Yeah, so I don't want people to think that my push for more urgency and for a more comprehensive and robust strategy means that I don't think the city is doing anything or that the city is not working hard. That's not what I mean at all. Obviously, the police are working on this issue every day through their sort of normal operations. They're trying to get a sense of what's going on in communities. They have special programs like Operation Pinpoint, where they're really focused in on communities where there's a lot of gun violence. We have detectives that are working hard to solve homicides. Outside of policing, Philadelphia is one of the few areas in the country that is trying to work towards gun violence as a public health crisis. And we, embarked on that strategy in 2017. So we are also doing a lot of things around prevention. One program that I would lift up is our violence interruption program. It's called CCIP, or Community Crisis Intervention. Through that program, we have folks that we call credible messengers. They come from our neighborhoods. They know people in neighborhoods. They help to identify beefs before they turn into shootings. They help to mentor young people and connect them to resources. That's a proven strategy that actually started in Philadelphia and is being used across the country. We have GVI, or Group Violence Intervention. That's an initiative that tries to identify folks that belong to violent street groups and that are participating in gun violence. Through that program, we identify those folks and we use a carrot and stick approach, where we say to them, if you don't stop this behavior and if you don't stop shooting, we're going to enforce on you, and we're going to enforce on you for a number of different things that you might be doing. But if you want to change your life, we also have resources for you, whether it be housing or a job or counseling. And this is also a proven model. So we are doing really innovative things things that have been proven to work, but I feel like we're doing things in drips and drabs. I feel like there's not enough coordination among the agencies of the city that should be focused on this problem. I feel like there's not a strong enough connection between our enforcement strategy and our prevention strategy. And I also don't feel like this is an issue that's a priority for every single day for every actor and stakeholder in the city, which is what you would need it to be to really make a dent in the problem. So we're doing great things, we're just not doing enough of it. We're not measuring our impact. And, you know, I don't feel like we're devoting the level of attention really deserved by our citizens. People, particularly Black and brown people who live in neighborhoods where there are shootings all the time, deserve to feel like this is the city's #1 priority, and we're far away from that.
I love your passion because this is about leadership. And leaders, people follow a person that seems very passionate and authentic about these areas. But sometimes we feel like, is there a disconnect between the leadership and the people on the ground, that we are really missing some vital information about what's really happening here? Where did the mentality come from that this is just a norm, right? And I want to ask you this realistically, because I represented thousands and thousands of people that all had the same stories in terms of their backgrounds, but we're still not investing in some of those things that we know are similarities amongst people who are involved in gun violence and just crimes of desperation. What role do you feel technology has played in some of the uptick in gun violence? And how do you feel, or what do you think the role that technology can play in order to reduce it?
I think there are some aspects of technology that has actually been exacerbating the violence problem, especially when it comes to social media. A lot of the violence that we're seeing happen in neighborhoods in the city are sort of these beefs that erupt, and then they never kind of calm down, right? So you'll see a shooting, and then there's a retaliatory shooting, and then there's another retaliatory shooting, and it's hard to really bring peace to that kind of situation if you're not keenly focused on it. And so what I've seen is that a lot of these beefs are sort of originating on social media and driving the gun violence problem. I can't say I have all of the answers for how we can use technology to decrease violence, but I am interested in ways we can, for instance, better identify these conflicts as they're erupting online. And maybe, you know, if we can do that, then we can mediate the conflicts before they turn into shootings. I'm also interested in how we can use technology to push out resources, particularly to young people that can help to quell violence in our city, whether that's connecting folks to, counseling, or connecting folks to people that can help them work through conflict, or connecting to, meaningful job opportunities. So perhaps there's a way that technology can better connect the folks who are most impacted to resources. And I think that's something that we should be exploring for sure.
So we have these two camps of people who think of ways to cure gun violence, right? It seems like we have two camps. We have people who think it's a social issue, and some people who think it's a straight law enforcement issue. That's it. And I know you know that it's a whole pie, right? Mm-hmm. In terms of impacting, improving, or safety, you have to provide the entire pie. And so I'm going to go here with respect to leadership, because I know there's a lot of people running for a lot of things right now. And what we heard in the news in terms of how we deal with gun violence is some people asking to bring back stop and frisk. And stopping frisk, I know as a lawyer, is a legal principle. It's not going anywhere. It's never gone anywhere. So really what we're calling it, what they're trying to bring back, is stop and stop those who you think are involved in this. How effective do you think that would be in your leadership role if that was what we brought back? That notion that people who look suspicious, not have the distinguishing other pieces that make up reasonable suspicion, which is that their actions are actually dictating that you think criminal activity is afoot. But people who may be standing in a group look suspicious, and the old way was to stop them and just pat them down.
Yeah. I think it would be incredibly damaging for our city to return to, kind of the days of yore where we were indiscriminately policing and using a lot of very racist policing tactics that are also ineffective. Right? And not only, have we been under a consent decree for over a decade because of the ways that we were indiscriminately using stop and frisk in the past, even as recently as 2020, I've seen data that shows we're stopping a ton of people who are not doing anything wrong. They don't have weapons, they don't have drugs, and those stops are not helping us to really decrease crime. So not only is it racist, not only does it make people feel unwelcome in their own city and in their own communities, it doesn't work. And I would think that the bigger issue is that we would want to do things that are actually effective. And then as it relates to your prior point about whether this is a social justice issue or an enforcement issue, I just wanted to make a few observations. First, that I looked at data from the city controller's office where the map for where we're having the most gun violence was overlaid with the map of where redlining occurred in the city of Philadelphia, decades ago. It's almost the same map. So the same neighborhoods where Black and brown people were robbed of the opportunity to build wealth, and where Black and brown neighborhoods were denied investment for decades and decades and decades, are the same neighborhoods where we're seeing rampant community violence. And if you want to look in more recent years, I think it's also striking that when the pandemic started and communities were virtually cut off from almost every resource available to them, that's when we saw the violence increase. And so obviously enforcement plays a critical role, particularly in making sure that there's accountability for violent crime. But there's clear data that shows that the way that we got into this was from disinvestment. And that also has to be a big part of the way that we get out of this, too.
Yeah, I like hearing that. Sensible approaches that's not just emotional, but really built upon data and information. Speaking of redlining, you have been in the housing, championing the housing, affordable housing, and making sure people aren't coming into these communities, gentrifying it, kicking everybody out and making people go find housing wherever they can. Housing, and we've looked at this too, there's studies that say housing stability does help reduce gun violence. How much of your work has dealt with looking at housing as a solution as well to some of the issues that we're dealing with respect to crime and violence?
Yeah, well, my background is in urban planning. So prior to council, I'd worked in the nonprofit sector, helping to fund affordable housing projects across the city and working on various other aspects of community and economic development. So I ran on a platform that was about affordable housing. I stumbled into being a champion for violence prevention, right? Like that's something that's a cause I had to take up because it's so disparately impacting the place that I represent. But housing is always at the core of my agenda. And I think that, having stable housing is key to building a good life, right? It's the platform from which you can build the rest of your life. And I also strongly believe that no matter what income you're at, everyone deserves to live in a neighborhood of choice, right? A neighborhood where you not only have safe, affordable housing, but where you have access to transit and grocery stores and parks and good schools, all of the things that everyone wants to sustain their lives and to help their families to thrive is what people deserve up and down the income scale. And so it's very important to me to make sure that there's equity in West and Southwest Philadelphia, even as we grow, even as more people come here to take advantage of all the assets and resources we have. It's very important for me that particularly Black and brown folks who have been holding these neighborhoods down are not just pushed away as if they don't matter, right? And I'll fight for that every day that I'm in city council. I'll also say that the type of instability that we see when people are displaced adds to community violence. We're sending people to places that they're unfamiliar with, where they don't have support networks, and where that can...
Territorial beefs?
Yeah.
Territorial beefs?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so that can inflame, community conflicts and violence as well, and we have to be paying attention to that as a city.
I love that. Can we give it up for that answer? Because I think that was like so very comprehensive. It seems very basic. The weird part is you've been getting a lot of flack for trying to push for affordable housing when people want to come in and build and create a market. And, I know this may not have much to do with gun violence, but it does have, what you said is, it's very connected. These issues of stability, having somewhere to go home, eat, sleep. Everyone tells kids, oh, get a good night's sleep. But if I don't have a home where I have a room or bedroom and I have to wait for people to get out the living room so I can sleep on the couch, that impacts me.
Yeah.
And I don't think people look at those things, those real practical issues that are going on in households. But, what's been your fight against just trying to make sure that people, like you said, wealth should not be equated with worth, and those people who have been holding Philadelphia down, been the base of Philadelphia, how do you make sure that they're taken care of in the fight, when you're fighting for those very things against people who are coming at you in opposition all the time?
That's my job, right? The moneyed, powerful interests, they will always have a platform. They're always going to have the ability to lobby really strongly for what it is that they want. My job is to focus on the people who haven't had as much of a voice. My job is to create opportunities to share and grow power with those people. So, that was the platform I ran on. And when I came into council, one of the laws that I passed that I'm really proud of is called the Mixed Income Neighborhoods Overlay. It requires that in my district, if there's any development that's 10 units or more, whether it's rental or home ownership, it has to include affordable housing. That's one of the things that the developers are fighting me on, right? But I I think that with everything going on with West and Southwest Philly, with the growth of the life sciences, they're going to continue to build. They tell me that the real estate market is going to crash. I challenge them on that people are going to continue to want to live in close proximity to all of the innovation going on in West and Southwest Philly, and I'm going to make sure that Black and brown folks that are working class are among the people who can stay, right, and who can be there. And it's just critically important for me as a policy issue, and I plan to continue to come at it from a number of different ways.
Thank you for your courage, right? And just saying that, some people are critical of mixed neighborhoods with different income levels because they feel like everyone doesn't know how to be a friendly neighbor. And, neighbors and villages are built over time. And we got the favorite trash man here. No, it's real, that understands clean neighborhoods, foster better feelings about where you live and camaraderie. What about those issues, those dynamics, right? Where people who live amongst each other in all different classes, are there ways that are there things that we have in the city to bring people together to talk about how do you become a good neighbor? How do you connect and become a village again?
Yeah. Well, first, that's what makes our city interesting and great and beautiful, right? That we have culture, that we have history, that we have people who are different from one another, all kind of existing in this space. That's a part of why, it's certainly a part of why people want to live in West Philadelphia. So it's important to protect that. But yeah, I think you start with being a good person. Some of it is pretty basic.
How much do block captains play a role in that? I mean, these structures that are set up in these neighborhoods, we got block captains, ward leaders, things like that. They shouldn't be just there for when people are running for office, but to galvanize people together to figure out what's going on in our neighborhood and how can we all come together as a community. There's very little communities with associations these days. There's condos with associations and, other areas, gated communities with associations. But you go on, 22nd and Clearfield, do they have an association? Do they have a place where people can gather to really figure out how can we come together and make our neighborhood better? And who's the leader to do that?
Oh, I think you bring up an important point. I think getting involved civically in your neighborhood is a great way to meet your neighbors and work on meaningful things together. And there are actually a ton of civic associations in neighborhoods all across the city. I'm from the 3rd District, which I represent, but I was born there, and I've lived in other places in the city, and I moved back as an adult to raise my own kids in West Philadelphia. And when I moved back to the 3rd District, I moved to a neighborhood called Garden Court, which is a really great neighborhood. So I was living just off of 50th and Pine. And the first thing I did was join my neighborhood association, right? And then 3 days later, they're like, hey, you should be the president. And I'm like, okay, right? And so I think, and through that experience, I was able to meet so many people. Garden Court is a very diverse neighborhood, so there are people of all ages, there are apartments, there are homes, opportunities for home ownership. And if I hadn't taken on that position and volunteered as much, I wouldn't have met the number of people and the number of diverse people that I winded up meeting through that experience, and I wouldn't have been able to be as involved meaningfully in improving the quality of life in my neighborhood. So certainly that was a great way to get involved. And what you'll find when you get civically engaged in your neighborhood is that there are a group of people who are like the doers. So the same people that are the folks on the board of the Civic Association are the same folks who clean the park, and they're the same folks who volunteer on voting day at the polling station. And so it's a great way to get involved in this network of folks that just want to make things better.
Yeah, I don't know how much time we have, but I want to ask you one last question on that. And because do you believe that people in the neighborhoods that have been most impacted by gun violence really have that village where they're looking at joining civic or neighborhood associations? What's the gaps in those areas? There's good people that live in those areas because there's definitely law-abiding citizens that call the police. But where are the gaps? I mean, I feel like we're talking about it, we're putting a lot of money in it, and there's something that's just, maybe we're missing or we just haven't had the chance to connect.
The problem is not with the people, right? The people in the neighborhoods that are being besieged by gun violence are working as hard as they can. They're working to look out for each other. They're working to mentor young people and take them, under their guidance and leadership. We have to meet those folks where they are. We have to support those folks in their efforts. After I kind of passed the resolution asking the mayor to declare the emergency on gun violence, and then advocated at him for a year until he finally said he wasn't going to do it, I winded up coming back, and I gave it a second try with the city controller. And we partnered together on a plan, and we said to the mayor, okay, you're not going to declare the emergency. Don't call it an emergency, but this is what an emergency response should look like. And through that plan, we looked at the 14 zip codes that were experiencing the most shootings. And if you look at those zip codes, data shows that those areas are not being served in a variety of ways, right? They don't have rec centers with robust programming. They have schools with failing infrastructure. They don't have as much access to affordable housing. They don't have as much access to trauma services. Even if you look in those 14 zip codes at basic city services, those are the zip codes where people are constantly calling 311 because their trash isn't getting picked up. Those are the zip codes where there's rampant illegal dumping, where there are abandoned autos all over the place, where there are street lights out. So the people in the neighborhoods are doing the best they can. The people in the neighborhoods need to be supported by the power and the resources, right? And that's where we have to improve as a city.
What investments have you seen? I mean, I'm sure there's some investments that's dealing with some of the issues you're talking about, because that's what we rely on government to do.
Absolutely, yes.
Right.
Again, it's not that nothing is happening.
Right. But why haven't we been able to figure out how to bring it to scale as much to make an effective difference for those neighborhoods with the highest amount of gun violence, to really have a decline? Because right now, we're not seeing this, so there's something else going on in the atmosphere besides those things, right?
Well, I think there are a lot of inequities in, our systems. In any sort of system, whether you're talking about government or healthcare, there are these traditional inequities that are sort of baked in, and we have to operate differently to make sure that that's not the way that we're performing, right? So I think it's up to us to change our behavior, to say that we're not just going to look at the people who are kind of yelling the loudest. We're going to look at need in terms of where we're investing services and resources. I also think we have to look at our budget, right? At this point, we are almost spending $1 billion on policing, and that's not a bad thing at all. We need police and we need enforcement. At the same time, we need libraries. We need functioning, school buildings. We need housing for people. We need mental health resources. There are a lot of things that we need that we haven't been putting enough resources in. And the end result of that is that you get communities in crisis.
Yeah, and I love that leadership is coming at it from a government perspective, but some of this is really community driven as well, right? I mean, we're talking about households that are no longer the households. People don't eat dinner together. People don't do certain things together. And a lot of people have to work to make ends meet because wages are so low that they're still working in poverty, and kids are going, unsupervised all throughout evenings. This has caused some issues with children and youth kind of being exposed to things early on where their minds can't really deal with some of the images and information that they're getting, and they're going out and emulating these behaviors. Is there any thought on working with communities to address the fact that parents need help? Parents need help with parenting skills. Parents need help with parenting understanding. Public service announcements would show that certain things that you can do in your home can improve your child's optimism, attitude, whatever that is, but also preclude them from going out and idolizing those people that are picking up a gun and saying that this is the way to have the best credibility and the best, reputation, rather than looking at other options.
Sure, yeah. I definitely think that we always have to have supportive resources for our families, and that has to be a part of the equation. But I'm also a firm believer that the violence that we're seeing, it's not so much a character flaw. I think if we can help people to build stable lives, we will have peace. We will have peace when people have jobs that can really sort of bring in an income. We'll have peace when children can have a quality education. We'll have peace when there are safe things for kids to do. I don't feel like the Black and brown folks dying from violence every day are doing so because they were born with some kind of character flaw or into a certain culture. I feel like people struggle with violence because they don't have what they need. And so I think we would be best to make sure that that we have equity across the city, and that kids and parents and everyone has a quality of life where they are kept away from a cycle of violence because they are sustained.
I love that. And we keep talking, but we've been talking about that stuff since I think I've been born. And for some reason, our words and our thoughts don't match our actions in terms of equity. Equity has been thrown about a lot over the past 2 years, but what does it actually look like in practice? And that's the part that I think that many people get frustrated with. These are very complex issues, and I really thank you for lending your voice. I think that we want to take some community audience questions, if you have any, for the Councilwoman. She's doing an amazing job. Yes.
Hello, thank you. So this is kind of my hood. I grew up a few blocks north, Poplar, right outside of Rich Island, old Rich Island, high-rise Rich Island. I drink IPAs now at hipster bars where I've had homies get their brains blown out, and that's real. I had a opportunity to go live in Germany for about 3 years, came back, and the normalization and what we accept is sick. I spent my whole time in Germany. I probably never heard of a shooting over there in Berlin. Millions of people, huge city, never heard about shootings there. So my question to you is, if you look at mass mobilization, let's take Ukraine for instance, the amount of global mass mobilization that went in, because it wouldn't work piecemeal. You had to have the sanctions, you had to have the Stinger missiles, you had to have the tanks, you had to have them donating money, cutting off oligarchs, taking away their yachts, this whole mass mobilization. And when we look at what's going on here, you see it piecemeal. On the local level, you don't see much. You see a little on the local level. You don't see much on the state and federal level. So my question to you is, why? Why don't we see that type of mass mobilization across the board? It shouldn't be a Democratic thing. It shouldn't be a Republican thing. The entire society. Why don't we see that type of mass mobilization? And is it because that whatever that 500 to 700 people that die every year in the city, the thousands that get shot, look like me and him, the majority, and not to pick on anyone, they don't look like you. And if 500 to 700 people look like you, would that change? So that's my question.
So I think you answered your own question, but I'm happy to tag on because of course I believe that if Black and brown folks weren't the main ones dying now from gun violence in an urban setting, we would figure it out. We would find a way to figure it out. If this were an issue, where 562 white people were murdered last year, we would find a way to figure it out. I don't think we would be as stymied. And I do think that politics plays into this to a high degree, right? The city of Philadelphia sued the state because of its inaction on gun control, right? And I absolutely think there too that the reason that Harrisburg won't let us put in place gun laws that are helpful for the city is because they don't care enough about the people who are dying in the city of Philadelphia. At the same time, I don't think that state or federal inaction absolves the city from doing more. We may not be able to institute, new gun laws, but we can come up with better, incentive programs to get guns off of the streets. We may not be able to, curtail every conflict, but we can find a way to better connect people to conflict mediation or find more credible messengers to send out in neighborhoods who can make a dent in that problem. So yes, I think racism plays a strong part. Yes, I think politics plays a strong part, but we should not give up on this issue because it shouldn't be normalized that, a 7-year-old is on his porch in West Philadelphia and is shot dead by a flying bullet, right? It shouldn't be normalized that people can't be at a rec center without a fear of bullets flying. We can't let that be the norm, and we can't let our leaders give up on creative solutions, whatever is going on at the state and federal level. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Does anyone else have a question for the councilwoman? We have one down there.
Thank you. So first, obviously, I want to say thank you. I appreciate, the opportunity to hear about, some of the things that are going on in terms of just hearing from someone in city council on the fight to actually address this issue. I think, like the brother here said, is so normalized. And so I'm a lawyer in private practice. I work with new entrepreneurs, so quick plug if anybody's an entrepreneur. But prior to that, I was working at a small nonprofit that did criminal record clearing. And I remember, obviously, and I get the context because I was shocked to see how much kind of nonprofit and community work is similar to big business in a lot of ways. And so I remember going out to do an event. I was called by someone who had a nonprofit that they ran out of their house in North Philly. And I remember getting there, and it was like on a small one-way street. and I go in and they run a church and there's, people in there and they're pulling people off the street. Come in, listen to this lawyer talk about getting your record expunged and things like that. And just realizing that this is someone who is making an impact in their community, on their block, and like you alluded to, a leader in their community, but they don't really get the same sort of support that like a large nonprofit would in order to bring those sorts of solutions directly there to the people who they're in contact with. So when I saw that the city, initiated those violence prevention grants that were going directly to folks in communities doing the work, I thought it was awesome. And my question is, I say all that to get to the question, which is, what sort of plans do you have and what sort of things are going on in City Council to make sure that all of those folks have the support that they need to be as successful as possible, and then also to normalize giving the reins to the folks in the community to solve the solutions that affect them, to solve the problems that affect them the most?
Yeah. First, I'll say thank you for acknowledging the community grants. First, I'll say that the whole reason that came about is because 13 members of City Council, including myself, had to threaten to shut down the budget if we did not get a historic investment in gun violence in FY22. So we said we were not going to approve a budget that didn't include $100 million for violence prevention and intervention efforts. So we winded up getting that historic investment, and 20 million of those funds were put, directly aside for community groups doing the work in community. I think that shouldn't be a fight, number one. Back to Kier's, question about folks in community. The folks in the community have been there. They have been using whatever they have, resources out of their own pockets, to bring peace to their communities. It's up to us to support them. So I think we have to fight for that every year, but I also think it just needs to be institutionalized. Like, our support to community solutions to violence should be a part of how we're addressing this issue, a recognized part. The mayor's office handles the day-to-day implementation of that funding and supporting those organizations, but I do believe that they have a consultant that works to provide technical assistance to all of those groups, which is a big thing, because it's hard to go from having zero resources to, okay, now I have $100,000 in grant funds, or now I have $1 million in grant funds. So it will be important to support those folks in their efforts going forward. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, that was important. Thank you so much for that. Well, I think our time is up. Unfortunately, I can talk to you all day, Councilwoman. You just are so warm and so creative in your thought and really compassionate. You lead with compassion, and that is a big hallmark of effective leadership. So thank you for everything you do. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Councilwoman Gaudier. She's amazing. Thank you.
And thank you to Kier Bradford Gray as well. I don't know if many of you know that Kier led the Defenders in the city of Philadelphia, and just revolutionized the way that agency works, and has been a champion for making sure that people have the defense that they need and for criminal justice reform in our city. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
She's like, nope. Check. How are we doing, y'all? How we feeling? Can I get a little energy, just like a 3-second energy moment? Ready? Go. That was like 1.5 seconds, but I'm gonna let it slide. How are we feeling? Are we feeling good? All right, we're down to our final 2 panels, which are really exciting. I'm really excited about this one coming up, the next one as well. But we're gonna jump right into it. All I ask, when I intro, just come on the first go ahead, just give me that energy. Are we good with that? Can we just do that? There it is. All right, moving along. The future of work. Where, why, and how Gen Z wants to work with Campus Philly. Is there any Gen Zers out here today? Let's give it up for our Gen Zers in the building. Yeah. All right, so we all know work is not the same as it used to be, and perhaps that is a good thing, not a bad thing. Gen Z early career professionals are forcing, literally, employers to rethink where, why, and how we work. And in this dialogue moderated by our partners at Campus Philly, President Jen Keeby will help us all gain some much-needed clarity on the future of work and how you and your company can adapt. I'm excited to hear about this one. I will now pass it over, so make some noise for the one and only Jen Keeby!
Okay, everybody. Wow, this is a full house. This is wonderful. So I didn't get to see who had their hands up. How many Gen Zs do we have in the room? A few, just a couple. How about the millennials? Showing up strong. That's what I'm a geriatric millennial, so not very good. Yeah, geriatric. So I'm going to bring my panelists out and we'll get right into it. First and foremost, we've got Nicole D'Alberto, Director of Career Services and Strategic Initiatives at Drexel University. We have Crystal Ashby, Executive Vice President and Chief People Officer, that's a cool title, at Independence Blue Cross. And we've got, last but not least, our own Gen Z, William Tukes. He's a current Temple student, and he's going to be graduating in December, so give it up for William. Hey, William. All right, shall we climb on our big stools here? Yeah? So, Gen Z. Right? We're talking about Gen Z here. Let's make sure we know what we're talking about when we say Gen Z. We're talking about young people who were born between the ages of 1997 and 2012. So about that span in the generation. These are the youngest folks to be entering the workforce right now. So they're going to be our future leaders. They are our leaders right now. So Nicole, I want to come to you. I want you to tell me a little bit more about Gen Z. What are some of the benchmarks, hallmarks of a Gen Z student? I'm getting tongue-tied. Tell me a little bit about the research.
Great question. So first I do want to start off and share that Pew Research conducts this assessment and evaluation of different demographics, looking at the socioeconomic, political circumstances, the trends in the world that influence the different populations. Now, while they are able to identify different demographics and define Gen Z, Gen X, millennial, these are trends. Each individual in this room is distinct, and so while we're going to talk about this as sort of waves in the ocean, you are your own fish in this sea. So with that as a base, I do want to emphasize a few points. So Gen Z are individuals that are considered digital natives. They've grown up with iPhones as well as Facebook and Twitter that have sprung and grown through their lives. Constantly connected is a way that they're often referred to the Internet of Things. With that being said, they've also through their childhoods have had a lot of opportunity for customization. Whereas in prior generations, there have been sort of individual toys, let's say on the store shelves. Through this time of Gen Z, we've seen Build-A-Bear, customization of individual dolls, selection of color for each piece of apparel. And so that, in some ways, is something that universities have responded to, as well as employers, as we look at how we can support this current workforce. They're considered to be preferring of independence, as well as recognized for a bit of a stronger competitive spirit compared to the millennial generation, which was known for being team-oriented and collaborative. And so that open floor plan that we've seen employers adapt through the previous years is no longer a preference of Gen Z by and large, that like to have their own space. Now again, as I share these qualities and these sort of trends, you may find yourself as someone who relates to that, or as someone who definitively is within that group but doesn't find your fit in that space. This is an audience that is the most diverse of any generation in history, in addition to being the most on track for being the most well-educated. Individuals that are 10 years old to about 25 are who we're talking about when we discuss Gen Z right now.
All right, thank you. And one thing, I want to make sure we point out that Gen Z has really lived through it the last 2 years, haven't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, coming through some of the most formative years, especially the folks who are just entering the workforce now, formative years during the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the other, we talk about triple pandemic, we talk about COVID, we talk about the economic fallout, the continued racial injustice in this world. You've really been in the middle of your formative years during this time to the folks in the room that are part of Gen Z. So know that we recognize that.
In addition to recognizing that, there's also, not only is this a generation that is identified as being the most emotionally distressed, they're also the generation that has broken a mental health stigma. And so speaking openly and honestly about seeking mental health and wellness support has allowed universities as well as employers to find the means to support those needs effectively.
Yeah, well-being in the workplace. Right. And Crystal, I bet you and I will talk about that at one point. But Crystal, I want to come to you now. I want to acknowledge that you yourself are new to Philadelphia within the last year and new to your role. So let's give Crystal a big welcome to Philly. I would really love to hear a little bit more about you transitioning to your role at IBX during the pandemic, and really what that meant. What were you noticing at your organization in terms of the workforce and how everything was going and all of the people? You are the chief people officer. Yeah, so tell me a little bit more about that experience.
Hi, everybody. How are you doing? It's good to see you. It's a really wonderful audience, and I see a lot of smiles, which makes it easier to sit up here, although being short isn't really the best way to be dealing with these stools. It's interesting. I've had great opportunities to move around in my career, and coming to Philadelphia at this particular juncture was exciting for me. I've never lived in this part of the world. I'm a native Detroiter. I'm from the D, and my whole family's still there, so I go there really often. So I am a city girl, and Philadelphia is an amazing city. But coming into an organization as a new person in the executive ranks, who is in charge of people, and I'm very enamored with my title because I am people first, human resources, activities second, was really challenging. And the reason it was really challenging is for all the reasons that COVID has been challenging in the workforce. I came into an organization where I never really met anybody face to face for a very, very long time. I started in July of last year, and we came back into the office slowly starting this past March. So for almost a year, I met everybody except for a small group of people online. I met my team of 84 people virtually. And if you know anything about the teams that you go work with, one of the most critical things you're trying to do is build up trust. So how do you build and develop trust with people who never see you, who don't know anything about you, and are like, why are you here? And that really, really wasn't how I felt, but it is kind of the reality of that situation. I think if you look at COVID-19, and I'll talk about them as it relates to Gen Z as well, but when you think about how COVID-19 has impacted us, I was coming into a situation where I needed to really get my arms really quickly around how my people were feeling. How were people really experiencing? We were a year into COVID already, and there was nothing in the future lens that said we were about to come out of it quickly. And so how do you actually continue to build morale, continue to make people feel relevant, continue to help people build boundaries? Because I think one of the things COVID did with all of us working remotely was obliterate the boundaries we had. There's a boundary when you leave the office and go home. There's a boundary when you're on whatever form of transportation coming in the morning. We got rid of those. So for me, it was how do you connect with people that don't know you? How do you help people understand the reason why you're there, which is about making their experience even greater? And how do you become effective when we were dealing with constant change? One minute we thought we were going to be able to go back into the office, and then the next version of COVID hit and we had to pivot. So it was having the skill set to be constantly dealing with change and being okay with ambiguity and uncertainty, which fortunately I had learned in my other roles, so I was pretty okay with that.
So, one thing I've heard a lot about you in terms of coming into IBX and the way that you've shaped the culture there, I'd really love to hear a bit more about your hybrid of choice model and the flexibility you've introduced to the workforce at IBX.
Well, thanks for that question, because it is something that we're really proud of. Everybody's heard about hybrid. A lot of cases it's 2-3, in the office for 3 days, home for 2, in the office for 3 specific days, no Mondays and Fridays because then it's like a 4-day weekend, all kinds of logic like that. We were in a position where we really felt we needed to listen to our people. We had always, through the process of managing COVID, been a people-first organization, associates-first organization, putting their health and welfare first. And what we heard from our population was they weren't comfortable yet. They were not sure about the environment in Philadelphia. We've all heard there's been a lot of change in Philadelphia. They weren't sure they wanted to be that close to people on public transportation. And so as a President's Council, we had a really lengthy conversation about what does it really mean to engage and come back to work? And how do we actually get people back to work the way we wanted to do that? And very honestly, we have been going back and forth about hybrid of 2-3, blah, blah, blah. And I just in the middle of the meeting said, why don't we just go to hybrid of choice? And people looked at me like I'd grown 2 heads, and I probably had. But what I said was, listen, we want people back, but we want people back for the right reasons. We want people back for collaboration, which is really important for our culture. We want people back to engage on projects. We want people back to help us innovate for the new and the best and the better. So what if we create an opportunity for people to choose when they come in? Now, there are certain meetings and things that we have specifically said people have to come to work for, and your manager can ask you to come to work. But how about let's see what happens if we give our people choice? And in doing so, we clearly don't have as many people back in that big building as I would like, but people come in and what happens is people meet up with each other, people engage with each other, and people remember why being in the office mattered to them. They remember the relationships they had. For me, I would stand down in the cafeteria where you could get coffee and tea and see people say, oh my God, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Oh my God, your hair is so much longer. We were just talking about that about one of our colleagues. Oh my God, you had a baby while you were gone. The life changes, and people began to remember why it was important to come in, connect, engage, because that made working with each other easier. And so I won't say that it's 100% beautiful and works all the time, but what I will say is the more people have the right to choose, the more they tend to choose what's best for them and the organization.
It's wise. That's really wise. And I want to bring it back to talking about Gen Z specifically, who are in your organization. They're not only new to your organization, they're new to the workforce in general. I'm really curious how they're doing with this level of flexibility.
So, it's interesting when you talk about our Gen Z population, I think there's a couple of things we really do need to think about. First of all, this is the first set of young people coming into an organization where they're entering where there are already 4 other sets. We are the first generation to have 5 sets in traditionalists, baby boomers, millennials, Gen Z, and Gen Y. Or millennials are Gen Y, Gen X, yeah. We have 5 sets in the workforce, which means we have to understand, and I'm going to use this word advisedly, cater to the perspectives and the needs of 5 different sets of people who've been raised in 5 different types of organizations. So that's the first thing. What I will say is they are, to your points made earlier, to yours in particular, they are definitely go-getters. They have a desire to get out there, get connected, understand the business, get engaged. They are looking for what's the next opportunity. I will also share that if you think about it, so 20% of our population has joined during COVID, most of them in the Gen Z population. They really do like face-to-face interaction. So for them coming into the office, I'm more likely to see them in the office than I see other people because they have a need for connectivity. They don't necessarily need 30 minutes with you or an hour meeting or an all-day meeting. Clearly, they don't want the all-day meeting. But they do need like those 2 or 3 minutes with you every day about what's going on, how am I doing, where do I need to go next? Who can I talk to about this, that, or the other? I think they're also the generation that if they're not getting what they need right now because they have gone through COVID, they are more likely to consider what else can they go do. I think some 43% of them have said that they would look at what other options there were out there for them. So the significance of that is you have to get the ones you want to keep and you have to show them why they need to stay, which means you have to really engage with them on their level and you have to meet them where they are. I have found them to be, to your point, probably going to be some of our best and brightest. But the thing we have to remember is they are also the most bruised because they haven't had any sense of, and I'm going to use normalcy in quotes. So we have to think about how we engage with them, how we bring them along, because they're a generation that hasn't found their people yet in the workforce. They aren't connected to their people yet. They haven't met the person by the water cooler in the cafeteria. They're also the generation that doesn't know the corporate structure or the corporate culture and how to navigate it because they haven't lived in it yet. So there's a lot of obligation and responsibility on the leadership in organizations, and I posit that everybody in an organization is a leader to help them integrate and help them find their way.
Thank you. And both, Nicole, what you said, Crystal, what you said resonates so much with the research that we've been doing at Campus Philly, where we know young people want flexibility, but it's not fully remote. That's not what they're looking for. They're looking for the opportunities to come together with purpose and intention and grow and develop. I think it's the workplaces that are thinking about this that are going to really be able to retain that talent.
Can I just share one other thing?
Yeah, please, please.
I think the other thing about this generation is the generations before us would say they worked and so that we could see and do better than them. This generation may be the first generation that has seen their parents work as hard as they've worked, who may not see that dream the same way. And I think that's another significant data point as it relates to how they view the lifestyles that their parents led to get to where they've gotten.
Thank you for that. Thank you. William, I'm going to come to you. And, we talked a little bit before the panel that, we're going to put you on the spot, but you are not speaking for all of Gen Z. You are talking for yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you can channel, multiple viewpoints for sure. But, to remind everybody, current Temple student, about to graduate in just a couple weeks.
I know.
Tell us a little bit more about you.
Well, born and here in Philadelphia. Been here all my whole life, all 24 years of it. Hey, anybody from Philly in here? All right, yeah, I love it. Oh, love to see familiar faces. Hey, I'm gonna ask y'all where y'all from later on. You better be from the city. I'm joking. Yeah, raised here, Temple. Mom went to Temple. Almost everybody in my family went to Temple. Currently a bioengineering major here at Temple. Love it. I don't tell nobody that. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. If you guys got any questions, let me know.
Oh, I've got questions.
Okay.
So tell me a little bit more about what flexibility in the workplace. You're going to be job searching. You're job searching now. I know your LinkedIn profile says open to work. Everybody note that, open to work.
Yes. Okay, so.
Yeah, what does it mean?
I will say I had an internship over the summer that was really, really awesome. And it was hybrid for the most part. So it was kind of like come in on a need-to basis because they're we trying to help with the whole COVID thing because it's definitely scary. So looking at how they did it with their hybrid schedule where it was like, hey, you come in and do this one meeting, you can go home if you want to, or you can stay in the office. Some people choose to come into the office because they have to, but that flexibility is really good because, the pandemic kind of scared people away from being around each other. Scared me a bit too, and then now is to try to tell everybody just that, hey, come back in the office and be around a whole bunch of people that you've never met or you don't know or you do know, but it's you've seen them over screens for the past 2 years. So I've seen some of my coworkers after my internship at the beginning, just on screens, and at the end of my internship, they came and see me. It was wow, I didn't think he was that tall. So it was and I'm I didn't think he was that short either, So it's stuff like that. The flexibility really is a big deal for us because it helps because we're not just completely getting thrown back into the deep end. On top of the fact that it was a giant culture shock for us. We went from having friends that we can see every day, all day, to you kind of see this person once every in a while. And even with school, it kind of messed that up too because started pandemic, everything shut down. We didn't know if it was coming back. We kind of came back. Things still got a little segmented and then things like that. So the the flexibility definitely helps a whole lot. So even when looking for jobs, talking to a bunch of my friends, they're like, having a hybrid job is the best. And then not even just talking about, like the economic state of where we're at now, because people are like, yo, I get to save so much gas because I don't have to go in the office. And it's like they don't understand that we're just getting our foot like in the door and getting a little bit of money. People are like, still got student loans and no one cares about that. And gas is like $5. So it's like that makes a huge difference because that's a help with the cost of like living and everything. So yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, not only the gas, but time. Time is money. Absolutely. And
yes, definitely the time. I would say time is probably like one of the biggest things that some of my friends talk about because they're like, oh, the commute. Because, we just came out of 2 years of like teleporting to our classes or teleporting to work. Where it's like, hey, you wake up, yawn, wipe your eyes a little bit, click the button. It's like, all right, how you guys doing? You turn your face on, hey, how's everyone going? You get to work right then and there. But now, you got to have a routine, whereas you wake up 15 minutes, you got to have a 15-minute routine, then drive 30 to maybe an hour to work. Some of my friends, they dread that so much. They're like, I actually have to drive to work. Why? I'm like, nah, Russ. But to be quite honest, I think it's fun sometimes because some people really do love to go to work because they like to be around people. It's trade-offs for sure.
let's dig into that time issue. So I'd love to hear you talk a little bit more about work-life balance. And actually, let's not call it work-life balance. Let's call it work-life integration. Maybe that's a better term. They don't exist separately. They have to work together. Tell me a little bit more about what that looks like for you in your future job.
Okay, so that's something. Because it's, work does take a good chunk of your day during most of the week, but trying to find friends and doing things outside of that is always like a little hard because of, kind of what's going on. It's like COVID still is like a glooming thing, and then we have a whole nother virus that's out there that's another glooming thing. So it's like, making sure that you can get friends outside of the workplace. So it's like, hey, do you guys want to meet at like a happy hour or something, or who want to go to the movies or blah, blah, blah. It's stuff like that that's really, really fun. And, just trying to make sure that you're not putting too much on yourself, because I feel like we, as like, people my age and younger, we've definitely been a little overwhelmed because of like the difference in like society, and that's like the hard part is like, you try to work really hard for as long as you can, and then, sometimes you lose the steam. So trying to like make sure, you get in the front end while you can. Hey, I say you're only young once, so like have some fun.
All right,
See, she gets me.
She gets you. She gets the other Gen Z in the room. Yeah. We know. So thank you for sharing that. We're going to come back and hear a little bit more about your experience. But Nicole, I want to come back to you. So you and I have a shared experience. We've both worked in higher education for the majority of our career, supporting college students. And we've seen really the transition from the millennial student to the Gen Z student. I'm really curious for you to talk a little bit more about how higher ed specifically is helping support Gen Z students and their unique needs.
Yeah, so in terms of Gen Z, as Will was sharing, that piece of being a little bit worn from the world and recognizing it with such self-awareness, many higher ed institutions have enhanced their counseling centers with greater staffing and support so that it's not just a tangential resource, it's actually integrated into the day-to-day and introduced early and often to students so that mental health and wellness is something fully considered. Additionally, as we've seen the change of diversity, equity, and inclusion being a priority to students in Gen Z, in addition to just hearing universities talk the talk, they want to see universities walk the walk. And so Drexel, as well as other universities, have created positions, task teams, accountability, action plans, and follow through in order to the best of their ability, become part of the change. Also, Gen Z are the most global citizen-minded that we have had. Now, while the pandemic put a crimp in our travel plans, there is, within the higher ed setting, so much emphasis and financial support for students to do study abroad. The desire to support that dream of students is tangible. Alumni contributions, institutional advancement, donor generation, so that those dreams can be realized with support for all students. is something that I think higher ed has really walked towards. And the other piece is, as students are so highly connected with phones, with gadgets, we've also tried to make classes, in some ways, to better or worse. There's a phrase that's come about called edutainment, education and entertainment, right? We need to find a way so that with attention spans being perhaps shortened for all of us by our cell phones, that information that's engaging to students has polls, has interactivity, has dialogue, has discussion, has opportunities for students to be truly engaged with information and stepping away from lecture formats, and so that we are not only valuing the knowledge in a classroom of the faculty member, but the knowledge of each student as well.
Thank you for that. Thank you. It's good to hear kind of some of the innovation happening in higher ed and the responsiveness. So Crystal, I want to ask you a similar question. After hearing from William and hearing a little bit about his experience, what additional thoughts do you have about how the workforce in general at IBX might need to evolve to support Gen Z?
Well, William, we got to get you a job first. And then we'll have some conversations with you about, once you experience our culture, how you feel about it. But I think one of the things is where I started earlier, which is we really have to listen. And we have to actually ask the questions. And most importantly, we can't presume to know or understand, because that is not our experience. My experience going to work is very different when I started, and it was way, way long time ago, ages ago. I'm a boomer. So what I experienced and what the expectation was of me going to work is very different. To hear William say the hybrid is okay, because some people need, and if you think about it, why do people come into the office? William said it's because people like to be around people. William didn't say it was so I could work with so-and-so on this project. So it's relational for them. It's, I'm coming in because I want to engage with people. I don't want to be at home alone in my bedroom looking at a screen. What makes the opportunities to be in work? How do we create, to be very honest, what the fear of missing out? How do we create FOMO in the work environment so that people are like, well, wait, they did that and I didn't go in that day? How did I miss out on that? How do you make the work experience something that is different than sitting in your cubicle, sitting in your office, where you're required to kind of get out and engage? We have space on our 14th and 15th floors. I'm right about that? 13th and 14th? Our 13th and 14th floors, where you can have those kind of open work experiences. You can have a meeting out in the open. There's Rival Coffee Shop right there on the 14th floor. You can grab your coffee and sit down and do your meetings. You don't have to be in an office. You don't have to be confined to a space. You don't have to be with your group. You can actually expand. So it's, how do you make the work experience when they are there something that makes them want to keep coming back and coming back? And eventually it may be that they're in more than they're out. But I'm not sure we'll ever get back to a place where we're 100% in the office. So what I hear is there needs to be a stipend for gas. And I used to work at an oil company, so I understand that really well. But those are the kinds of things I think you have to think about to make it attractive and to give them a reason to be there.
Thank you for that. Now, I want to get ready for audience Q&A, but I do have one more question for the panelists. You know, I think Gen Z and younger millennials get a bad rap. We've been hearing a lot about this term quiet quitting. How many folks have heard about quiet quitting? How many folks have quiet quit it? Okay, a few people. All right. I would love to hear any of the panelists answer the question around, you know, what's up with the phenomenon? What's going on there? How do we make sure that our Gen Z don't kind of fall into that archetype?
So I do think that this is an old problem with a cool name. That employee satisfaction and keeping employees satisfied is a perennial problem. It comes up regularly. And yet, with the hybrid models or opportunities where we're not together, I think leadership just didn't see it as apparently as they are hearing about it now through TikTok. And what I think research has shown is that the root of the problem tends to be that employees actually want clearer expectations. Because we do have so many different formats of the world of work right now, there aren't clear expectations about what leaders expect of staff. And so that's actually one of the key challenges, in addition to the opportunities for growth and development being outlined more explicitly. And ultimately, I think to Crystal's point, that casual connection that has meaning and is sometimes hard to manufacture in remote and hybrid settings. And so I think that's more so what research has relayed is the root. And what it seems like could be supportive of solutions is to have training for managers that actually upskills managers to have excellence in supporting all staff as they have new hybrid and different formats. In addition to the manager burnout that has likely caused some pullback, and so supporting them and having passion and vitality to support all staff, I think is also essential, as well as companies creating lattice career growth opportunities, meaning not just lateral growth towards an executive level, but showing employees how their passions and interests can move in different lateral directions so that they can grow and expand in ways that evolve within an organization. And so I think some of those pieces relate to this idea.
You know, I guess I have a slightly different perspective, not disagreeing at all, but I don't think quiet quitting is as new as everybody wants us to think it is. I think somebody just named it and wrote a really great article about it and talked about it in a concise way. I think that people over years have been doing that because what I basically think is it's people making a decision that they need something different than what they're getting through their work experience. And so they're prioritizing that instead of prioritizing their job, which a lot of us do prioritize our work and everything else comes second. And I would tie it back to the one thing I said, which is about boundaries. So if you think about the first year of COVID when we were desperately trying to figure out how to do Zoom or Teams or whatever and make sure we could get 4,000 people on a screen and all the different things that we were trying to do, you got into a situation where you were in back-to-back meetings, there was no time to go to the bathroom, there was no time to grab lunch. All of a sudden, you wake up in the morning, you roll out of bed. The first year, I don't even think we put makeup on. Then we put on the cute shirt and the leggings, and we sat in front of the screen, grabbed your coffee, grabbed your water, but we were back to back to back to back to back. And maybe around 6:30, you said to yourself, I'm hungry, I need to go fix some dinner. And when you finished eating, you all of a sudden realized, I was in the middle of that email and I don't want to lose this thought. And you sit back down at the computer to finish the one email and realize at 11:30 you've been there the whole time and maybe you should go to bed. We didn't have boundaries. Now, I lived alone. People who have kids or spouses or partners or family living with them maybe had a different experience, but it was very easy for me to just work. It was very easy for me to just work. And I think that is what people got tired of, and people started to reprioritize their life. They're just saying, I'm not going to give you 200% of myself because I'm going to take back the part that belongs to me. And that's what I think is happening with quiet quitting.
Yeah, boundaries. You can give her a real clap. Come on. William, what do you think?
Oh, there you go. I completely agree with what she was saying. It's just the fact that I don't think it's just like it started now. It was definitely something that was done where people were more or less going on autopilot mode. Whereas like now you're just doing the necessities, or not gonna say the bare minimum, but you're hitting all of the goals. You're not going over top or doing the most that you possibly can do to look better in the workforce because you realize it's taking a lot more from your life. And people are starting to realize that, how much does a peace of mind cost? So as we grow and become, older and we get into the workforce and everything, we're more or less looking at ourselves and trying to get our mental state together because we're coming out of a weird 2 years on top of the fact that, us being kind of the kids, that's kind of going to be the future. We've had so much riding on us up until this point, and then for us to get basically punched in the face and then told to get back up is kind of crazy. So it's all about how we feel about everything and how we're trying to recoup because this whole time we've been like a on the fly type of deal. So yeah, it's not quite quitting. I just think it's like autopilot mode and trying to still figure out our lives as we go along.
Thank you for that. So I want to open it up to audience Q&A. I'm sure this group's got a lot of good questions, and I'm sure we've got somebody with a mic here. Wonderful. Yeah, you pick. Go ahead. Your choice.
Hi, my name is Meg. When you were speaking, it made me think that there's sort of this question of like, make it worth my while. And I was really struck with the professors actually trying to make education more engaging. We've known this from elementary school, like multimodalities is important, and it's finally gotten to higher education. And so I'm just sort of curious, like, adults are people too. So like, I would just love your perspective on sort of what employers are doing to really make sure that the hours that people put into work are valuable, and are people questioning even like the 40-hour work week and other ways that flexibility is showing up beyond hybrid to make it so that people's time when they're working is actually what they want to be doing, fulfilling, and whatnot.
So we haven't had a lot of questions. I'm going to start with the 40-day work week. We haven't had a lot of questions about the 40-day work week because most people don't work a 40-day work week. Let's be honest. I mean, we say 37.5. I can't tell you the last time I worked a 37.5-hour work week, even when I was on vacation. So I think it's not about that. I think it's about having the flexibility of where and when I do my work. It is saying, well, if I'm going to leave work at 4 because I want to pick up my kids and I want to go to their softball game or their baseball game or their basketball game, but I'll log back on from 9 to 11 and get stuff done, can you all get your heads around that? Because it'll be there when you wake up in the morning. So it's, or I need to be off the next morning because I've got to go take my mom to her 2 doctor's appointments, but I'll be back on at 2 in the afternoon and I'll be on till 8 that day. So I think for people, what COVID has done over the last 2 years is said, I don't just want flexibility in terms of the perspective of whether I come into the office or not, but I want flexibility in when I get the work done, as long as I'm getting the work done. And what I have proven to you over 2.5 years of not coming into the office every day, where you thought because I was sitting at my desk from 8:30 to 5, I was getting the work done, is that I will get it done and it will be done when you need it and we will deliver. So I think it's a little bit more of that than it is, I mean, in Europe they are testing a 4-day work week. And so I've always been an advocate that we should work 3 days and we should have 4 days of weekend. But I don't know that we're there yet. I think the fact that we're in a place where people are getting to choose when they come into the office is a good place to start.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right, let's go to the next question.
Thank you. Fellow Gen Z, I'm curious about really appreciating that Gen Z has a more entrepreneurial and creative spirit. And one of the reasons I ended up leaving my job and going the entrepreneurship route was because they would not allow it. And so with more people wanting to have a side hustle of being a TikTok influencer or having some sort of creativity, like being a singer on the weekends, but offices not really allowing that life, how is that being factored into the conversation in order to improve Gen Z employee satisfaction?
Go ahead, Crystal, jump in.
So that's a really great question because it hasn't come up yet. We haven't experienced it yet. What I would say is the desire to be entrepreneurial, from my perspective and what Independence is looking at, is how do we be more innovative? How do we give the opportunity to have that entrepreneurial spirit happen within the walls of our organization, within the work that we're trying to do? How do we take where we are and move it to the next place? So that's where the innovation is, and the reality is we need your thoughts for that. Because the perspective of we've always done it this way and it's worked, well, that's great, but has it really worked? And isn't there more that we can do? So that entrepreneurial spirit is one that I think every company is seeking. So what I would guide and advise is, I'm never going to tell you you can't sing on the weekend. As long as you're not taking my trademarked information onto your TikTok, I can't tell you not to do TikTok. But what I can ask is that you come into the organization and you help us understand why doing it the way we've always done it is maybe great, but it could be better because if we thought about it this way, and you bring that to the conversation and give us a chance and don't presume that we don't want that spirit of entrepreneurship in our offices.
All right, we have time for one more question.
Today. So I'm a younger millennium. So I started working in the office in 2017. I actually worked for Independence. So I'm able to see how how the culture of the office was before the pandemic and then how it is now. So before the pandemic, we actually had some type of hybrid. We worked 4 days a week and then worked from home 1 day. And I thought that was great. And then the pandemic hit and we were working from home all the time. And I thought that was great until I didn't. So once the offices reopened, we do have hybrid of choice. I'm someone that's in the office almost every day. If I can come down, I'm there because I want to see everybody. And I think that that setup is great because you know the person that's in the elevator with you wants to be there and you guys can communicate better. It's easier to say hello to someone if they want to be there. So my question is, with the Gen Z, they're used to being at home, so how do we get them to try out coming into the office when working from home works? Are they missing out on that team bonding that you get when you are actually in the office?
So one of the things that we've been doing is having in-office days where we actually advertise, and it's come in for a giveaway, come in for a gathering. The different parts of the organization are having gatherings. So BTX just had a huge gathering on the 14th floor the other day where they were all in for the first time. Human Resources, I had everybody back in a couple months ago, and we're trying to do something every month where people come in. So I think that the way we're looking at it is it's on us as leadership and on us as management to create the opportunities that make people remember why being in the office. To what I was saying earlier, you came in, I've seen you in the elevators, you've met people that you haven't talked to in a long time or met new people, and it makes you want to come back in. And so it's creating those opportunities outside of the day-to-day work to give people more of a chance to engage and connect and to remember why being in the office is actually beneficial. And we've been trying to do those, every couple months.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to ask each panelist just quickly to give one last piece of advice that you have for employers who aim to retain Gen Z talent now and for decades to come. William, I'm starting with you. Quick, we got to do it quick.
Just pick a word? Oh, no, I was going to restate the same thing I said. How much does a peace of mind cost? Like, that's one of the things you keep just in your head all the time. There you go.
Listen and remain flexible.
And I would say also share what you're doing that is related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Listen to the employees and what they want, what they need, and think about a global footprint.
Thank you so much. And I will say thank you, and I will add purpose and intention. Bring these folks together with purpose and intention. So thank you all for being in the audience today. Thank you to our panelists. One last reminder from Campus Philly. This weekend is our College Fest. We are expecting 20,000 college students to come to Philadelphia. So welcome them when you see them. If you are one, please join us. And thank you again for being with us today.
There's fans out here today. Y'all better make some noise if you're ready for this last panel. Are you guys excited? Let me hear you out there. Leadership on and off the court. Obviously, this one is the most exciting for me because I have worked with the Philadelphia 76ers for the last 15 years. And I remember my first year with the Sixers was as one of the trampoline dunkers at halftime. And at that time in my life, I wasn't the biggest sports guy. I was a karate nerd. And honestly, I just thought there was a team and a coach. I really didn't get it. And when I got there, my eyes were so open to how many moving parts there were in sports. And I fell in love with it my first day. 15 years later, I am still working with the Philadelphia 76ers and proud of it. And today we have a rising star that's going to sit down with us who plays for the Philadelphia 76ers, but we also have upper management here to chat about leadership on and off the court. Now, we've been together all day, y'all. We have a very good rapport together, and I know y'all aren't going to let me down, right? So as I introduce these next three individuals, I need everybody to stand on your feet and give a warm Philadelphia welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Diversity and Impact Officer David Gold, 76ers rising star Tyrese Maxey, and CEO Tad Brown. Yeah! Thank you, guys. First and foremost, thank you guys for joining us today. We really appreciate it. How you guys feeling? How was your commute?
All good. All good. Great.
So what I want to do, I want to start with something for all three of you. You don't have to go too long. You can be brief. But I do want you to just start by telling us a little bit about yourself and how you got here. So, Dave, why don't we start with you?
I was hoping you were going to start with Tad. So first of all, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us. Thanks, Rec Philly, for putting us on. As Christian said, my name is David Gould, Chief Diversity Impact Officer for the 76ers. Lifelong Philadelphian, grew up here, lifelong Sixers fan, lifelong basketball player. My role within the company is really focused on how do we leverage our business operations and what we do on a day-to-day basis to have a positive impact in our communities and you know, with our staff. And so that looks like a lot of different, I'm sorry, you getting some feedback?
You're good.
Okay, all right.
Keep going.
That looks like a lot of different things. We'll talk about some of it today, but you know, everything from how do we promote small, local, diverse businesses through our platforms, whether on social media or through the arena. A big thing that we're working on right now is this new arena project, which would be not far from here, which we're really excited about, and making sure that with an investment of that size that we're really doing the community and the city right and making sure we're treating our neighbors right and using that as an opportunity to promote economic opportunity and equity throughout our city. So I'm really grateful to be here and looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you for that answer. We can clap for that. We're going to dive more into what you do in a little bit. Tad, I'm going to jump to you. Who are you? How did you get here? Tell us a little bit about your story.
Yeah, well, I came from Houston. I ran the Houston Rockets and Toyota Center for 20 years prior to coming here. It was time for kind of a change in my life. I'm from the Northeast, and I always wanted to get back. So it was kind of the stage in our lives where I've known ownership here in Philadelphia for years. I've sat next to them at the board meetings of the NBA for over a decade. Have always had an incredible respect for this city, this team, and what they're trying to build within the community and for the organization. And so when I retired from Houston and was planning on taking some time off with my 4 daughters and my wife, it was relatively surprising to them, but not to me, that I came here immediately like a month later. So it's been a wonderful time. I'm really enjoying it. I've been here a year now. I love the city of Philadelphia, love the passion, love the fans, as Tyrese can attest. There's nothing better than a home game in Philly when we're kicking somebody's tail. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I echo David's sentiments. David's one of the rising stars in our organization. It's really about how are we creating meaningful value for our community, as well as hopefully making fans fall in love with our team.
Thank you, Tad. Great leader. I can't wait to talk to you more about leadership. You said rising star. Couldn't be a better explanation for this next guy. Tyrese, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you ended up as yourself today, sir.
Hey, first of all, I know I'm extremely blessed to be here. I appreciate y'all having me. This is an amazing event. Like, I'm just looking out and everybody's attentive. You know, it's a really cool thing. I'm not from the Northeast, sadly, but I'm from the South. If y'all want to clap for that, no, I'm just playing. But
we can clap for the South. We can clap for the South.
But no, like I said, I'm Tyrese Maxey. I came from Dallas, Texas, born and raised. I kind of had a crazy journey. You know, my mom and my dad worked extremely hard for everything they got. We had to earn everything, so that's kind of where I got my work ethic from. I grew up with both my grandmothers in the house, and I think that's kind of where I got my character from. They were on me about, you know, yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir. They were on me about being able to communicate from everybody because, you know, me, I wanted to be a basketball player. I wanted to be in the NBA, but one of my biggest things is I wanted to be able to communicate with anybody like in the room. I wanted to always be able to say that I could sit down in front of the president and talk to him or her, whoever it is. I want to be able to sit down and say I could negotiate my own contract if that's what it came to. So, you know, I think that's just kind of who I am. And now I'm here today in front of the Philly and the North. This is North, right? This is the North. So this is amazing. This is amazing. It's been a great opportunity, and it's been a great a journey for me. And I'm glad to be a part of the Philadelphia 76ers and this organization.
Love it. We're happy to have you here. Tyrese, in a room full of young entrepreneurs, as an entrepreneur myself, and this is for all of you, but I want to start with you. Can you speak to how do you become a successful young leader? And what are the tactics that help you get there?
I think being a successful young leader, it has so many different journeys and qualities to it. I think my way is I like to listen. I like to soak up a lot of different things. And I know when I first got to the team, I was a 21st pick. I was a guy probably looked at as, you know, probably a lower rotation guy, someone who wouldn't play that much my rookie year. So going in, I just wanted to learn from, you know, guys like Joel, guys like Tobias, guys like Seth Curry who were on our team, Danny Green who was on our team. And I just wanted to soak up as much as possible from guys like Sam and Coach Doc. And I think that's one thing that you can really do as being a young entrepreneur is you can soak up a lot of things from a lot of people who you know, are talking to you. Be a sponge, man. Be a sponge. I think that's one of my biggest things that I can take away from my life so far. And then once you soak up that knowledge, don't be afraid to put yourself out there. I know last year, you know, was a big step for me. At the beginning of the year, I was starting with guys like Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris and Seth and Danny. And to be a starter with a group like that, as I'm the youngest one out there by far. So I remember I started my first game, I was 20 years old, and I was out there with those guys, and, you know, Coach Doc was telling me he believed in me, and he told me to believe in myself. And once you start believing in yourself, and you're able to open up and be able to actually lead, and I feel like once you believe in yourself and you have that confidence in yourself, just go for it and, you know, run for it, and, you know, the sky's the limit.
It's a great answer. Listen, be a sponge. You don't hear a lot of young guys say that. I love to hear you say that, Tyrese. Tad, did you want to touch on that as well? Being a young, successful leader, what are the tactics that it takes to do that? Especially at a young age, how do you take that on?
I appreciate you calling me young, Chris, and that's definitely hasn't happened in a while. No, I think it is great listening to Reese because it's true. Listening is critical. You know, in any situation, in any position, you have to listen. You have to be able to amplify those around you, amplify their strengths, help hide their weaknesses, bring people together as a team, understand what your ultimate goals are, and make sure that everybody's going in that direction. The other thing I think that's critical is you have to be authentic. You have to be yourself. You have to know the reasons why you're doing the things you're doing and why they're going to be successful, and be authentic about how you want to get there and be transparent with people, because the more you communicate and the more you tell people why they're doing things and what it's for, the more they're going to listen and embrace everything that you want to do. So it's not as complicated probably as people make it out to be sometimes, but it can be really hard if you don't do it well.
What have been some challenges for you, David, and can you speak to it as well?
Yeah, you know, I will say for one thing, you know, it's not easy being a young leader, especially if you're working in an organization or environment with a lot of people that are just a little bit older than you. But you know, for me, it's been like there's a phrase that I kind of guides my day-to-day and my life and my career, which is form follows function, which is actually like an old architectural saying, but what it means to me is really like you are the product of what you do, right? And so for me, I've actually never really set specific career goals, or every job I've had has sort of been an opportunity that revealed itself that I've been able to take advantage of. I haven't actually pursued it. And that's really a result of just when I wake up in the morning, I know what's important to me. I know it's important to work hard. I know it's important to treat people right. My career has really been focused and oriented around how can I give back to the city that I grew up in and the communities that I come from. And that has opened a lot of doors for me just by putting my best foot forward, and then other people taking notice of that and wanting to tap me for different positions or different opportunities. So for me, it's just about making sure you're focusing on what those things are, and the rest will kind of take care of itself.
Great answers. Let's give them a hand for that. Very good. So Tyrese, you guys, I was looking at the schedule. You guys literally have one of the toughest schedules in the league. There's also high expectations, some would say. How are you handling that, and how are you approaching this upcoming season?
Yeah, I mean, we always accept the challenge. I think that's just life in general. I think everybody should always accept the challenge. I know challenges can look scary. I know adversity can look like fear, can bring fear into you. But my objective and my way of looking at life is I've always trying to attack these challenges, and I've always trying to pursue them as another step forward in life. And I think the way we would prepare for this is my dad always told me about these P's that he uses. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. And I think those 5 P's that I use, those really have guided me through life. They guided me through my first couple of years as a professional athlete, and I really do appreciate it. And then the goals, he says, I said goals. I'm pretty goal oriented. So like before every day of training camp, I'll go all the way back. Before the first day of school, starting in I think the 2nd or 3rd grade, I would sit down and I would write down my goals for the year. I'll write down my life goals, I'll write down my academic goals, and then I'll write down my athletic goals. And my
So this was
spiritual.
2nd grade?
It's 2nd grade. It's 2nd grade. I know my mom. Like I said, my mom was a little bit. She was on me, I love my mama though. I know I do. Shout out mom. But yeah, no, that's kind of what I did. And even to this day, like the day before training camp, I'll sit down and I'll write down my now athletic goals, my spiritual goals, and then my life goals. Yep. So that's really it.
You guys should write that down right now. That is great. It's showing. Let's give that a hand. That was a great answer. I did not know that. I'm going to jump to you, Tad. A lot of your job centers around what happens on the court. But my question for you is, what are some of the things that you're able to do off the court that contribute to the team and to the team winning and succeeding?
Yeah, it's really because what we do is we provide the base and the infrastructure for the team to be able to be successful. And that's really our job, to provide those resources to make sure that Doc and Daryl and Elton and Reese and the players, Joel and James and everybody else are able to do their jobs at the highest level without worrying about anything else. So if we do things properly, the business side should kind of be like the offensive lineman and let all the players be the coaches and the quarterbacks and the ones who are really focused and getting all the attention, because that means we're providing the infrastructure for the organization to be successful. And it's also about making sure we understand what the community needs, what our role is within the community, and making sure that we're providing, the opportunities for others within the community that we can, simply because of the type of organization we are. And it's led by our players, it's led by our coaches, the people that all of you want to come see and all of you think about and read about and root for every day. So we've got a great responsibility to make sure we amplify our guys and we really build them up, but that they also understand that as part of the bigger picture, it's about giving back to the community, not only winning on the court, like you say, but also in ways that are meaningful and can make real transformational progress in the city of Philadelphia and throughout the region.
Can I just add to that?
Okay, absolutely.
So I think another thing too, just to add to what Tad was saying, is, you mentioned we have one of the hardest schedules in the league this year. And, one of the things that's a priority for our organization right now is to build a new arena. A lot of questions that we get are like, why do the 76ers need a new arena? I grew up playing, going to the Wells Fargo Center almost my whole life. I'd never been to another NBA arena before I started working for the Sixers. But there's a lot of things that, like being on this side of the business now, that I appreciate that I didn't, as a fan. So, as an example, because we're a tenant in our building right now, we are like lower on the pecking order in terms of dates and when they're figuring out the schedule, and that results in, Tad, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have a lot of back-to-backs this year relative to the rest of the league. We have a lot of five games in 7 days, which translates to what Tyrese has to deal with on the court and dealing with all that. So there's a lot of things from the operational side on the business piece that really impacts what happens on the court, and ultimately our goal is to bring a championship to Philly, which we haven't had since '83, right?
Yeah. We got to clap for that always. So I was actually coming to you next. Chief Diversity and Impact Officer. Probably the coolest title you could ever have at a job ever.
I've definitely peaked, like it's all downhill from here.
I say that is a lot of work.
That's next level. So let's talk about it. I want you to dive into your job, your impact on the community, and some of the things that you're currently working on. I think just from my personal view of you, you are such a leader in our office, and you're the perfect person to be sitting here today. So I would love for you to touch on just what you're working on and how important that is to not only yourself, but the organization.
Yeah, it's a good question. So my role was created, not surprisingly, summer of 2020, right? So if we think back, early pandemic, George Floyd is murdered. We start having a overdue conversation in our country in terms of the role that structural and historic racism has played and how it's impacted a lot of communities, not just the black community, but especially the black community. And at that time, that's when everybody, every brand, every team was putting out a statement, right? Like, we support X, Y, and Z. And we did the same thing. But to his credit, Elton Brand, our general manager, had a conversation with our ownership and said, look, we're not putting out any more statements until we figure out something that we're actually going to do about the issue, right? We're not going to be superficial about this. And to our managing partners' credit, Josh Harris and David Blitzer, they agreed 100% and said, we need you, the staff, to figure out what exactly that looks like. At the time, I wasn't in my current role. I was running the Sixers Youth Foundation. And as we started to grapple with, like, what does that actually look like for a sports and entertainment team, we came to the conclusion that at the end of the day, we are not a racial and social justice organization, right? There are a lot of great organizations in our city and across our country that do that work really well. That's not what we're built to do. We are trying to win a championship. We're incredible at marketing. We're incredible at storytelling. And we also operate a very large and significant business within our community. So what are the tools that we have and that we can use that are really organic to what we do well to have a positive impact on our communities? And my role was created to really think about, what does that look like, help us create that vision, and then, put that into motion. So, to answer your question, Christian, what does that look like in action? There's one program that I'm really proud of and really excited about. It's called the Buy Black program. We're actually going to be opening applications for that shortly. That's a program that, one, was created to acknowledge the impact that decades and generations of discrimination have had on black communities and black businesses, and really hindered the ability of black businesses to be used as a tool for wealth creation in our communities. And also acknowledging that, again, like I said, one thing we do really well is we promote other companies and brands very well. So if you go into the 76ers arena or going on any of our social media channels, you see Toyota or Wendy's or whoever it may be. And those brands pay significant amounts of money for us to market them, and that's part of what drives our business. So we said, well, why don't we take some local black-owned businesses that don't have access or resources to that level? Thank you. Resources to get those types of assets and donate that to them and work with them and treat them just like any of our other partners. So that's a program that we've been doing for 2 years. It'll be the third year this year. We're really proud of some of the impact that's had, and that's the type of thing that we're trying to do. We've got another program that's very similar called Spirit of Small Business, and we've heard some really tremendous stories about the impact that that's had on some of our local businesses. And the biggest thing that we're working on right now is, again, the arena project. So, we hope to be spending close to $1.3 billion to build a new arena. And there's a lot of things that come along with that. So one is, how is that money going to be spent? What are the businesses and who are the people who are going to get the economic opportunity from the jobs that are going to be created from that? We're thinking right now about programs that we can invest in so that by the time we put shovels in ground, which will be 4 or 5 years from now, we've invested in the capacity of local diverse businesses to actually be able to perform on that project. Because the unfortunate reality right now is that our construction industry is not as diverse as our city is, and that's a big issue. So we want to be part of the solution there. We're also thinking about, from a community development standpoint, how can we be a really good neighbor? We will be developing next to Chinatown, which has been negatively impacted in a very real and traumatic way by large development projects. And understandably so, when you hear a new arena is going to be your neighbor, there's a lot of people that have concerns about that. And so we've spent a lot of time working with stakeholders in that neighborhood to understand concerns and put together solutions so that we can be a good neighbor. And this is something that's actually going to uplift that community and not create any displacement, and really avoid some of the challenges and concerns and threats that have been created from past projects. So it's really about thinking of everything we're doing across all aspects of our business and how do we leverage that and use that to have a positive impact.
Clearly you have earned that job title, my friend. That's a great answer. Tyrese, you are also a leader in this community, and it really shows. I think the city has just responded so well to you, and your actions have showed that you care. You care, and you're embracing the city. So my question to you is simple. Why? Why is it so important to you? Because it shows that just the time you spend in the city, I always see you doing something, and people love you for it. So why is that important?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's important because growing up where I grew up, in kind of a small town in Garland, Texas, I wish I had somebody who could come back and give back to us like I can. And I always said that. I always told my parents if I was blessed to make it, and thank the Lord I was blessed to make it, and I would always try to give back and give wisdom to younger kids and anybody as much as I possibly could. And that's what I've tried to do. First thing that comes to my mind is the camps that I just did. I wanted to make sure that I told my team that I wanted to make sure that they were free. I wanted to make sure that anybody could go to them because it was a time that I could give back to kids and I could give back to parents as well and just talk to them about little aspects and the tricks of the trade that I've learned in my life and just give it to them, not just as far as basketball, as life in general. I always try to tell people, I always say 1% better, get 1% better, get 1% better. And that doesn't pertain to, my basketball career. That pertains to my life as a person and me to being a better human being. And that's all aspects of life. I tell people that if you can get 1% better at whatever you want to do, the sky's the limit. So giving back to Philly has been great because, the love that I get on the court and just in the city and the community is everything. It feels like we have a connection because everybody worked extremely hard to get where they are. And it's a blue-collar city, a blue-collar state, Pennsylvania as well. And I felt like I worked extremely hard to get where I am, and that's the connection that I have with the people.
Man, it really shows. That's a great answer. Give him a hand, y'all. All right, I'm going to ask you guys one more thing, and then we're going to go to you guys very briefly for just a few questions from the crowd. We'll try our best to pick you guys. My last question, you got Sixers fans in here, like real fans, okay? So I'm not even going to ask you a question. I'm just going to give you an opportunity, and you can keep it very brief. Whatever you want to say to these fans, what is your message to the fans? Okay, that is my question to you. What is your message to the fans? And this can be as simple and brief or as long-winded as you want it to be. What is your message to the fans today? David, I'm starting with you, buddy. He's like, why would you do that to me?
See, all these other questions we knew we were going to get, I didn't know I was going to get this question. I think the message I'll just say from my position is, I feel really fortunate and lucky, again, as a Philadelphian, as a lifelong Sixers fan, as a kid who played basketball through college and really cares about the city, and again, my career has been focused on giving back, I feel privileged to be able to work at an organization that cares as much about the community and the city as it does, and that goes from our managing partners on through TAD, through our players, through my work as well. And so I think I'll just say as a Philadelphian, I feel fortunate that we're one of the brands and the teams and the companies that is focused on giving back, and that we care and we're doing our best to give back to the community.
Love it. Clap it up, y'all. You know I love the energy. Tad.
I'll let Tyrese go last. And I'll echo exactly what David said. I'm very proud to work for an organization and for our ownership that truly believes in giving back and making sure that we're making our community better. But I'm also going to take it to the basketball side. I've been doing this for a long time, over 20 years on the NBA side, and have had a lot of good teams, very close. We had the best team in the NBA in 17-18 that just injuries cut us short of winning the title. And I can tell you, all you can hope for as a team is to put a great, deep team on the court, be a top 4 team, top 5 team in the NBA, and then you just have to compete. And this is going to be a really fun season for everybody. I think Tyrese would echo that. I'm going to let him close up on the end here, but we've got an incredible group of players, young men who are hungry to get to the next level and hungry to win. We have an organization that is ramped up and is putting resources behind to make sure that they have everything they need. We have a coaching staff that is fired up and has been working all summer to try to figure out ways to access and to unlock these talented players that are all together and how to bring them together. And the moves that we've made in the offseason are really interesting based on what we needed to really support Tyrese and James and Joel and Tobias and the others. So all you can hope for as an organization, I know that fan base like Philly, this is the craziest NBA fan base in the league, I promise you. All you can hope for as a fan base is that the organization puts a team on the court that has a chance to compete at the highest level, and that's what we're going to have. So it's going to be a really fun year.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, Tad. Tyrese, what you got for us?
Man, I mean that's a hard act to follow. but yeah, from me and my teammates and myself, we just really do appreciate the fans, honestly, to go out and step your foot in South Philly and Wells Fargo. And to know that it's going to be 20,000 fans every single time we step foot in the building, no matter if it's preseason, doesn't matter who we're playing, doesn't matter what time it is. I had a conversation with D'Anthony Melton this summer once he got traded, and he was like, "Man, we played y'all on a Monday night, and it was sold out." And he's like, "And Joel didn't even play." I was like, "It's sold out every night. Like, as soon as the tip-off comes, they're coming. They're going to be there. It's going to be loud." And I just appreciate y'all. And myself, as I work extremely hard just to of course make myself proud, help our team win, but just to back y'all up. Y'all go out here, y'all work extremely hard at y'all jobs, and then y'all pay y'all hard-earned money to come see us play and perform to the best of our abilities. That's why I always try to be available, try to stay injury-free and be on the court, and try to bring W's to the city and bring joy and smile. I like to see smiles on people's faces, man. I like to see people having a good time, and I really hope y'all enjoy y'all experiences, at Wells Fargo every single time y'all step foot in there.
Perfect answer. I know we're running out of time. I think we only have time for a couple questions here, so I'll let you guys just grab a couple before we get out of here. Sure, yep.
Hi there. Tyrese, I was just hoping that you could go over the 5 Ps again that your dad talked about.
Are you ready?
Yes, I got it.
Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Is that 5? Proper preparation. Yeah, that's 5, right?
Okay,
Making
cool.
sure, look, hey, I only went to school for 1 year. I had good grades though. I promise I was an academic All-American. Nah.
Awesome. Thanks.
You're welcome.
That was dope. Yeah, we can clap for that. That was cool.
Hi, thank you guys for being here. So I'm a mental health counselor, and I primarily work with women of color who are both entrepreneurs, but also quite a few work for Fortune 500 companies. So a lot of leadership, a lot of pressure, a lot of what you all have talked about in terms of transparency, hard work, preparation. But we also talk about joy. And so I'm wondering, When you all think of the leadership that you all do in your various roles, what do you also do to maintain a sense of joy?
That's a great question. That's a great question. It's, you know, you have to get to a point where you understand the pressure is always going to be there, especially in this business. It's a crazy business. It's unlike anything you can really imagine until you're in the middle of it. At least for my situation, because we have so many different entities that we control, and from a Sixers perspective, it's you know, pro sports is ever changing. Nothing is ever the same. But you have to just come to peace with the fact that you can't control everything. You just have to do the right things, stay authentic, stay true to what you believe is right, and find ways to make sure you stay in touch with what's most important. For me, it's my family. I've got 4 daughters. I've now got a grandbaby who is 5 months old. My wife and I are having the time of our lives being back in Philly. And you just have to kind of realize that, embrace the good moments that you have and not get too carried away with the things that you can't control, because the pressure and life is full of disappointments on a regular basis, and everybody's going to have difficulties. And as you know, as a counselor and working with Fortune 500 companies and others, there are a lot of layers to the issues that employees face in this day and age, and coming out of COVID and everything else. So you just have to kind of embrace it and understand you just can't control everything. So make sure that you're trying to do the best you can for everybody around you, and you're being fair and you're being equitable. And then for yourself, make sure you stay true to those little things that can make you happy. And for me, it's my family.
If you guys don't mind, one more time, stand on your feet. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Give it up one more time for Tad Brown, CEO of the Sixers, David Gould, Chief Diversity and Impact Officer, and Tyrese Maxey, rising star, your guard for the Philadelphia 76ers. Thank you for joining us at PHL Innovation Fest. Make some noise, y'all. All right, we're not done yet. We are done here at the panel, but we're asking everyone to join us for the happy hour outside by the